Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Star Wars Stuff Podcast. My name is David.
I'm Carl.
And I'm Kevin.
And welcome to our Obi-Wan Kenobi finale live stream. We are here to talk all things Star Wars, all things Kenobi, and special thanks to our special guest here, Kevin Reitzel. We met at Celebration a couple of times. Yeah, finally in person. Yeah, you've guest hosted on the show so many times. But yeah,
I feel like we've been like doing this at other celebrations and conventions, you know, just walking past each other, not really knowing, and then you tackled me by the ankles and say, "Hey."
Yeah, totally bushwhacked you. And I think our first meeting was at the Bash.
Yes,
I think it was this right here.
That's right. Yeah, check us out.
I spotted you and I was like, Kevin, it's me. And you're like, who? It's me, David. And you're like,
I'm wearing my new 501st ACD shirt for the Armored Cavalry Division. For you get that shirt if you're part of a subgroup of the 501st, where all the bad guys that drive cool vehicles.
Nice.
I have an ATST costume, so yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I love the racing shirts. Somehow, some way, I always miss out on actually purchasing them at the right spot. I always miss that deadline for some reason. It's usually with the JRS. I'm a TIE pilot, and somehow their posts elude me. But
yeah, I had to put on notifications because I was missing them too.
And we met a second time in the lobby of the hotel, the Marriott we stayed at.
That's right. Yeah, that was really cool. I was meeting some friends, and we were head over to the special Star Wars night that they had at Disneyland, where they closed the park down for the regulars, and then they had a special Star Wars night. And it was cool because you were allowed to show up in costume for that. And I was showing up in costume with like 30 other Imperial officers, part of the IOC part of the 501st. And that was a lot of fun showing up in costume for that. You should have seen the reaction of the guys that were running the Rise of the Resistance ride. It was pretty funny. We kept calling it the Death of the Resistance ride.
So yeah, Carl and I were actually there too. We didn't go in costume. We weren't aware that you can maybe wear something with a helmet, because I think they were making people take the helmets off.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to wear stuff that completely covered your face, but you could show up in costume, where they normally don't allow that at Disneyland because they don't want people to be full costume to kind of take away from the people that actually do that there at the cast members that do that there at Disneyland and Galaxy's Edge.
Right. Yeah.
They're a little scared that our costumes are better than theirs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because they are. That's the funny part. Most 501st costumes are probably better than what they wear in the park, because but ours are a little bit more fragile than theirs. That's the trade-off. That's why they don't quite look as good, because theirs are made to be worn every day, all day.
Yeah, and I got to hand it to Carl. We say it every time he's on the podcast, but he is one of the best looking scout troopers.
Nice.
He was one of the best looking scout troopers at Celebration. He was getting constantly stopped and complimented on his scout trooper from Ars Props, and he looks fantastic in it. And hopefully we get to London, and hopefully he brings his scout armor. And
nice.
Yeah.
That's easier to pack than probably a stormtrooper or full armor outfit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what I did on the way to Anaheim is I put the chest plate, which is the bulkiest part of it, right? The chest plate with the pauldrons. I put that in the suitcase, and then I packed my clothing all around it. So I made like a core of my t-shirts and whatnot, and then close the suitcase around it. So, and the rest of it fits in a duffel bag. That's the good thing about
a lot of guys that have buckets, they'll put that in the padded bag and use it as carry-on, and if they have to fly.
Yeah, I probably would have done that if we had flown. We drove, so I didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that was a fun drive. In
2017, so I know you've talked about Celebration and stuff, dude. What was one of your highlights?
Man, there's so many. I met Ewan a couple times with the photo op and the
That's really
autograph. I had a great experience there. I've spoken about it on the
question.
podcast
Did
already.
you do the autograph first or the photo op first?
I did the photo op first, and that was an awesome experience. He immediately reached to shake my hand, shook my hand, read this T-shirt, Star Wars Stuff
Nice.
Podcast, and he said, "Nice." And he threw his arm around my shoulder, grabbed me. We took the photo, and I just turned to him while they were ushering me out and just said, "Never leave us, Ewan." And I don't think he understood what I said because he had kind of like a puzzled look on his face. But when I got the autograph, though, I presented him with one of these coins.
Yep.
And I kind of pushed it kind of in front of him when he was signing my Black Series figure. And he stopped, and I noticed that he wasn't stopping to do anything else other than sign in that assembly line for everyone. He was looking straight down. I mean, he was like super focused. And as soon as I put the coin in front of him, he looked up and he said, "Star Wars Stuff Podcast, I know them." And he looked up at me and he was like, "It's you." So
that's cool.
I was like, "Oh my God." And he laughed, and I was like, I can't believe that just happened.
I've seen a lot of the pictures that people did with him, and he was really being cool about it. I noticed. Yeah.
Yeah, super cool. I was in group 6, I believe, on Saturday. So I had seen some of the pictures some fans had taken already. And there was no like plastic shield in between them. He was basically hugging everyone. And I was like, that's awesome, because I was really on the edge about getting his autograph. I mean, his autograph and photo op was like one of the most expensive there, but I don't regret it now, man. It was such a great experience.
I'm glad you did that, man. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, that was a huge highlight. Just running into a lot of people, a lot of other fellow podcasters, running into you, of course, finally in person, meeting you.
That was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff, the Lucasfilm Showcase, getting into that panel, that I think was the main panel to get into. It was magical, man. I couldn't have asked for more. Our drive was good. I mean, we had no hiccups. Thankfully, Carl can drive and not have to sleep at night, so that's his superpower.
Go, Carl!
I'm thankful for that. He drove us all the way from South Texas to Orlando in 2017. I didn't drive at all, and he drove us back too, and that's a 17-hour drive.
Very cool.
Yeah. So, what was your big highlight of Celebration?
Well, I went into this celebration kind of casually because I wasn't sure if I was going to end up going, because I was trying to plan all this wedding stuff, with my wife. Because for those that don't know, she was stuck in Australia during the pandemic, so I didn't see her for almost 2.5 years, and because she's from there, and so I had my tickets and I had my Star Wars night ticket stuff. I kept it just in case, but she was able to work it out to where she could come at a certain time, and then I could still go to a celebration, because she had to go back to Australia. And so I didn't really plan anything. I didn't try to plan any photo ops. I didn't try to plan any autographs. I didn't try to plan any panels, although I did look into one autograph. I wanted to get Carl Weathers' autograph. But I was looking at his autograph information, and he was only signing flats. He wasn't signing any figures. He wasn't signing any thing like that. And I wanted him to sign a Raiders jersey, because I'm a Raiders fan, and he used to be on the Raiders back in the 70s, right before he became an actor. Even have his rookie card that says that he's learning acting for acting school. But I wanted to sign his jersey, so I decided not to. And plus, I didn't know how many photo ops were going to have that partition. And the COVID partition, and I know some people did. I think Ian McDermott did. So I didn't sign up for any of those, because I didn't want to get a picture with that personally. So I just kind of went freeform. The only things that I had planned were the Star Wars night at Galaxy's Edge, and then I had some 501st photo ops, and then the Rebel Legion group photo op. And then I also had the Wilbur Hood run, which was...
I saw you. I was at the box lunch booth, and I
turned
around and I saw you like leading the charge.
Yeah, I always like to do that with my buddy Florian. He's from Germany. He's the one that organizes them now, and he's our lead hood. And he and I are good friends, and we've been secretly planning that for a while and trying to figure out where to meet and what day we were going to do it. So that was a lot of fun. We had just a little over 100 people, I think. Not quite as many as Chicago did. Chicago had close to like 130 or 40, whatever it was. So that was a lot of fun. But I would have to say my two favorite moments were probably the Willow Hood run and then the Star Wars night at Galaxy's Edge, because we dressed up, as I mentioned, as with my Star Wars 501st group, the Imperial Officers Corps. And we had about organized by Robert Greg Barker, who is one of the leaders in the officers group. And we had about 30 of us showed up as different officers in the Imperial Navy and Imperial Bridge crew and stuff like that. And we had a Thrawn, which was really cool. And it was so much fun walking around Galaxy's Edge, dressed up in full costume. And that was one of my highlights. And then they had one of the coolest things too was being a Wilbur Hood runner. And I've been doing that since 2015. And that was my first one. And that was the last Star Wars Celebration Anaheim before this recent one. And that was my first run with the Hoods. And then so we found out that they were selling these exclusive Camtonos at Galaxy's Edge. Did you pick up one of these?
No, I wasn't able to. We saw that line and we're like, nope.
Well, they had another place they were selling it inside that area where they have all the other little shops and stores. Mm-hmm. And we got word they were selling it at one of the other places there. And so we got in line. My line was only like 10 minutes. And I ended up buying two. And as being a Wilbur Hood fan and seeing this, I don't know if you remember, go back before The Mandalorian Season 1 came out, maybe about a year. And on Instagram, Jon Favreau posted a picture of this. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Yeah.
And so us Wilbur Hood nerds were like, this is fantastic. Yeah. And we just thought it was going to be a prop. We didn't realize that it was going to be like an actual thing that they were going to use. And so getting one of these that actually works, because it has like a little code. You do 6 digits, 1, 2, 3. Wait, I'm sorry. I did it the wrong way. Let's try this again. See, you do it wrong, it still stays red.
Nice.
I'll open it again. There you go. Now the green light turns on. You turn it and boom, it opens. How cool is that? Love it.
Yeah, that's a nice prop, man. So
just a heads up real quick too, the Monday night before we did Star Wars Celebration, I showed up at Scum and Villainy with our Imperial Officers Corps, and we had a great time there, and we had some guest stars that were on Mandalorian there.
Nice.
Including Dominic Pace.
Interesting. So yeah, my really good buddy from the 501st, he actually just came back from Disneyland, and he was asking me, hey, so do you want me to pick you up anything? I was like, yeah, pick me up a Camtono and pick me up a Sarlacc pit piggy bank. Yeah. And he's like, okay. I'm like, seriously? He's like, yeah, I'll do it. And I was like, wow, that's pretty awesome. So I messaged him today. I picked that up too. I use that every day now as my lunchbox.
Yes, the Camtono cooler.
Yeah, luckily the Camtono cooler was at the gift shop once you exited the Mandalorian experience. And I was so thrilled to buy one of those, because what we heard was the Celebration store day one got demolished and basically all the inventory disappeared, which was
it's usually
wild.
What happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Until they get more in,
Yeah. So I wasn't able to buy a t-shirt. I wasn't able to buy a magnet. I wasn't able to buy anything that I usually buy from the store. I mean, I never even ventured up there. I heard people saying that people.
I went on Sunday.
What did it look like? I heard people said that the mannequins were like on the ground. And
no, it actually, I overheard some people talking. They actually got new product in and were able to restock it. They didn't have everything, but they had a bunch of those cooler Camtonos. They were out of a few of the shirts, but I got this one here. I got the Dune Sea Raiders one, and I got a Celebration one. I got an Ahsoka one. They still had a lot of stuff there Sunday. I wasn't expecting much. I was expecting it to look like the way you sounded, But they got in some new product, I guess, and restocked it. Because I overheard one of the people talking there with someone else. We got to get this stuff out of here. It just came in. Let's restock or whatever and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess it was just hyperbole. I mean, people, I guess,
I've seen it like that though. Trust me.
I never made it in. So I tried on Friday and I tried on Saturday, and both times they shut the store down.
I didn't realize that the actual Celebration store was so far away from the convention. I felt like I went to Long Beach or something, because you had to walk all the way over to the other side of the convention center.
Yeah. I don't know what was going on with it, that they had to shut it down on Friday and on Saturday early, and because I don't think it had anything to do with inventory. I think they were just having technical issues, and didn't want people to wait past 3 hours.
Yeah. I didn't have to wait that long. I think it was maybe about 20 minutes to get in for me on Sunday, I think.
Yeah, they probably discouraged everybody, because apparently Thursday was the same thing. They shut it down early.
Yeah, they were letting in about 20 to 30 people at a time, and because there was a lot of people coming in, a lot of people coming, but it was pretty organized. They had a lot of registers open, so the line to actually go through the registers didn't last long either, which was kind of nice. So
yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure since you went on Sunday, by that time most people had already given up.
You might have been true, yeah. Because I know a lot of people weren't there on Sunday. They were like going to Disneyland or doing other stuff. So yeah,
right. So
yeah, luckily after the Mandalorian experience, they had a little gift shop there, and I was able to buy a few things. I bought a few prints.
Did submit to try to get into that, and I didn't get it.
Well,
because everyone was talking about that, and I guess there was I was trying to do it on Sunday, and no luck.
Colin and I did it like 11th hour on Sunday, and they at first denied us, but we knew somebody at the Regal Robot booth, and he kind of got us in. But when we got in, there was not that many people in there, so I didn't see what the big commotion was all about. But it was incredible, Kevin. It was everything from the bantha that was operated by allegedly 3 guys inside of it, interacting with people. You would tell it to nod its head, it would nod its head, so they could hear you. The same thing with Grogu in the bubble of that N1 starfighter.
Wow.
You'd wave to him, and he would turn around and wave to specific people.
That's so cool.
And Favreau was walking around. Day one, he was walking around randomly and just getting people's photos and videos. And I jokingly said on Instagram, if that happened to me, my body would simply reboot right there and then. And I just die and be born again instantly. It's oh my gosh. But it was a cool thing that he did. So I heard that he spent his own money. It wasn't Disney, it wasn't Lucasfilm, wasn't Reed Pop. He spent his own money to ship everything from the storage and the sets to the convention center.
I'm just glad that they have all that stuff. They're smarter about that now when it comes to, because you hear stories of Steve Sansweet and stuff like that going dumpster diving in old Star Wars movie dumpster bins and stuff. And I'm glad that because that could find a home somewhere that people can go to every weekend or whatever. And I'm hoping that happens, because when you have stuff like that becomes instant Star Wars, eye candy and something that you can touch and feel and be next to. I hope they turn that into a permanent exhibit somewhere.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. And it was interesting to hear.
Maybe take it to Galaxy's Edge.
Maybe convert Galaxy's Edge into that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're already getting Boba Fett and Fennec Shand walking around, and soon we'll have Din Djarin.
Get rid of that First Order TIE fighter and put in that Mando ship. That'd be kind of cool. A Naboo starfighter or something,
Yeah, you could do that. Or the Razor Crest, a Razor Crest you can maybe walk into. I don't know, that would be...
Man, that would be so cool.
Yeah, it feels like they kind of missed the boat a little bit. But
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's funny that you bring up the whole TIE echelon at Galaxy's Edge. Carl and I were talking about this on the last podcast we did. Has that been mentioned in canon anywhere?
Are you talking about that TIE fighter from the First Order TIE fighter?
Yeah.
I have no idea, and I don't care. I'm kind of writing the. I'm not a fan of the sequel trilogy, so I yeah. So I mean, if it has, I'm not invested in it. So
because I know it was in Colin Trevorrow's script. That's why it was created, because it was going to be featured in the Duel of the Fates or whatever Colin Trevorrow was.
Has it shown up in print somewhere? Maybe, I don't know.
That's what I was wondering. I don't think it's been photographed and placed anywhere except for Galaxy's Edge material, but it was just something I was wondering.
I thought the TIE fighter inside the convention center was more impressive, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, replacing that sequel trilogy TIE with a traditional TIE or a TIE bomber or something, or an interceptor.
Or those TIE interceptors, man, those things are cool too. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
So So you said you didn't attend any of the panels at Celebration, right?
No. I wanted, like I said, I didn't want to have to schedule. I was totally freeformed. I was mostly trying to catch up with people I haven't seen in a long time or meet for the
Kevin,
first time.
who was that actor you mentioned earlier from The Mandalorian?
Oh, I had some really cool guy called Dominic Pace. You know, he was hanging out at there in Hollywood at whatchamacallit. Oh, what was it? Oh, Scum and Villainy, where he felt home, and he was hanging out with a bunch of us there, and I was giving him some props about giving love to the brick and mortar shop. So yeah. Who's this? What's going on here?
Hey guys,
what's up, Dominic?
How are you? Happy to be here. Happy Merry Christmas, Star Wars Eve here, huh?
Exactly. It's
How
Christmas
are you, Dominic?
Eve right now.
I'm doing great. I can't complain. Busy traveling for the next month and a half, but a good kind of traveling. It's been awesome with this Tiki tour, and then hopefully that'll parlay into the comic there with Marvel in September there. But I can't complain.
Fingers crossed on that.
Thank you so much. But excited for everybody, just like a fan for tonight. I hope we get to see a good ending here for from what I understand, it's going to be a runtime of an hour and a half. I'd love to see a little bit of Luke through all this, but hopefully it'll be a great outcome. But Deborah Chow, amazing person. I owe all of this to her. She obviously was the blessing for picking me for episode 3 there to flank Carl, and I think she's doing an amazing job.
What was it like to work under her direction?
You know, just very, very thoughtful. I mean, just really calculating in a good way. I come from now. I mean, I could officially. I don't want to call myself old, but I mean, there was a younger, it was an older generation to where, I mean, unfortunately, when I was first introduced to the business when I was studying in New York, there's a lot of yelling and screaming. I mean, the old James Camerons and Michael Bays. I mean, there was no political correctness. There was no Me Too era to where, I mean, it's like you literally, fired on the spot or, yelled at and things flying throughout the set. So, I mean, it's just really been amazing to see this new era, but to watch her intertwine with Dave, the episodes, I don't know if people are familiar, they overlapped as far as the way that you had the shooting schedule for the first time in 25 years at any level that I've worked. They did a lunch, which was called French hours, to where there was no official break. It just constantly working all the way straight through the 16 hours, but just very calculating in terms of her thought process from what I observed. But again, there was a lineup, like a chorus line in the Star Wars cantina, and they cut about half the people. And thankfully, the amount of work that Brian Sipe put into Gecko there, I'm glad I was worthy enough to stick around for the standoff there for episode 3 and another week of work.
I just had one thing I wanted to say to you. I know, Dave, and I'll let you take over, but I just wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for showing up at Scum and Villainy the Monday night before Star Wars Celebration, celebrating with your fellow actors that got inducted into the 501st. What did you think of Scum and Villainy? J.C. Reifenberg, he's a buddy of mine. He owns that place, and I was wondering what your thoughts were on it, the Star Wars themed bar there in Hollywood.
Oh, I mean, it's great. I mean, anytime you have something to where, they up the ante as far as with the culture of Star Wars. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, especially for Hollywood. I used to manage a nightclub down the street from there that was owned by the people from that 70s show, Wilmer and Danny Masterson and a few of those guys. Ashton, But I mean, Hollywood could use that little shot in the arm of anything colorful and anything fun. So that alone, just for the local flair until they get Hollywood cleaned up a little bit, I think is amazing. But it's great that it's right in my backyard, and yeah, I think they do a great job over there.
It's great.
Yeah, Dominic, thank you so much for joining the live stream tonight. You're very, very special to the podcast because you're our very first guest that we had, and you so graciously accepted that invite, and it was like last minute. And you're one of the first voices they hear on our audio podcast for every podcast we do. You came to Dragon's Lair in San Antonio, Texas for a 501st event, and we hung out. We had lunch together. You recorded the intro for the podcast. It was awesome. We use it for every podcast. I just want to say thank you in person. I'm not sure I've thanked you in person or actually in virtual reality. Yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you so much for that. And you're an incredible guy. And I just want to make sure that you hear that from the Star Wars
I appreciate
podcast.
you guys. This is really a yin and a yang with this character because Lucasfilm, as you know, didn't have much planned. So if it wasn't for the podcasters and the Star Wars community, I mean, really, I think what we're sort of edging on here is sort of a Wilbur Hood, Blue Snaggletooth sort of fame within the franchise,
which isn't bad.
I just yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, that's welcome to Star Wars. What a beautiful message. I say sometimes in podcasts of how there really is no small parts and how no matter how unique and different you are and how little you might be, maybe in the back of the class, how everyone is so special. And I think what a beautiful message that is for life. But I would not be here without you guys and without all the support from the community. Because like I said, Lucasfilm had other plans. It was like I always compare it to Jon Favreau's one of his first films, which was Rudy. Basically saying, look, there's no promises of you making the team. Maybe if you hustle enough, we might throw you a bone. But that's really what the story's been. But I wouldn't be here without you. So I appreciate you guys just as much.
Yeah, and I was there on hand to witness your hustle and your love for Star Wars. And you're a prolific actor, man. You've been in a lot of stuff. And I mean, you're kind of one of those guys that I think the general public kind of recognizes and just doesn't quite know where to place you. But I think with Gecko, I mean, your face is like half covered up. I got a picture right here, actually.
Yeah.
If people aren't too familiar.
I want to give you props, Dominic, for showing up at the 501st big group photo that we had there at the convention in costume. It was fantastic. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I owe the 501st so much. You have no idea. I mean, again, I could have been snubbed all throughout the country. I mean, I was taking a big risk, and it was a major investment to embark upon something that was less than 5 seconds screen time. And almost every major city I went to, they came. So for me, as you know, I don't charge 501st for any autographs at all. No charge for selfies, none of that. I mean, I'm going to Utah this Saturday, and everyone's been absolutely just incredible. Just going back to the acting thing, I think of the movie Up, where the old man is in the middle of the forest in South America, still searching, looking for that bird, and it's funny because I've sort of derailed my career because I've been such a huge fan of Star Wars, and who doesn't want, out of all the genres of mafia or crime dramas or Star Wars, who wouldn't want to, take that path? But it really is now having a little bit of an effect on it because, like you said, I mean, I've had major guest stars and co-stars and even a few starring roles. But it's just kind of been I just sort of feel like I'm equal to that guy and that character because it's so hard not to want to chase that stone because I see it in my head, a Gecko and the power of him and the potential that, you want to show Dave and John, your best face in that regard. So we'll see what happens. But like I said, we've got a little more life in us between the Tiki tour and then also the Marvel mug. And again, you guys know how strong Lucasfilm is, how strict they are. The fact they have 501st flanking me everywhere and at the same time allowing me to do this, who knows? I think it might be one of those things where, just like a tryout for a baseball team or a football team, let's see what the guy has. Let's see what he can bring,
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they bring in any bounty hunter into a live action series, I mean, you have to be top of the list to bring you in. And
Yeah.
I've been lobbying for a bounty hunter Disney Plus show or film. I mean,
Oh God, yeah.
I think that's the other shot in the arm after the Mandalorian.
Like a bounty hunter guild, like Mandalorian era
Yes.
spinoff show. That'd be so much
Yes.
fun. Gotcha.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, if I could speak off the cuff, I mean, the issue is just the fact that we went very rogue with this entire campaign. So the one thing that concerns me is just in regards to if they're saying to themselves, well, I mean, if he did this, I mean, what to say if somebody else didn't do this? So I don't think anyone can match my mojo or my passion, or also, I mean, just the conviction. And not only, that, but also the amount of money and time that I've given back to the community in terms of, instead of asking for fees, I've been paying the stores. I've been paying charitable organizations to show my support. But, you just don't know. Any employer, they're either going to root you on because you're the cashier and you're going above and beyond, or there's other employers who say, look, we didn't ask you to do any of this. So we'll see what happens. But either way, we're going to be loud and proud with it all the way through the fall, and hopefully have a big celebration there with the Marvel comic there.
How are you going to be watching the season finale of Obi-Wan Kenobi tomorrow?
Well, Jay Leno, unfortunately, he's got a little. He's got a new game show, and I've got a little tiny bit on there with a few other performers tomorrow. So I'm filming. But tomorrow night, I'm definitely going to have the Star Wars. Look at this shameless. The Star Wars Mandalorian Geeky Tiki mug filmed with lemonade.
So you're going to be no spoilers, no spoilers.
No. But and then also we'll get our R2D2 popcorn, and I'm looking forward to it again. It's just unfortunate. The only thing with Star Wars now, it's a pro and con in that people are so passionate about it that you can't even have a discussion in terms of any criticism, because it's like politics now. Yeah. I mean, the country has become so divisive, but I feel like it's the same thing with Star Wars, is that I feel like it's okay to have an issue here or an issue there, but it doesn't mean that, it has to be this all-out emotional thing. But people are so passionate about it, similar to politics, that it's almost becoming difficult to even have a conversation after the show. But I'm excited, and I don't mind the little, hiccups here and there, which, I might have an issue with. I would never, bark down someone's throat. But I don't know if you guys have been feeling that online, but it's like you don't even know if you can even have a conversation anymore without things getting too hypersensitive,
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. There's some corners of the internet where, it's super negative. It's just arguing back and forth. And we like to think of ourselves on the Star Wars Stuff podcast as not being that type of podcast. We're pretty positive. Yeah, we have civil debate. I mean, we don't love everything, like you say. I mean, there's some stuff that we don't really like, but there's a lot of stuff that we do love. Yeah. And it's an interesting time to be a Star Wars fan with all the films, the TV shows, the novels, the comics. Yeah. And people
enjoy
like
your
yourself.
fandom.
I mean,
that's what we say.
Exactly. I posted something I thought was going to be harmless today. It's from episode 3, so I didn't think it was any spoilers. But I was like, hey, are we ignoring the fact that Obi-Wan Kenobi said he had a brother? I said, I thought this would be like the biggest thing ever, and just basically putting it out there in a positive way. But even the comments, some people like exclamation point. No, it is big. It is big. We do care. And I was just like, holy crap.
Who are we ever going to get to know Steve Kenobi? I want to know Steve.
Right. But I just mean the tension with the fan base is that even just making a little comment, it's like, oh my, I can't even, like Twitter. You have to be so careful, because the problem is they've got us all like Big Brother, to where I don't mind getting into it with somebody, but I don't want 3,000 friends seeing this debate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed you have something on your arm there, Dominic. What's that under your sleeve there?
Oh man, well, hey, look, I mean, if you become a one-of-a-kind bounty hunter in Star Wars, I mean, come on, What's been scary is I've been going to some of the, whether it's a water park or I was just in Florida. I had a tour. I was so grateful that they allowed me to sing the national anthem on Star Wars
gecko
night.
Tattoo. Wow.
Yeah, but that's the only thing I didn't think of, is because I'm a big burly guy. I'm just going to some of these public, hotel pools, and people think I'm worshiping 666 because they don't know who the hell Gecko the Bounty Hunter is. So that might be a pitch to David or to John, saying, look, you got to put Gecko on the major map with Mickey Mouse, because I'm going to look like I'm hailing Satan here with this freaking thing the rest of my life.
Do you want to give credit or shout out your tattoo artist there?
Jamie Six Tattoo from, a really cool, gorgeous little country town called Placerville, where they first discovered gold during the gold rush, a little bit east of Sacramento, but just an amazing gentleman. Jamie Six Tattoo, you just can't beat him. He's an amazing guy.
Nice. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
But I didn't mean to take. I didn't know if you guys had a topic tonight or anything. I don't mean to take you from your normal schedule here. So just let me know. I don't want to make it the Dominic Pace show here.
No, not at all. We're just talking Star Wars, talking Obi-Wan Kenobi finale. What have you
free
thought?
form.
What have you thought of the show so far? The first 5 parts.
I'm really happy. I mean, if I could respectfully, the only thing is I'm excited to see what happens tonight or tomorrow. I just wanted to see. I thought it would be perfect to have a perfect balance between Leia and Luke. I thought after episode 3, maybe drop her off. All right, here you go, Jimmy. Go ahead, you're back to Alderaan. You can have her, and then get over to Luke, because I think there's a lot of. I mean, I'm not a religious guy, but there's just something beautiful in terms of this sort of biblical backdrop of this dynamic between Obi-Wan and Luke, watching over him, that I really would love to explore. Yes, there's season 2, but I just that's my only thing, is I'm just hoping they put a little more emphasis in that. But ultimately, there's been some really special moments there, and I the one thing that really stuck out at me, that my favorite line so far, that even got me choked up, was when he looked at Leia and said, "You remind me of someone." I thought that was very up there with the A-list of Star Wars moments. So it really, I think, again, ultimately, Deborah's doing a great job. For me, it's always about, people always ask, what storyline do you want, or what era do you want it to play? It's not about that. As we saw with Rogue One, it's really about the texture and the care of the characters. It's not about the pew, pew, pew. It's about the dynamic and the 3 dimensions of the characters that really bring Star Wars to be special. If you just go on the surface with really cool lightsabers and blasters and ships, and there's no story, that's when I start losing faith there. I'm not a big sci-fi guy. It's really about the parallels to life.
You when you started mentioning wanting to see more Luke, now you got me excited about seeing like a young Wedge or a Cammy or a Fixer or something like that.
I love those Easter eggs. I love those little nods. Again, it would be nice that it would be nice to have a little gecko Easter egg. But I would love all that stuff as well. I just really, before they go into season 2, the talk of season 2, I'd like to see them at least establish this a little bit between Luke and Obi-Wan, to just a certain extent. Obviously, as we know, it's not like they became extremely tight, because when Luke sees him for the first time, he's sort of kind of, at 18, he's just, he's a very faded memory. But I would like to see them get back to Tatooine here, so they can explore that just a little bit. But ultimately, some really great moments. I think the actors are doing an outstanding job. And again, I think it's really forming for a very wholesome arc, and also where they're going with Leia there too, which I thought was really beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything you said. What do you think is going to happen as far as Vader goes in this last episode? I know Kathleen Kennedy said that we're going to get the rematch of the century in this show. I don't think we've got that yet. So this last episode, we going to get that rematch, you think?
I think that would be great. I think that what's really special between them both is I wouldn't mind seeing a little more of what they put forward in episode 5 there, between this sort of playful brotherhood in many ways, to where, again, just like Clone Wars kind of played on, but also I wouldn't mind just for the Clone Wars fans to see something with them all sort of decked out in full gear, even with, who knows, maybe cast a different Ahsoka, a younger Ahsoka, besides Rosario, to have them all kind of standing side by side. I think there's something very interesting and special now that we heard, even with Ahsoka bringing in the Rebels characters, to where we're seeing these cartoons sort of come to life in live action. I would love to see a little bit more of that. But yeah, absolutely. Obviously, to have this sort of showdown would be pretty awesome there, of course. I mean, just in and of itself, Kenobi versus Vader. But again, I just think that, where you go to bring it to that next level is the depth of brotherhood between Kenobi and between Vader, to where I think that would really up the story there for me.
Yeah, there are unconfirmed rumors and speculation that we're going to get either a second season of Obi-Wan, or Ewan's going to come back in some capacity as Obi-Wan Kenobi. And it would be terrific, like you say, if they show a Clone Wars era live action sequence, or even a show, and casting a younger actress to play Ahsoka and show younger Ahsoka would be awesome. There's some fans that think that maybe they shouldn't tread on that because we had the animation, but for me personally, live action, even if you do show some scenes that were shown in animation in live action, I have no issue with it. I mean, the more Star Wars, the better. And if they focus on stuff that we all love from animation, why not show it in live action and expand on it and go a little further?
Yeah, I mean, you saw those figures, sort of frozen, almost like a collector's case. And then what was it? One of the Jedi Masters, correct, from the cartoons.
Yes.
So I just think there's something really special about that when they sort of bring it to life into live action. And but we'll see what happens. Again, I think they've done a pretty solid job overall. Again, you can, if we want to nitpick for those that are really critical, I mean, I thought of Dr. Evil there for a second, where let me give you an easy way to escape, with Vader and Reva, to where, I don't know if her neck would be cracked at this point. But other than that, I've just really been really pleased overall with what Deborah's done there. And again, I think the storyline is pretty refreshing.
All I wanted was a Ronto with a laser.
Yeah. I'm going to give you an easiest way to escape, and I just like, I could probably do without this, or, I don't know, to where, she escapes with through a blast door, but he wants to really, crush her. But other than that, I think there really is little to no criticism. They really, and episode 1, I don't know if you caught this one little special thing with Indiana Jones, where Obi-Wan is getting ready to head on that transport. He flashes his saber. I think that was a nod to Spielberg, because there's a shot in Indiana Jones, I forget which one, to where Harrison shows his bullwhip there. And I think it was matched frame for frame.
That's pretty cool. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I always love that, especially when Lucas and Spielberg, I was at a bathroom in Dallas where they had a poster of Club Obi-Wan, which is a nod there. And but I love when they did that back and forth to each other between E.T. and, you had R2 and C-3PO on one of the mollusks, whatever the hell you call it there in the tomb there. But I love that friendship that they had. The two legends, of course. So. But it should be pretty exciting. Are you guys staying up till midnight, till after midnight?
I've been touting the Star Wars Stuff podcast going a whole 5 hours, doing pregame, during, live action, react, and then a postgame for Obi-Wan Kenobi. So I'm going to try and do it. We're going to have several guests on tonight. And Dominic, I just want to thank you, man. Yeah. Like I said, you're one of the first voices people hear on Apple Podcasts, Spotify,
thank you,
Stitcher.
And thank you for being just approachable and listening to fans. It means the world to us. So thank you so much.
Please, again, I mean, this, like I said, I don't want to repeat it, but it's a yin and a yang. This really, as much as I know that there are no small parts in Star Wars, this really would not have been possible without everyone. And so I'm just so grateful. And then also, I don't know if you understand the personal opportunity I had as my boys are now getting older, to where I had them at a perfect age, 11 and 13, to where they were able to travel the country with me, father and son, before, kids get so many of the young adults, they grow into their own and they're off to college, and that's pretty much it, especially for the boys.
I guarantee you they're going to remember that. They're going to look back, and maybe they won't appreciate it as much right now, but when they get older, they will. Trust me.
Yeah. No, I'm grateful, and I know that Dave and John, in any way, shape, or form, I think it may not be a way to where, hey, we can't give him his own show, but again, just so grateful they've given me this freedom. So appreciate you guys. I'd love to come back on September, maybe mid-September, to talk about his first appearance in Marvel. We're probably I'm not gonna go crazy with the tour. I just respect college football, NFL, and also the holidays too much. I don't.
So do I.
People are going out of their way for Gecko versus Football Sunday.
Hey, wait, who are your
Sunday or seeing Gecko the Bounty Hunter at Dragon's Lair and the Alamo Ranch. But we're going to try to hopefully do a little something where I might hit a con or two just to promote that issue and buy a handful of the variants to pedal off there. So.
Real quick, who are your football teams, collegiate and NFL, do you follow?
Oh, man. Well, listen, I hate to go into a deep story, but diehard Mets fan, the NFL, I got really blindsided in a most beautiful way. I was introduced in 85. I'm from New York. I was introduced in 85 to football. How do you not love the Chicago Bears? 86, that defense, the Giants win. How do you not love the Giants? But then you got Montana and Rice. You've got Elway, who's freaking throwing bombs. You got Marino. I never had a freaking team, believe it or not. I can't ever say that this is my ride or die football team because of the 80s, and I stand by that, and I hate to admit it, but the New York Mets are my baseball team, tried and true. I'd get a tattoo of that. So
that's awesome.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for having me. I wish you guys all the best. Hope you enjoy the show tonight. And then, like I said, I'd love to reconvene there in September, and appreciate all the support there.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
for coming
Dominic.
on, Dominic.
Awesome, guys. Have a great night.
Good luck with everything.
Give it up for Dominic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
That was awesome.
That dude's awesome. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I met him in person, and I mean, that's him. I mean, he's just super down to earth.
Genuine.
We'll talk to you. We'll be on podcasts, and he's an incredible guy.
He came on our Star Wars podcast. Right in the early days, just like he did with yours, our What a Piece of Junk podcast on the Fandom Podcast Network, and he's great. He's awesome.
And yeah, he actually, when I met with them during that 501st Troop, I was able to donate, and I got this really cool coin. You can see it right there. The camera focuses.
The Gecko coin. Nice.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Of these. And at Celebration, he actually autographed one of the comics there.
Oh, very cool. I love that.
Yeah.
That is so cool. The Sin.
Do you know who the artist is that's making these covers for the comics?
I can't remember. I was sharing some of the early Mandalorian stuff that he was putting on Facebook, but I can't remember. But they're fantastic. I don't think it's the same one that does that one, but it's a different one. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's like DZVLV or something like that. If you go to our Facebook group, you can see some of his art there. Yeah.
I keep forgetting to put this up.
Yeah, I got one right behind me as well.
There you go. Yeah. Got to put up the.
So did you buy
Mythosaur.
your Mythosaur skull from Regal Robot directly?
No, I got that, and then my Mythosaur cup, and the 2 Camtonos at Galaxy's Edge.
Okay.
You should have seen that bag I was carrying.
I was so worried because I bought mine right there at Galaxy's Edge the second time I went, and I was just kind of like nervous about packing it and putting it in the luggage because it does seem like it can maybe
a little trick, by the way. When you go to Galaxy's Edge at the Droid Depot, you can drop your stuff off there, and they'll hold it for you. Anything that you buy, and then you can come back and get it, right before the place closes. That's what we did. Yeah.
Were you aware of that, Carl?
I know that they have locations where they do that. It's not all over the park at Disney.
Yeah, there's several areas in the park, but in Galaxy's Edge, if you go to Droid Depot, they will actually hold on to you. They'll give you a little claim slip for your thing. Put everything in a bag first, and then take it to the back. So whenever you're doing that, if you got all this merch that you want to get before it sells out, or you get a good spot in line somewhere, but you still want to stay at the park, Droid Depot is your friend.
Yeah, I didn't know it was Droid Depot, but I know that there are several places around the park that will do that. Just like technically, all of those places should also ship it home for you if you ask them to. They'll literally take it, and you pay for the shipping, obviously, but they'll process it for shipping. And
Carl, if you don't mind, I didn't hear what your favorite part of Celebration was. If you don't mind me asking.
John Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's my thing. I love John.
Was that the panel regarding his music?
The opening panel. Yeah,
nice.
Any chance I get to see that man live is phenomenal.
That is so cool. I've never seen him live.
Yeah. I mean, you've never gone to the Hollywood Bowl for any of the.
I've always missed out on those. I don't get enough leeway ahead of time knowing when it's going to happen, and I've missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been to the Hollywood Bowl, but I did see him in New York.
Nice.
And then, obviously, what was it? Celebration in 2017. He did the opening panel there.
Hate to brag, Kevin, but Carl and I have seen John Williams live twice at Celebration.
Nice. So cool.
The first time was a total shocker. It was so shocking that people in the front rows were screaming, and I had no idea what was going on. I was like, I hope something bad just didn't happen. on stage,
Yeah.
and the curtains open up, and then you see John Williams on the big screen.
God, that's so cool.
And everyone's freaking out, everyone's cheering, and he just puts his finger up, and then he turns around and he starts playing the Leia theme.
The power of John's finger. At least and I'm glad you shared it. At least I got a chance in the '90s. I got a chance to meet Ralph McQuarrie, famous Star Wars conceptual artist, at a convention in Arizona, and that was a huge highlight for me. I couldn't believe
the Star Wars conceptual artist.
Yeah,
yeah. I was telling Carl about that earlier. Yeah, I mean that's incredible. What year was that?
That was '97, and that's a convention that has gone under the radar. And it was celebrating the 20th anniversary of Star Wars, and it was they were combining, like, it was right before the Men with the Masks tour really took off, and all those guys were there for that. And Carolyn Blackson plays Mon Mothma; she was there, but all the guys that were part of the Men Behind the Masks that were there. And Ralph McQuarrie was there at a booth selling and signing prints of his art. And one of my favorite prints was the one of the X-Wing in the Death Star. And I bought one of those. And then my mom took the picture. I was actually there with my mom.
Wow.
And I was playing the Star Wars CCG card game at the time as well. And they had a regional event there, and I went there for that too. And I started working for that company 2 years later. But it was a pretty impressive Star Wars convention. I have a album folder on my Facebook page, and I took quite a few pictures. Not as many as I wish I would have, but I remember sharing a drink with John Hollis, who played Lobot. He was very funny.
Nice.
And it was great. I
bet Jeremy Bullock was there, right?
Oh yeah, he was there. Kenny Baker was there. Peter Mayhew was there.
Nice.
All the guys from Men Behind the Masks were there. Michael Carter played Bib Fortuna as well. Mr. Darth Vader was there, of course. David Prowse. It was a lot of fun. It was a really cool convention, and it's kind of gone underneath the radar. Not a lot of people know about it, but I've got pictures and proof. So
yeah, when you posted those pictures, I was like, hey Kevin, is it okay if I share this on the Facebook? Because I mean, that is incredible, man. Ralph McQuarrie.
Yeah. He stopped doing convention appearances soon after that, because you could tell in the picture, he was getting up there in age.
Right.
And then I think he lived for like another 8 to 10 years, then he passed away. Yeah.
Yeah, and we also we're actually joined by another guest here. Let me bring him in. It is the great Josh Robert Thompson. He has joined us, ladies and gentlemen.
He's not that great.
What's up, Mr. Josh Robert Thompson?
Is he here yet? Is Josh here yet? Oh, that's me. Hey, everybody. How's it going, fellas?
It's going great now that you're here.
I got to learn all this technology. I'm sorry if there's a delay in my audio. I got to run it through OBS. And look, it's enough already. I'm here. All right. It's enough that I'm here. Just pretend I'm throwing my voice. This is a new character I'm doing. It's slightly delayed, guy. Don't worry about it. Listen, I'm excited to be here. 8 days of COVID. I'm finally off the COVID train.
Oh, man.
That was fun. Don't ever do that. If you haven't done it, don't. It's bad. And I'm trying to drink a beer here, but I can't taste it. So who knows when that'll come back. But hey, happy Star Wars Day to you folks, huh? What do we got?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Who are you?
I am Kevin Reitzel. I'm out of Santa Barbara, California, part of the 501st. And
you're part of the 501st? That's very cool.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know you guys were allowed to. I thought it was like the Mandalorian. You can't take off your... This is weird that I'm seeing you now. How long have you been a part of the 501st?
Since 2015. Yeah.
Well, that's quite a while. That's really awesome.
Yeah. Good group. Yep.
Wow. I mean, I'm sure everyone's heard this. I mean, how do you get involved in that? How do you sign up for that?
I kind of fell into it with friends of mine, really.
Okay.
But I started with Rebel Legion when I saw the Rule Row Hood group at Star Wars Celebration Germany back in 14 or something like that. I was like, I want to join those guys. And I found out a way to do that. And one thing led to another. And I was living at Georgia at the time. And Georgia's got a really nice 501st and Rebel Legion group. And
are they allowed to have stormtroopers at the German Star Wars celebration?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I don't know how this works anymore. But
yeah, there's just certain imagery you got to
ballsy.
stay away from.
Wow, good for them. Well, I see we've all moved on, so that's good.
Yeah.
The healing has already begun. That's really cool, man. So what are there factions? I don't know enough about I know what it is. I know of it, but how does it work? I mean,
well, it's a organized group, and of course, at any convention you see their booth at, they're more than happy to tell you how to join and who to contact. And
not for me, but maybe someone else.
Yeah,
I'm getting recruited. I got all nervous all of a sudden there.
Yeah.
Come on down, son. We've got a table set up, and we'll get you all the information you need.
It does sound like a cult, actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
It does.
you kind of have that hole here. Why don't you sign right here?
Yeah, well, I did the Scientology thing for a while. Well, that's another story for another day, but it's pretty much like the 501st. Only it costs a lot more money.
And a lot
Hey
more
guys, I'm
time,
really
too.
excited. I got a couple of things in the mail. I want to share it with you because you're the only folks that I know that would appreciate this. Really, really beside myself with excitement to get my Jar Jar Binks Black series.
Nice.
I got that one at Target.
Yeah, this is big. This is big for me.
I got mine on sale for $9.
Well, you're a better man than me. I paid a few more dollars, but not much. And it's really nice. And I have to say, the illustration of him on the back is really badass. That's a really badass Jar Jar. So that one, and then I got the silly Power of the Jedi Jar Jar with the tongue thing. With this,
nice.
Yeah, I know, and I can contain your excitement. And then I may have shown this, but I have from Nerd Matters, someone who calls themselves Nerd Matters. They make all these great pins, and this is a patch. This is my Dexter's Diner patch, which I'll be wearing. Hey, old buddy!
Okay,
and
now
if he
hold
doesn't
on.
Show up on this episode, I'll be very.
If you're
upset.
a Jar Jar fan, do you have Darth Jar Jar?
I do. Yeah, I have. Well, I have the one from the Clone Wars. Is that? Let me see that. Wow, that is really. Now, where did you get that?
I just bought a Jar Jar and put
you just put a robe. You just put a robe on it.
I took it off Darth Maul.
Man, that's really nice. How much you selling that for?
Oh, this guy's not percent.
No, I got the one from the Clone Wars series, the actual Jar Jar figure. It kind of looks like a Sith Lord. So
yeah.
I got a Jar Jar problem. I admit it. Anyway, what's the over under? Dexter, will he show up on this final episode? I hope. It would make sense.
I mean, it would totally, give him some he's like the information broker guy. He knows everything. It's like I got a guy,
Yeah, with Lucasfilm making all that merch. Yeah, Lucasfilm made all that merch for Celebration too for Dex's Diner. So I mean, you figure that he should show up the very last episode. He has to show up in some type of flashback or reference.
Hey,
to
buddy, remember?
They also went through the trouble of mentioning him, over and over again in Brotherhood. So, which I then also assume, merchandise mentioned in novels.
Yeah, come on, man. Give us the Dex. Give us Dexter Jetster. It's what the people want. It's what I want. It's what 5 of us want. So give it to us. Stop shoving this other stuff down my throat. I know we're not allowed to. Don't be like Star Wars Theory. And I love that guy, by the way. Why is everyone always upset at Star Wars Theory? What? Because he has an opinion? So weird. What a strange world. I don't know. He's very upset.
But yeah, Josh, you're really making me rethink our next designs for our next swag we give away to our Patreon listeners and contributors. But yeah, we actually made these coins here. You got Luke on the front. It glows in the dark.
Cool, yeah.
And Vader on the back.
Oh,
so
yeah,
maybe the next piece of swag we can maybe do like a Jar Jar in the front and like a Dex in the back.
I think you've found what you're looking for because I forgot I got this one too. I'm out of control over here. I want it all, folks. If you have any Jar Jar merch and you wanna get it off your hands, just send it right over to me. I'll even get the frisbee from KFC or Taco Bell. Remember that?
Okay, I gotta ask you this. Do you remember? Because I bought one.
Yeah.
Don't have it anymore. Do you remember the candy, the Jar Jar candy with the tongue?
You suck on Jar Jar's tongue. Hey kids, here's Jar Jar's tongue. Go ahead and suck on that while you enjoy the latest installment Well,
That
I
was the
thought it'd
thing.
be- well, it's kind of a fun idea. We started coming up with this idea where kids could sort of lick Jar Jar's tongue.
Steve Sansweet
Um,
has that at Rancho Obi-Wan.
I bet he does. I bet he does, but he's licking it right now. Good for him. I like Steve. He's a good guy. I mean, I never met him, but he seems like a nice guy. Doesn't he? What is Steve like? The curator, the arbiter of everything that is Star Wars?
The biggest Star Wars collection on the planet. Yep.
Oh my God. Is it? Does he have the most Jar Jar? I want to see his Jar Jar collection.
Oh, he's got lots of Jar Jar.
Does he have? All I wanted was that big cardboard cutout where Jar Jar was like, "Hello," that's all I ever want. So if somebody has that, send it my way. I've already got the framed Rolling Stone cover. I just need that to complete my collection over here.
Nice.
I'm out of my mind. Anyway,
so what do you think the over/under is on maybe getting Jar Jar in a future Disney Plus show, future film?
Listen, I've always said that, and just looking at this Black Series illustration, this depiction of Jar Jar, I've always said it'd be amazing to see a more grizzled Jar Jar or some Gungan that was there and saw the fall of Naboo. Is Naboo still around? Is it like in ruins? I mean, I would love to see something along those lines, but Misa had a hard time.
Does it look like Tatooine now? It's lost all its water,
Misa seen a lot of shit in my day,
like real, like tough, like wow, this
Misa best friend turned to evil. I mean, it's kind of a Morgan Freeman.
Do the Gungans dry up when they don't get enough water?
Yeah, right? Like ET, right? Are they all lying on the bathroom floors going, I mean, what happens? Because they were a symbiotic, they were symbiotic, the Naboo and George. I miss you so much, buddy. Where are you at, George? Where are you at? What are we doing?
Apparently Uncle George is watching the show, so maybe you never know. He might be a guest.
It says right there. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I told you guys I was watching. I used Josh's account and I wrote that because I couldn't get a hold of you guys. I was like, geez, I don't have a link. I don't know how to get through here. StreamYard, Streamlab, what the hell are they using? I don't even know. The Obi-Wan show. So who cares? It's enough already. Is it over? What happens? Is people die? I've had enough. I don't know. We're supposed to like it. It's fine.
Vader lives.
God. It's fine. It's fine. I don't think about it much. I mean, I like that lightsaber thing, I guess. A flashback, Ewan. Everybody makes fun of Ewan because he's, older, because, we're older now. So I don't know. And then like 2 seconds out of the gate, there's always 15 kids that do a deep fake or a de-age. And I go, okay, it's good. Congratulations. I mean, is it from Vader's perspective? Who is seeing the flashbacks? Is it Obi-Wan and Vader that are?
I think they both are. That's the impression I get.
Yeah. Because I thought it would be interesting. If it was only Vader, then maybe that's how he sees himself. Maybe he wished that he could be older and not all in a suit. And, maybe that I kind of went there in my head. Sure, that would be helpful. Or not. He's taller now, so he can't complain that much, Anakin. But I don't know. What is it? A 90-minute 2-hour show tonight?
That's the rumor.
Yeah, that's the rumor, and I'm not quite sure if that's accurate because all these shows have always been.
I'll believe it when I see it. And that always goes up there. Yeah, the last episode is going to be the longest episode because everyone's wondering, like, how are they going to wrap this up in like 40 minutes?
Are they making Star Wars too conventional? This is my only problem with it. It's fine. It just feels too conventional. It doesn't feel weird enough. But I'm a big George Lucas guy. I'm a big George fan. I like the weird. Like you watch that first film, the original Star Wars. It's weird, man. I mean, even you go, wow, this is a crazy movie. Like the cantina, just the concepts alone. It's a very strange film, and you're dropped into the middle of it, and you don't know where the hell you are. Obviously, we'll never get that feeling back again because it's too much time has passed, too many movies, too many things. But I don't know. It feels a little too conventional. But I love The Mandalorian. I love that show a great deal. It's weird. It's a different story about different people. It's fine. I listen. I'm happy to see Hayden Christensen. I'm happy for the guy and Ewan. Ewan McGregor. But why am I not excited? Help me out here. Why am I not excited, fellas? Why?
let me ask you: is it? Are you listening to the noise, whether it's the criticism or it's like we're lucky to have so much Star Wars before, and people are finding a way to nitpick everything. You
Yeah,
know?
I hate that. Well, no, I used to listen.
Yeah.
I used to be in my 20s once, right? I mean, I was full of piss and vinegar. I worked at Blockbuster Video. I was the guy that when you brought the tape up, I'd go, "Really? You're gonna get that? No, come on, put that away." Like, I get it. I get it. Like,
I'm judging you here, right?
Of course. Look, if I had YouTube back then, I would be doing a show where I go, yeah, you know what? They've totally destroyed everything. Like, but I'm not angry. Like, I don't listen to the noise. I don't care. I just watched it myself, and I just thought something's not hitting me here. And then I went back and watched, Attack of the Clones, and I was like, God, I love this movie. So I don't know. I'm a weird guy. What can I tell you? Maybe not. Maybe it's just the way it is. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm not gonna shit on it. I'm not interested in that. But and I'm an actor. I'm I'm a filmmaker and an actor, so I get it. I get how much work goes into these things. I have a lot of respect for it. My God, the amount of effort it must have taken to get this off the ground is unbelievable. The fact that we're seeing this is incredible. It's very exciting. But you can't go back home, and it's nothing like camping out. I remember camping out for the first two films, Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. My God, I mean, what a time! What magic! We could never go back to that, So obviously we're a little older now, so it's different. It's just different. But for other generations, it's exciting. Is it though? And that CW 5-minute that 5-minute of let's catch up on all the other movies at the top of the Obi-Wan series. They made it look like a CW show. And why can't they use all the original music? This is what I don't understand.
That's been kind of my one of my complaints.
Yeah.
When Vader walks down the road, why am I not hearing Vader's theme?
Well, what are we doing? I mean, it's got to be some. I said they couldn't use the music, so
I think they had to throw some more, more C notes at George if they did that. Maybe I don't know.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. You guys want the music? Well, you're gonna have to pay Daddy because I'm not gonna let you guys do it.
Same reason why we didn't get a lot of classical aliens in the sequel trilogy.
Oh, yeah, maybe so. That's an odd clause, though. Like, I mean, because the movie, look, the music, John Williams' music, that music is half of the film. I mean, half of any of those films. It's because it informs obviously the character, the emotional experience. It's everything. I mean, my God, Attack of the Clones. I was watching that. I forgot, like when Yoda shows up and fights Count Dooku. I mean, oh my God, it was. I just remembered being in the theater and losing my mind, but then having that Yoda theme interspersed when he's saving Obi-Wan and Anakin from getting crushed by that big sort of thing that's falling, and you see and Yoda, the animation is insane. It's insane how he's straining, and I don't have that feeling. I'm not having those feelings. I'm not having that like wow, but I had it with Mandalorian, and I'll tell you the scene where he retrofits or where they work on the old the Naboo, the
N1 Starfighter.
Oh my God, I had tears. Now that moved me to tears. It moved me to tears.
It reminded me hanging out with my dad and working on cars, So,
yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So you thought of that, and then I thought of George Lucas. I thought of American Graffiti. I thought of and it wasn't nostalgia for nostalgia's sake. It had a purpose for the scene, but I was like, oh my God, that's from Phantom Menace. And now I'm having nostalgia for something when I was 25. And so why did that mean so much to me? And why does this not? So that's what it is. I mean,
I would venture a guess that for a lot of people like yourself, it's probably more of, I've seen this is too familiar, so I'm not as excited because it's like, coming home and, smelling your own house and like, okay, well, this is nice, but this is where I live. This is normal to me. There's nothing exciting per se about coming home. So
I think maybe that's partly it. Yeah, I think it's kind of like it's great, but I don't know that I really wanted to see all of that, But it's cool that it's there. Oh my God, there's 55 new shows coming out. I don't even know, And I know that Disney's like, well, we have to make sure that we're pleasing everybody, which is such a complicated, crazy thing to do, and we got to include all these animated shows. And I haven't seen a lot of that stuff, so like, there's characters I don't know, and I'm supposed to be getting excited about it, I mean, I know like Corey Burton's a friend of mine and I've known him for years. So obviously to me on a personal level, I go, oh my God, they made Cad Bane like a real character, and it's so frightening, and it's crazy that this little guy's voice is coming out of that, and it's even cooler than, like, I get all of that, but that works because it's a character. It doesn't work because it's like, guess who this is, you know? And I feel like a lot of that with like the Princess Leia, like the little actor, she's great, but it's just weird. I don't know why all this is happening, but you know, does it ruin the other movies for me? No, I mean, I'm not that dramatic. You know,
yeah,
it's over.
So if Lucasfilm came to you, Josh Robert Thompson,
yes, yeah,
and asked you what Disney Plus series or film would you like to see from the Star Wars galaxy, what would you want for them to make?
You know, I'd say it's enough already, is what I'd say to them. No, I wouldn't say that. I would have loved to have seen, just on a weird, I would have loved to have seen George's weird, you know, introspective sequels that he was talking about, the microbial world of the Force. Because I mean, he was getting really into some like the Journal of the Wills and all that, the concept of the midi-chlorians and all that. It's very heady stuff. It's very
he wanted to put the science in the science fiction.
Yeah, he did. And I, you know, I always said, you know, the idea of, you know, like inner space. I always said the idea was, you know, you have a Jedi injected into the butt cheeks of a Sith Lord, and they have to kind of help each other out. You know? But I would love to have seen that. I would, you know what it is? The Obi-Wan show. Look, it's clearly well made. The cast, everyone's great. It looks great. It's just missing something, and I think it's not. It doesn't take its time. Excuse me. It doesn't take its time. It doesn't take its time. You know, Mandalorian took its time. It's a slow burn. And I even like Book of Boba Fett because I really love Robert Rodriguez. And I've said this before. I cannot believe that they just went, here you go. Just go crazy, Robert Rodriguez. Just do, you want the Rancor hanging off a building like 1933 King Kong, go for it. And of course, I'm all excited. And that was nostalgia, checking off all the boxes. But it was so fun. And so weird and so crazy. I'd like to see them just for a few shows. Take your time. Don't be in such a rush to get to places, because I mean, Obi-Wan, I would have loved to have seen just 2 episodes of him in a cave having flashbacks and nightmares, and we get all these amazing conversations between him and Anakin. The 2 great scenes in Obi-Wan for me are when Obi-Wan sees like Anakin in the distance. They're on, where are they? Arizona, you know, planet Arizona. Anyway, no, it's great. But you got to save money, folks. But they look out and you see him like in the Jedi robe, terrifying. And it's not a big special effects scene. The other great scene is, Jimmy Smits, my boy. They brought back Jimmy Smits again, huh? Bail Organa getting all the love. So he has a great scene with Leia. They have this great scene on a balcony where he's telling her, you know, she's angry at her cousin or something. Her cousin's making fun of her. And it's a very funny scene, but also very heartfelt. I wanted to see more of those 2 together, you know, the proper, you know, adoptive father. And, but those moments are few and far between because they're always in a hurry to have Flea show up and chase her around.
No, you brought up a good point. It feels like Obi-Wan is kind of a guest in his own show.
Yeah,
and they're just kind of pushing him through the motions. Is that what you mean?
I think, yes. And Jamie Costa, the great Jamie Costa, and I were talking about this of like a week or so ago, and it seemed almost like he suggested that it was like they had this idea for 3 different shows, and they decided to kind of just put them all in one show, like it was like the Adventures of Little Leia, and then we got Obi-Wan, and then maybe there's the Inquisitor. So let's just put them all together and. There you go. But I don't really care about anybody in this show. You know, the only scene that made me really, you know, moved me was seeing Anakin and Obi-Wan, you know, doing a little lightsaber training, which was pretty amazing. You know,
right?
I mean, but we need more of that.
Right. I mean, like for instance, that scene you mentioned where you see where he's imagining seeing Anakin.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to see more of that kind of scene where he's like, you know, putting Anakin in different places, in different stages. And that was just like this one little couple of seconds, and then they never did anything with it.
Can you imagine? Like that was just to lean into the haunting. They were in such a hurry. They're like, here's 5 minutes. This is what happened in the first 3 movies. All right. Anyway. And
Now he works. He cuts up a desert fish or something for money. You go, what? Wait a minute. Okay, that's fine. And I think you're absolutely right. I would like to see more of those flashbacks and have it go a bit darker. I'm from what I'm understanding, it was a bit darker. The show was a bit darker. I don't know if any of you've heard anything to that effect.
Yeah, the stuff that I heard was initially it was a film, and then
Yeah.
of course Solo happened, and they
Right.
kind of re-strategized and got a writer to make a treatment, and they were greenlit. And apparently John
Solo would
Favreau
have been
read
fine
it.
if they just didn't release it right after Last Jedi. Gave it another year. It would have been fine.
Yeah, I mean, Solo's a great, Solo's like a good Disney Plus movie. If it was like, Disney Plus, if they came out of the gate with Solo, if they were like, here's our first offering, it's Solo, I'd be like, it makes sense it's a fun movie. It's not a terrible film, but I'll never watch it again. Well, from what I remember, it was pretty exciting. I think it probably wasn't. I don't know. I don't know. I want us to get past the, hey, you remember what? Because even George would do the, hey, were you ever curious who built C-3PO? Well, check it out. But there was a poetry to that. There really was. I know we joke about, oh, it's like poetry, it rhymes. But there was a mythological, poetic reasoning for all of that stuff that played out in a much more dramatic way. Now it's just like, hey, remember this guy? There he is. He's in the background. How about this dude? Whereas like Mandalorian felt more mystical and mythological and like an old Western. And you just went, oh, this is something different. Like I know these characters, but this is something fresh. And that's why that one works. And I wish they'd done that with Obi-Wan. But I mean, how many lone cub wolf, stories can you do? I think maybe they kind of painted themselves into a corner with that too.
Yeah, that's when Favreau stepped in because he read the original script for Kenobi, what they were going to do, and he said, this is way too close to what we're doing with The Mandalorian. So that's when they changed it up and said, well, we need to rewrite this, and then it became a Disney Plus show.
Okay.
And yeah, that's kind of what happened. But I mean, we're still kind of getting that aspect of Lone Wolf and Cub with Kenobi and Leia.
And Leia.
So it's still kind of there, and people have been picking up on it. People on the podcast have even brought it up when we've been doing our deep discussions on Obi-Wan. It's like, okay, so they're doing that old trope again. It's another show with the same kind of story beat, and it's like, well, we hopefully Taika Waititi's movie comes in and kind of like knocks our socks off and it's something totally different, because what the report is now is that he's going to write something that's totally unique, different characters, different planets, not tied to the Skywalkers whatsoever.
That's great. Yeah. I think that's the key. I mean, even when Luke shows up in The Mandalorian, like it's great.
Do we know when that's going to take, like what timeline that's going to happen? Do we know?
No, Taika's...
Yeah, we're not quite sure what the timeline is. Apparently, Lucasfilm is sticking to the guns and saying that the film is going to be projected to drop in December 2023. But, I mean, they haven't shot anything yet, and we're June 2022. So it's going to be kind of hard to shoot a film, do the posts and everything, unless it's very, very heavy in dialogue. Which Taika does well.
If you think about it, if it's more in the lines of like a Jojo Rabbit, and I know that sounds weird, but if you do something like that, Jojo Rabbit didn't have a huge budget. It didn't have a whole lot of post effects. It was more, there's dialogue, there are characters, and it really hits you hard in certain spots without using violence. I mean, yes, there is violence in the background, but you never actually see it. So that's because, I mean, you see Scarlett Johansson's feet, but you don't actually, see them hang her per se. So those type of things, the way Taika Waititi handles severe tragedy without actually like hitting you over the head with it, but doing it at the same time. I don't know how he pulls it off, because he does it in all of his projects on a consistent basis, where he really knows how to create an emotional scene without blood and guts and gore and all those kind of things, which would technically make him perfect for Star Wars.
I've seen What We Do in the Shadows. He's great at that.
Well, I just actually thought of a great idea as you were talking about that. I think Jar Jar Rabbit, I think, is maybe something. That's a great, George, that's a great idea.
You know, because I think it kind of ties into the whole. Yeah, there it is, George. You're brilliant. Get this guy back over at Lucasfilm, will you? Got your name in the title of the company. I don't know. Listen, I like little characters like Babu Frick. Is that a guy's name?
Yeah, he's going to appear back in The Mandalorian season 3, apparently, with the trailer they showed us at Celebration. Did you end up going to Celebration in Anaheim, Josh?
No. In fact, I had to work.
Ah, okay.
I did. I got hired on a game show coming to ABC July 10th, The Final Straw. And so I ended up having to work on that. And
nice. Congratulations.
Nice.
I really lucked out because I think the day after we wrapped is when I got COVID. So it really worked out. Let me tell you. But no, I couldn't do it. I was very bummed about that. But it looked like a great time, and I just cried myself to sleep all 3 nights that you guys were having a great time there. So good for you. I'm glad you had a great time. No, and I was trying to get some makeup effects people together, some friends of mine, to do another George Lucas. But, then I went on TikTok, which always a mistake. And there's just some guy who just looks like George Lucas. He just wandering around. He was and I went, oh, well. There's no point anymore for me to be here.
Yeah, his resemblance was uncanny. I mean, he looked as close as you possibly could look to George Lucas. He had the shoes, he had the shirt, he had the belly, he had the hair.
He doesn't have to do a 3-hour makeup.
Features.
Yeah. He's older now. Like, I've seen that guy before. He's older now. I've seen him at conventions over the years. I think he was around like in 2015, the last time I did it. And I went, okay, well, he was born looking like that. That's not fair. That doesn't count. But he's a nice guy, I'm sure. He doesn't even talk. He can't even do the voice. I don't know the guy. He's a nice guy. Sir, if you're watching, you're a great guy. I apologize. But, I'll have to amp it up next time. Maybe, Dexter Jetster costume. Anybody got one of those? I'll show up and do that and hug people with my.
Actually, I don't think I've ever seen a Dexter Jetster at a con, so that would be an original there.
Is it just me? But if I did see that, I would have to check the costume for its accuracy and see if he was showing butt crack from behind.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd have the one hand that would pull it up. I mean, you can't. I mean, what a moment that is, right?
Well, I just thought it'd be kind of funny if the one of the hands would pull up his pants.
That's great, George. But Babu Frick is like the best thing about those new films for me. I mean, that's the only thing I remember. I remember that, and I remember people riding on like space horses in the third one. I don't even know what was, the third. What was the last one called? The Rise of Skywalker. Sure, that's the one I don't own. It's weird. I tapped out. But here's the thing: the end of that movie reminds me of the end of the last Transformers movie that Michael Bay made. And that's the one where at the end they tease that like Unicron, like that the Earth is, and I was like, but that movie's like 7 hours long, and I remember seeing it in the theaters, and the last 2 hours is the third act. I still don't know what was happening, but it made more sense in Transformers than the end of the Rise of Skywalker. But I remember there were space horses.
I think I took a really good 20-minute nap during the last Transformers. So yeah, it was great.
I mean, you can get some good shut-eye during these films. Now, I own all of those movies because the 3D is incredible and they're just so much fun. And it's fun to watch Mark Wahlberg just go, wait, it's a Transformer. Look, this is Optimus Prime. Like, you can't, like, what? It's defies, but it's still more entertaining. Anyway, but Babu Frick gets it right? Because Babu Frick is like, they don't linger on him too much. It's like the Rancor Keeper, right, from Return of the Jedi. He has one scene, he cries, and then you go, oh, isn't that sweet? And then they don't waste a lot of time with it. That's what Star Wars is. We don't waste a lot of time with these things. We just go, look at this little guy. He's this little guy. And I mean, I never laughed so hard at this little guy. Do they sell him? Can I buy him? Is that the next thing I have to obsess on? Do they have an animatronic?
The Rancor Keeper?
Babu Frick? No, the Babu Frick.
You can actually buy it. You can actually, they were actually selling them. He was one scale. He was like the size.
Yeah, 1-to-1 scale at Galaxy's Edge. Yeah.
Is it
and
like
they sold out in one day?
No, of course they did. You see? Yeah, they sold out in one day. Now that's the guy that should get his own show. Honestly, I would like to see the adventures of Babu Frick, and he just works on things. And those pit droids, I never laugh more than at those silly Three Stooges pit droids. I'm not kidding you. I mean, Amy Sedaris and those droids,
Give me a whole show of that. There it is.
I will
Okay.
take her show
it is.
any day. And when I saw people dressed up as her at Celebration, I had to go up to them because I freaking love her character.
That's great. She's great. She's Star Wars. They get it.
Yeah.
Like, look, I'm not, not to be disrespectful to anybody else, but Favreau and Filoni, they get it. Just let them shepherd everything. The Obi-Wan thing, were they involved? They weren't involved in this show.
I think Dave Filoni gave him some notes, and he got a special thanks credit at the very end of the first episode, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's the kind of overseer of everything right now. I don't think he was directly involved, but
no,
of course he's being consulted because I believe he is now one of the main directors of creative at Lucasfilm.
That's good.
Should be.
Yeah. I mean, just Favreau, like those two guys, they just understand the mythology and the storytelling, and they understand. Like even watching the making of Book of Boba Fett is so fascinating because of the number of films like Lawrence of Arabia and other movies that they would try to emulate in terms of the color
train scene.
the train scene. I mean, just that alone means so much to me. Even if you don't realize it, even if you have never seen that film, you can just feel the difference in that type of storytelling.
When I saw Filoni in those behind the scenes for Mandalorian break down that conversation that Qui-Gon Jinn had in the prequels, I'm like, this guy gets it.
The guy's look, his whole discussion, just the reverence that he has for George Lucas alone.
Yeah.
But the discussion of that amazing scene in Revenge of the Sith, where it's Padme and Anakin staring out at each other, but they're not, they're symbolically looking out at one another from their different points of view.
Yeah.
That scene is so George Lucas and so abstract. There's no dialogue. It's just this weird music, which is kind of partly electronic score from John Williams.
It's haunting. Yeah.
Very frightening and strange. And it's like the most pivotal moment. And Filoni, I think, talks for 20 minutes about why that particular sequence is so important to the entirety of everything. And so I'm excited. Given that, I'm excited for what they're going to do and for what Taika Waititi is going to do and for what but I'd like just to see them move on from the Skywalker saga, because to me it's
see what Taika can do.
Yeah. He's done a few things. I do like this, Jar Jar Rabbit thing. I think I'm going to pitch that, and I'm going to start a crowdfunding. Like to announce right now, I'm doing an Indiegogo for that. So
I'll give you $20 right now if you make it happen.
Thank you very much. I'll take it. Please, God, just let me taste and smell again. Please, God.
We have to hashtag that.
Another thing I would like to see Lucasfilm do is use their literature. They have all these great books that have all these great storylines.
Yeah.
Why aren't you using any of it? Because not everybody's going to read those books.
Right.
Yeah.
But these are very well thought out, very extensive. If he did after the whole Aftermath series,
Yeah, he had like about 40 scripts written when he was planning to do his own live action series, and he hired all of these writers. But he didn't continue. I heard the reason why he didn't continue with it because it was going to be too expensive at the time.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
But
Well, it's more or less impossible to do because stuff like the stagecraft technology didn't exist yet.
Yeah.
Did those go with the bounty to Disney? Do they have those now? Is that? Or
I don't know if they do or not. Actually.
Yeah, that'd be fascinating to find that out.
This was 2 years ago, and somebody leaked out some of the test footage that they shot for it.
Right. I remember seeing that.
And it actually looked pretty decent.
Yeah, it was really cool.
The backgrounds were very plain and dead, but today you could do that.
No, we'll just fix that in post.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously that's what we did, just green screen, but before you had to build a real set, which is just a bunch of bullshit. I mean, it's so hard, and then a storm will come and knock it all over, and then I go, oh, son of a bitch. But I always get Rick McCallum to sweep it all up. He's a little bitch boy.
Where's Rick McCallum? Is he retired? What is he doing?
That was my next question. Where is Rick?
He's sitting on a mattress full of money. I think.
That's what it is. That's right.
Yeah, and just laughing at all of us that are bitching about Star Wars.
Rick, I know, Rick. I remember
he's watching all the Young Indiana Jones DVDs.
He
bought them all up, so it's hard to find at a decent price now.
Those were oh my god. Yeah, well, you can get them for about $1,000.
You can order from Europe.
eBay, I think.
If you need Young Indiana Jones, order from Europe. You can get.
Oh, is that right? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, all if you're looking for physical media, go look to some European. Even just switch your Amazon. It's Amazon.com to Amazon.de or
Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
.fr or yes, the website changes language to German, French, and so on and so forth,
Right.
but the merchandise changes too.
Well, they
So-
have, yeah, because I just bought a new Amityville box set, and I could only get it from like the UK, so I'm very excited about that. That's a little a glimpse into my life, everybody.
I would have loved if they released them on laser discs. That would have been cool.
Oh yeah, Laserdisc. I remember those. Yeah, I got all the original Star Wars, and I destroyed all those Laserdiscs. So you'll never be seeing any of that ever again. Sorry, all that crap, useless.
It's funny because I remember Rick McCallum during the 97 special editions. I remember they were Rick McCallum talking about the Yasm and being like, we have this character called the Yasm, and he can move and sing, and it's really fantastic. It's just this fantastic scene with the Yasm, and I'm like, okay, you know what?
That's what he was like on like StarWars.com, like every other week, doing interviews and teasing this and teasing that.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's really spectacular. It's fantastic. He would always say, "Fantastic! This is fantastic." Or when he showed up in Tunisia and the storm had destroyed half the pod racers, and he said, "This is fucking grim. This is fucking grim." And George is like, "That's fine. It happened before. Whatever. You don't have to clean it up, George. It's no big deal. I think it's a good sign, actually."
It's like when it rains on your marriage. Yeah.
Yeah. What? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, got it.
Go
to Tunisia, got a sandstorm.
I think George has one more pass left in him, because I think like Coppola has done amazing director's cuts and Dolby Atmos remixes of a lot of his films now. Apocalypse Now sounds and looks amazing. Cotton Club, so on and so forth. I think George will have one more in him. He's going to go back through with the technology we have today and just tweak it and finally get that Jabba and Han Solo scene right. No, but I think he might. I think he could. Is he allowed to? I feel like that's got to be a clause somewhere that he can.
Oh, I thought he was going to fix up the starship scene from the the celebrate, or what was it, the the Christmas special. No, the Christmas special.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go back and sure, yeah, we're gonna do that.
Don't you love despecialize that one?
Don't you love that the Boba Fett cartoon is now on Disney Plus from the Star Wars holiday special?
Yeah, but not the holiday special. It's like, what gives?
Come on. Well, the Boba Fett cartoon was the best part of all.
Yeah, listen, you're right. Let's be honest. I mean, I kind of preferred B. Arthur's song where she sings to the drunken clientele at the cantina. She's like, "Come here, my old friend, have another drink." It's like an old cabaret song. You can't get much better than that.
I had nothing to do with it. I wasn't involved. It was a total nightmare.
And the Ewok movies, come on.
I liked it when the Imperial officer ripped the head off of the stuffed bantha. That was pretty cool.
Terrorizing little Lumpy, was that Chewie's kid? I'm asking you. I'm pretending like I don't know that his wife's name is Mala and that his dad's name is Itchy. Like I don't have it, and like I haven't watched it so many times since I was a kid. Like I wasn't there when it was on TV. Okay, that's how long ago.
Remember that well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be happy to hear that there were several B. Arthur cosplays at Celebration this year.
That's what I like. That is nice. That is cool. That's like a real fan. That's someone who gets it, And I wanted, were there any Harvey Korman? I remember Harvey Korman played a bunch of characters like in fake commercials on the holiday
that's
special.
Right.
He poured something into his head.
Yeah.
And he was like a Julia Child type chef on a cooking show. And wasn't Grandpa like
I think he had more than one arm too, right?
Yeah, he had several arms, yep. And Grandpa had the VR like porn or whatever with was it Donna Summer? I don't remember who it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
wow.
That's really something. Amazing designs, though. I mean, I like Lumpy. I like that lip that he had. So maybe I'll go as Lumpy next time. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I kind of want to do a Gonzo the Great with the Darth Vader mask on from
Oh, that was the
from
best.
Star Wars episode of the
Yeah.
Muppet Show.
When
great.
Mark Hamill came on as himself and also Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
But was he Darth Nadar or something? Wasn't that
Yeah,
what he
I don't
called it?
remember what
Yeah.
he's not calling himself Vader, but
That's
yeah,
right. It was like, but it's so cute because even the nose was bent, but it was the mask.
right.
Yeah.
See, that
So-
was good stuff, man. And Chewie did a dance number in that as well with Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
C3PO
And
too.
C3PO and
R2D2.
R2D2.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's when it's done well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I miss the man, just seeing Anakin, just seeing Hayden Christensen again, though. I was like so proud of that guy and so nice to finally, after so many years of having to, get such shit from people, you rewatch, and it's nice you rewatch those movies and you go, you know what? This is some pretty interesting stuff. I mean, George, look, it's all very melodramatic and it's in George's style. It's a very distinct style, but there's some really heady stuff in there. Some very serious thematic things that George tackled in the new Star Wars. He's like, no, these are movies that are totally tragic and it's going to end horribly. And let's go for it. And also there'll be a floppy-eared guy. But it's great. It's great though to see Anakin. It's great to see him back as Anakin. It really is. I'd like to see more of that.
Yeah, I totally
He's a great
agree.
actor.
I'm
really
so
is.
glad he came back.
Oh my God.
Apparently in the first iterations of Obi-Wan Kenobi with the film and the first draft, Hayden wasn't there at all. There was no. It was just Vader in the suit, and they could have gotten anyone. But
No.
yeah, it's great that they actually brought him back. And people question, okay, so we're bringing back Hayden Christensen, but I mean, it's after he turns to Vader. I mean, are you going to put him in the suit? Apparently, he is in the suit at some points, but there are other stunties in the Vader suits. But yeah, it's tremendous that he's back, and it's great that he came back to Celebration.
Yeah, that's the response to that was, I mean, moving just to watch it, just as an observer. It was like, oh my God, it's so great to see this guy get all the love and the standing ovation, and just it's so well deserved, because really, I mean, those movies, the prequels are, I mean, they're just rooted in history now forever, and they're so well loved by, there's a whole generation that saw those movies and just that was it for them. Those were their Star Wars movies, and they had much more of an effect on us than even we knew back then. And it's really amazing to rewatch them and realize how long ago they were made as well, which is kind of wild. In 99. Oh my God. It's incredible. So it is incredible. So I'm happy that all this new Star Wars stuff is coming out. I think it's, it's cool. I wish George was involved in some capacity. I know he is, like on Mandalorian. I think he shows up with his coffee and goes, yeah, it seems all right, I guess. I don't know.
I wish they would let him direct an episode.
I
That'd
do
be so
too.
Cool,
I do too. Yeah.
Let him take the driver's wheel just one more time with Star Wars.
I was convinced in Book of Boba Fett that he had directed the episode with the biker, those kids that were like half droid people.
Yeah, the Mos Espa Vespas.
I was convinced. I was like, it's going to say directed by George Lucas, and I would have been so excited because to me, I know people were saying, Power Rangers, but my reference was American Graffiti.
Yeah, me too.
I was like, this is like,
you could tell which generation and how old they were depending on what they were comparing it to. Yeah.
It was a cool idea. I mean, it reminded me of some of the late 80s Marvel Star Wars comics toward their final run, where there were a lot of characters that were part droid. They had machine parts, and they looked very similar to the color scheme of those characters. So I thought that was interesting. Cool idea, but I didn't direct it. Sorry. They won't let me on set for that one. Bunch of jackasses. Anyway, that's all I got. I gotta tap out because I'm exhausted. This COVID, it makes you want to nap. I feel like I'm 80 years old.
Just real quick on a non-Star Wars note,
Yes.
You did some work on G.I. Joe: The Rise of Cobra game.
I guess I did. Did I?
Yeah, you're the voice of General Hawk.
Was I General Hawk?
Dennis Quaid's character, yeah.
Yes, to be fair, I was Dennis Quaid, General Hawk. So I said a lot of things like, "Hi, I'm General Hawk." I think, and that was years ago. But I remember, I think I would pop up on screen and be like, "All right, here we go. I'm General Hawk."
I'm a big Joe fan, so I had to mention it.
Hey, that's pretty cool. That was how long ago was that? I don't even remember when I did that.
2009 was when the movie and the game came out.
That's a while back. Yeah, I think. And I did. Oh, I heard you mentioned Carl Weathers. I did the Avatar video game way back around the same time.
Yeah,
and,
that came out in 2009. Yeah.
Carl Weathers directed me. For some reason, he was there directing for a couple of days, and I couldn't not. On the second day, I had to walk in and do the handshake with him from Predator, but then I was able to do my Arnold voice. He was like, "This is outstanding, man." He's like, "You gotta leave a message on my outgoing voicemail." So at some point, Carl Weathers had me, "Hey, this is Arnold, and this is my good friend." So Dylan, you son of a bitch. I did the whole thing, and he was like, "That's crazy, man. That's crazy." But it was so great to see him in this show, and I'm like, boy, I'm glad I wasn't a dick to him because he's on the big shows now. So that was interesting.
Thanks for coming on, Josh. It was nice to meet you.
Yeah, it was really great to meet you guys. And Carl, sorry, Carl, I didn't say hi to you properly. I feel bad.
It's okay.
Where are you, Carl? Where are you living at?
Austin.
Where are you? You're in Austin?
Yeah.
Where is everybody? And Kevin, where are you at?
Santa Barbara, California.
Oh, you're in Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
David, are you here in
No, I'm a catty corner to San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, wow.
A small town called Seguin. Yeah.
Well, I'm in Los Angeles, and we really, it's a dump. Don't come here. You guys are better off. It's a mess here.
I've been down there a few times.
Yeah, no, it's listen. But no, always fun coming. It's my second time coming on. It's always a good time, and I'm excited to see what happens with this show. And listen, maybe George will stop by on the show at some point. You never know.
That'd be great to have him. Did you have anything that you wanted to promote, Josh? I know you talked about.
Yeah, what are you working on besides?
I mean, the only thing is I got the game show, The Final Straw, and then that's ABC July 10th. I play. I'm the announcer of the show, who named Fred. It's me, Fred, the announcer. And but I also, they gave me leeway to say funny things during the show. So the host is nice. Janelle James, who plays the principal on Abbott Elementary, and she's very funny. She's a comedian, and she never met me. We did the whole game show, and then we met at the very end, and she was like, "Oh my God, I had this whole idea that you were someone else entirely." I'm like, "It's me, Fred." Anyway, so I don't know how it's going to cut together, but it's a really cool show, The Final Straw. And then I have a big audiobook coming out from Audible. I have one out right now with Ethan Hawke. It's called Fish Priest. It's a very gritty crime drama, and I play like 10, 15 characters. He's the main guy.
So it's a full cast audio type.
It is, yeah. It's these new sort of audio.
Those are the best. I love audiobooks.
Really well done. Yeah. It's a company called Treefort Media that I work with that's doing these for Audible. And the new one coming out is a Sherlock Holmes series. Dominic Monaghan is Sherlock Holmes. And it is about Moriarty, though. It's about Sherlock's,
very cool.
Moriarty. Really interesting concept. And again, I play a bunch of characters in that. So coming very soon to Audible near you.
That's awesome, dude. Glad.
And
you said you're playing 15 different characters on one of those?
On one of Fish Priest, I think I play like 12 or 13 characters. Yeah,
that's great.
But we do it so far in advance. I have no idea.
Yeah, Lucasfilm needs to totally approach you for a series. You could be like the next D. Bradley Baker.
Please call me, Lucasfilm. What's the matter with you? Yeah. I've played George so many times. I deserve it. Look, George loves the impressions, so you gotta. The guy has a sense of humor. I really think it's funny stuff. Yeah, the neck's a little bit big, but okay, George. I noticed on one of your deep fakes you had no neck. Well, which is it? Too big, no neck? I don't know what you want me to do here. But yeah, shout out to the Deepfake Roundtable, which is something we did a couple years ago for Collider. If you haven't seen it, it's still one of my most favorite things I've ever done. And Jamie Costa is in that as Ewan McGregor. I'm George Lucas and Jeff Goldblum. And Evan, my buddy Evan, is Tom Cruise. He's the master Tom Cruise impersonator. Nice. And then Jeff Richards, the great Jeff Richards, plays Robert Downey Jr. and it's this amazing round table where
Is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's really good.
It's
Deep Fake
really
Roundtable.
fun.
That sounds
Deep
great.
Fake Roundtable.
Hosted by Mark Ellis, correct?
The great Mark Ellis. You know, that's the first time I met all of those guys at that taping. We improvised everything, and anyway, but yeah, I love Star Wars. I love George Lucas, and clearly I love Jar Jar. So I'm gonna go play with my Jar Jar toys now.
Nice to
All
meet
right,
you, Josh.
awesome.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
coming
coming
on,
on,
man.
guys. Take
Thank
care.
you so much. He's awesome too.
Cool dude. Nice.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah,
Very cool.
I can't stop laughing. To me, he's one of the funniest people on the planet.
What a
mean,
voice talent. He should
Yeah.
get into Star Wars. I need to call him up. So yeah. And being able to do that many different voices on an audio thing is that takes a certain type of talent right there. That's cool.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the podcast a few months ago, and he talked about it was one of the jobs he was doing, and yeah, I mean his range is just incredible. He did a whole segment where he was Liam Neeson, and he talked about how it was so sad when he would go to Target and look at the $5 DVDs. There was always the Cold Pursuit DVD just sitting there in the bin staring at him. And he was doing the voice. And if you go back to that podcast, James and I cannot stop laughing.
God,
we had
that's
to mute
funny.
ourselves.
That is so
And-
funny. I
yeah.
still have not seen that movie.
I haven't seen it either.
I've
that
seen
was
the
one
movie on the
question.
shelves, so that's why I find that funny. That's funny.
Yeah, that was definitely
I
one
actually think
question.
I might have started streaming it, but I don't think I finished it because or maybe I fell asleep. I don't know which one it is, but yeah, for some reason I think I saw the opening, but it's one of those movies where it's the exact same movie, just the character names change and the settings different, but it's still just I have a special set of skills, you know. Hey James.
Hey, James.
Hey everybody, sorry I wasn't on before. I know I just missed Josh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great James Herrera has joined us. Our
What's
third
up, James?
guest tonight.
Hey Kevin, nice to meet you. I don't think I've ever met you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah, I'm still sick, so I don't know if you can tell from my hair, but yeah, I'm still under the weather here in
I
California.
got a little head cold too, so it's been very stubborn.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are getting sick lately.
Yeah.
So,
Like non-COVID sick too, because I've been taking all these tests, but this head, this sinus, everything. Yeah. Ugh.
Carl, are you healthy, Carl?
I'm perfectly fine.
Carl,
Only-
why did you have to podcast from in there, man? Because I'm just really jealous of all of that. That looks so awesome.
That's,
But-
it's my job with the hat behind my head.
The Vader bust is what gets me. That's pretty great. So we're about an hour away, officially an hour away until the next episode drops, the last episode of season 1. And I don't know. I'm excited. Is that Vader's lightsaber?
That is Vader's lightsaber.
Which one is that one? Like the NeoPixel $600 one?
No,
You've
no.
constructed a new
This is
lightsaber.
this is just the one from Gox's Edge.
Oh, nice.
So
Looks really
it
cool.
normally sits in front of the Vader bust. I just took it off and was playing around with it because I play with my lightsabers on a regular basis.
I do too, man. It's
Yeah, I have the Emperor's lightsaber sitting over there, and Dooku, and
I remember after seeing the original, I think it was actually Empire Strikes Back. I got an old broomstick, and I took some tape and cardboard and made a handle, and then I found some red electrical tape and taped it around the rest of the broom handle, and that was my lightsaber.
Awesome.
That was my first lightsaber.
yeah,
I think a lot of our first lightsabers were broomsticks, but I don't know if y'all remember back in '97 when the special edition was coming out, they released the lightsabers again,
Yeah.
and they had Luke's and they had Darth Vader's. I had both of those, and I just destroyed them. I mean, they never stood a chance.
That was a fun time for toys because we had all of the Power of the Force on steroid figures.
I still have my dad's house, where I grew up. All my action figures are still up on the wall. Power of the Force action figures. And at Celebration, anytime we went to like a toy, like little booth there, I'd always look for which one do I not have.
Yep.
And some of them I was like, oh my gosh, they got the freaking it was pretty cool. But yeah, Power of the Force back in 1997, all of that leading up to Episode 1, that whole era was just really cool for Star Wars toys. Because
remember Shadows of the Empire being put out there as well. That was a lot of fun. Shadows of the Empire was great. The toys were great. I love the audiobook and the books, and it was just that extra story being thrown in there. You know, right between.
I actually rented a
Nintendo 64.
Yeah, I actually rented one.
That game was great.
Just for that game because I didn't want to own one, but the Nintendo 64. But I was like, oh, I got to play this game, and just because
that game was fun.
Yeah.
The demo actually at the stores where you flying the T-47 and launching the harpoon and tow cable and going around the AT-AT and bringing it down, and it had the rumble feature too. And it was incredible.
Real quick, do you guys remember that movie Free Enterprise with William Shatner?
Yes.
About the Star Trek fans that meet William Shatner. And William Shatner plays himself.
Directed by Robert Meyer Burnett.
Yeah. Okay. So you know that one. There's a funny scene where they like do a Toys R Us toy run, and all of the Shadows of the Empire stuff was out. They're like, "Who's this Zizor guy?" And this little kid's like, "It's Shizor." It's pretty
beautiful. Funny. Someone just asked, what time is the premiere? 11:50. That is usually when Disney Plus will drop their footage. 11:50 Pacific time.
So about an hour away.
Yeah, about an hour.
I'm gonna be in bed during that time because I gotta sleep. I gotta get some sleep and then just catch it in the morning and not pay attention to any social media.
That's the hardest. So during Mando season 2 is when I started to stay up and watch it because I hated waking up in the morning with texts from David and Colin, like, "Oh my gosh, did you see this episode?"
I would get up an hour early just to watch it if I had to work on that day. But luckily, I'm off tomorrow. But I would have to do the same thing like you did. I would have to watch it right before I went to work, so I didn't get spoiled.
Yeah, it's really hard. And like if you're on TikTok or Twitter, those spoilers are out. Like people post whole scenes, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? But yeah, I do everything I can to avoid spoilers. And sad, but great is I'm sick, so I don't have to go to work tomorrow morning, so I can stay up late to watch it. And I know my bosses are probably going to be like, he faked this whole thing because what's funny is I joked with the
boss, I'm really sick.
I was like, oh, I think I'm going to call in next Wednesday, and they're like, you're not going to call in. I was like, I know, I'm just kidding. And then I got sick, and I was like, oh no, I hope they don't think I'm like just milking this thing out, the whole week. And then Thursday, I'm like, hey, I'm better. But yeah,
it appears that some Facebook users demanding what time is the premiere. They want us to tell them. So
yeah, it's an hour away. 11:50 Pacific time is. I remember I caught that with Mandalorian is that they drop it 10 minutes before, so that's actually really cool.
It seems like there's a little bit of a trick to that because if you try and just go to the main menu and drill down into Star Wars, it's not there. I think the trick is to search for it, right? And it'll come up.
Well, what I do is I usually you have an Apple TV, is I close it out, close out the Disney app, and then I open it and it's there, usually waiting for me. So
that's what I do on my LG TV.
Okay.
I just kill the app, actively log out of it, not just switch to something else. I actually log out of it and then come back.
And it's there. Did you get the expensive Star Wars LG TV that they had there at Celebration? The 3,000 TV.
You already had it.
Oh,
yeah, mine's better. Mine's the $7,500 version.
Jeez. Yeah, I can't believe they had a Star Wars TV there. They were like, we only made a few of them. I was like, yeah, because I don't think anyone's gonna be here at Celebration. Like, I think I'm gonna buy a TV while I'm here. You know what I mean? Like,
no. I have a 78-inch LG OLED gallery series hanging right there.
OLED, huh? Oh, that is a nice TV. I got a nice little. I actually have a pretty nice TV, but not.
Yeah, I was gonna get the wallpaper version. The one that's like a couple of millimeters thick, but then I realized that TV requires their own soundbar, which doesn't allow you to do surround,
Oh,
and you can't override it.
Carl, looking at your collection reminds me of that funny Star Wars Saturday Night Live skit that came out right after I think it was Force Awakens, and it's like all the kids playing with the Force Awakens toys, and then it shows like the 30 and 40-year-old guys going, you know, and you can leave them inside the package. And they're like putting them inside like the cases, and the kids want to play. They're like, stop it, no.
Yeah, I play with mine. Not full on play with that. I repose. Like, matter of fact, the DeLorean is fixing to move somewhere. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I don't know if you can see that. There's the Back to the Future DeLorean right there.
oh, I see it.
So,
And you got all the are those the Ghostbusters right there standing up near the window?
Yep, those are quarter scale Ghostbusters.
Oh my gosh! You got Ed 209 and RoboCop over there.
Yes.
You got a few RoboCops over there.
Yeah, I have the pristine, clean one, the battle damage from the end of the show, and I have Murphy sitting on the very bottom. I don't know if you can see that.
Nice.
Gosh, that's so cool.
Those are all the figures they made, and then they discontinued the RoboCop line. Why, I do not know.
If I come visit you, would you let me touch them?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I don't care if people touching it. You break it, you bought it, and some of these are impossible to replace, more or less, unless you're dropping a lot of money.
So yeah,
Like-
this isn't all he has, guys. If he just turns the camera, you'll see another kind of astounding piece of.
Wait, are you serious? Oh my gosh!
Well, I was actually talking about the other direction in the hallway. You have two
Oh,
setups,
yeah, you want to see that? Yeah, let me turn on the hallway light.
two different franchises, one Lucasfilm and one.
I got Aliens Love. That's so cool.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh!
Yeah, so he has every weapon
From
made.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
Lord of the Rings. Nice.
He has Gandalf's hat up there. That's
Very cool. Is that Gandalf's hat or is that the sorting hat?
yeah, it's Gandalf's hat.
Are you
And to the left there,
Hufflepuff?
there's Indiana Jones's hat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I see Indy's hat.
Yeah, and the whip.
Dude, I like that there's a red carpet. I don't know why. That just makes it so cool that
I
there's
know, right?
carpet.
Yeah, I have that running pretty much straight through the house.
Oh, that's so cool, man. I'm officially jealous.
But
It almost
yeah,
looks
no,
like a booby trap hall, you know?
Yes,
that-
he does
I
have
have
those as
automated
well.
defenses that shoot anybody coming.
Yeah, he's not joking.
Yeah, but that Gandalf's hat is actually from Weta Workshop, made out of the same material as the one for the movie.
Nice.
So it's as screen accurate as you can get, short of ripping the one off of.
The guy, was it Richard Taylor, the guy that was the head of Weta Workshop? I met
Yeah.
him. I met him once at a convention because I was working for Decipher that made the Lord of the Rings trading card game, and it was really cool to meet him. I got him to sign a One Ring card. It's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Richard Taylor was at several San Diego Comic-Cons.
Yeah.
That would be a dream to meet him. I'm a huge Rings fan. And
Yeah.
Carl and I have talked about maybe trying to do a trip to New Zealand. Same thing with Colin. Colin wants to do
That
a
would be
possible
cool.
honeymoon to Middle Earth.
Yeah.
So
I know a couple. They got he proposed to his wife there at there in the little
in
Hobbiton there in New Zealand. I was like, way to just like show everyone up. You know what I mean? Like pay for the ticket to fly all the way to New Zealand and then do it there. Like that's just crazy.
Well, if you're really into it, it'll probably work. Odds are she'll say yes under those conditions.
Hopefully she does. If not, that would have been just a horrible trip. You know
Yeah,
what I
that
mean?
would be terrible if you're went all the way to Hopping Fire to go, yeah, you know what? You're too much of a nerd for me. I can't do this.
Yeah, that was the straw. That was the final straw. But I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan as well. And I know that Peter Jackson is also a huge Star Wars fan as well. So it's actually really cool to hear him talk about when he first saw Star Wars and everything. It's like, oh, that's, I don't know. Everyone,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all connected, kind of.
Yeah, fun fact, Peter Jackson was there when they shot the hallway scene for Vader and for Rogue One.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of quasi helped direct that scene. And also, I believe his editor from the Hobbit films and Lord of the Rings, J. Baz Olson, he's editing for Star Wars as well.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So, Carl, are you excited for tonight's episode, or are you just meh about it?
Well, I'm excited on one hand because I'm kind of hoping that they fix some of the issues that I personally have with it. At the same time, they're probably not going to do any of that, and so therefore, I'm kind of in between excited and
I got you.
It's one of those things. They're probably not going to fix anything that I took issue with. Because if they were going to do that, they would have done that 2 episodes ago, and they haven't. So that's okay. I mean, like I said, I like it as a standalone piece. I just don't think it fits into the overall canon at all.
I'm gonna laugh so hard. This goes back to The Force Awakens. Okay, so do you remember when The Force Awakens came out? We were all like, why haven't they shown Luke Skywalker in any of the trailers? Why haven't they shown Luke Skywalker in any of the promotionals? And it was really nerve-wracking. Opening line of the opening crawl of Force Awakens, Luke Skywalker has vanished. And I was like, I remember I looked at my brothers, I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense now. Like they just cleared it up right away. But then again, they tried to do it with Rise of Skywalker. Didn't really work out with the dead speak and the opening of the crawl.
That was just a bizarre opening crawl, though, because there was no suspense to it. It was just like, oh, yeah, by the way, the Emperor's alive.
But
well, I mean, we kind of knew with the trailer at Celebration in Chicago.
Well, I get that, but especially under those circumstances, you'd think that they would have come up with something a little bit more dramatic other than, hi, guys, I'm back.
The dead speak.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, it was just that was just odd. I thought the crawl. I mean, I knew that the Emperor was coming back anyways, even long before they the spy shots on it. It was pretty obvious they were going to go there. So I wasn't surprised that they did go there, but some people were. I guess I don't see how you missed that. Just like I didn't understand why people were so surprised that Rey ended up being related to the Emperor. I said that after watching Force Awakens. I was like, they're doing a switch. They do, the good guy's kid is the bad guy, and the bad guy's kid is the good guy. That's seemed pretty obvious to me, but
you're the smartest person I know, Carl, because I didn't catch that at all.
So that's what I thought they were doing, and then I kind of started to doubt it a little bit. And after Last Jedi, I was like, well, maybe they're not going there. But then it's like, oh no, they are actually going there. Yeah.
Fair enough, but I guess we'll see how they answer a lot of these questions that we all have for this last episode. Because I have a lot of questions of how they're going to make it all kind of flow together, and. Unless they're just going to be like, stay tuned for season 2. Like season 2 is going to answer all the questions.
Yeah, I hope that the rumors about the extended episode are true. I hope that wasn't just a rumor that caught fire big time.
We're in for a long night if that's the case. If it's
I know. With that said, guys, I got to get going because I actually got to go to bed so I can wake up and watch it a little bit later with no spoils.
All right, Kevin.
All right, Kevin. Thank you very much.
David, thanks for having me on. And Carl, it was good to see you. And James, it was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Have a good night, man.
All right, guys. See you later.
Till next time.
Till next time. All right. So let's just talk trash about. I'm just joking.
Man, Kevin's a really great guy.
Yeah, he stayed on the whole time. I was watching a little bit of the live stream, and but yeah, now we're getting to the final countdown here. So just
less than an hour.
This is where the fun begins. So
exactly.
Yeah. But no, I'm gonna laugh also if the episode is only like 32 minutes long.
I was telling you when we talked about that like 2-3 days ago.
So Carl has predicted this episode is going to be 38 minutes long.
I have a feeling you might be right. Like,
I'm hoping I'm not, but see, the whole hour and a half thing is predicated upon that a movie theater listing where they're having a special event for viewing with
which went nowhere. Like
with the QA afterwards, though, and the time frame given is an hour and a half. Well, it's not really clear whether they're saying that the episode is an hour and a half or if the event is an hour and a half. Meaning you watch the episode, and then there's like a half-hour Q&A afterwards, which means this episode is going to be the exact same length as all the others, which is going to be,
So was it accurate? Is there a theater in Canada that is showing all the show right now, including the final episode?
I don't think so. There was no like continuation of that
Yeah,
story. I
nobody
think someone
said
just photoshopped the heck out of it, and
Yeah,
I
like I said, so I don't know that there's actually anything to any of that.
I don't think so either.
Now, as far as storytelling time goes, they definitely need it, in my opinion. If you're going to wrap this up nicely, you're going to need more time. You can't just you can't do a 35-minute and here's an end credits roll. There's too much to explain at this point.
And
all right, so Carl has 38. What do you have, James?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna just one up Carl a little. I'm gonna say 43 minutes.
Now, are we talking with credits or like with intro and credits?
Yeah,
or
everything. So the actual minute time.
Oh, in that case,
that Disney Plus
be right at it's going to be right at 46, 48 minutes.
I think I think Carl's actually. I'm gonna say it's gonna be closer to 50. In that we're all going to be really excited, and then the show's only going to be like 43 minutes long, which is still a pretty good length for a Disney Plus show. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be an hour.
You know what is a little disappointing in a way. So Stranger Things part 2, season 4 part 2, the last 2 episodes have a longer runtime than the entire Obi-Wan show.
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't say anything about Stranger Things because I just started the 4th season of Stranger Things. And it's amazing, by the way. I just want to say it's really good.
Yeah, no, it's really good. The storytelling is good. The character development is good. They took their time. They let their characters breathe on screen. This is one of the problems with this Obi-Wan show is none of the characters got to breathe and kind of develop anything. They're just kind of flying by and something's happening and nobody knows why.
Yeah, the composers of the score for Stranger Things actually live very close to Carl.
Oh, nice.
Boston area, yeah.
That's actually really cool. I thought you were going to say close to me, but I guess nobody really lives close to me. Except I think everybody lives close to me, but
well, I would hope your wife does.
I can't. But did you see Rosario Dawson's Instagram post today?
Yeah, her shadow on the sand. I
was like, that's such a tease, man. Did you see it, Carl? So it's pretty.
No, because I don't do Instagram. So
good for you. That's really smart. It's yeah. There's a lot of things in social media that I know I shouldn't have, but I have it. It just takes up a lot of time. But no, she posted a video of her. It's just her shadow, and it's her in the full. You can tell she's in the full Ahsoka costume. And that was the only.
Did you see the Patreon that we recorded earlier today?
No, I did not.
My Ahsoka, my Clone Wars Ahsoka figure came in today. She's over
nice
there in the case. I can pull her out real quick if you want to take a quick gander.
Yeah. Why would I not want to see that?
Especially since she's actually like posed up now.
Yeah, he demoed the fact that you take the face off and there's a tool to move the eyeballs in whatever direction. Yeah.
So, just real quick, here's the Clone Wars Anakin.
Oh, that is sick. And it looks like Hayden too. Like that is.
No, I mean, these Hot Toys figures look like what they're supposed to look like. So there's that.
Oh, that is beautiful.
So there's Anakin. And
look how big the Vader bust is in comparison to Carl. He's a 6 foot tall man.
Jeez.
And look how big the Jabba is.
Yeah, the Jabba is huge.
Yeah. I actually took video of the unboxing of the Jabba that we can actually put up on Patreon too.
Ooh, that'd be good. I'd like to see that.
There's the Ahsoka.
Oh my gosh, that looks epic.
So
that is awesome, dude.
I like capes, and especially when they do the metal wire on the edges, so you can kind of put like dynamic movement to the cape. So it's like
yeah.
So
that's so cool, man.
Love this figure. Originally, I was thinking about doing the backhand thing, but
how she the pose, yeah.
But I was like, no, I think I'm gonna do the lightsabers unignited and normal way around. But if
Yeah,
you
looks
look
like
at the eyes, I did pose her eyes. I have her looking out to
dude,
the
that's
side.
a little too lifelike. Like
See,
I wouldn't
so
be surprised they started blinking right now.
I like the way that they kind of did a young version of Rosario Dawson on the face sculpt.
Yeah. I mean, she
So,
already looks the same. Like she's looked the same for the past like 20 years. So
yeah, I like it. I like all the Clone Wars stuff they've put out.
Yeah.
do
Because
you think we're gonna have some Clone Wars flashbacks in this last episode?
I'm hoping they skip most of the flashbacks and stick to telling this story because we're out of time. That's my biggest concern is we're out of time to tell a story. So kind of have to wrap things up here, guys.
Yeah, and if you do want to see the unboxing of that Ahsoka figure, of course, we have Patreon, and you can see content daily at Star Wars Stuff Podcast 2187 on patreon.com. So
And
make sure you check us out there.
yes, because David tries to put out an episode. Although this past week we were both under the weather, but
I
we
missed 2 days. 2 days
Yeah,
we missed.
2 days. But we usually try to put out an episode each day, and I try to join David, and we just have a discussion, just talk about Star Wars for like 30-40 minutes. And because there's always something to talk about when it comes to Star Wars. But yeah, I'm both excited and nervous that this episode will not go as we all kind of want it to go. And I'm nervous to be hearing a lot of the complaints from people after this. You know what I mean? Because I don't know, Star Wars fans are the most vocal about if they like it or if they don't like it. And it just kind of seems to me that not many people have liked Star Wars since the original trilogy. So, and then you have those fans coming up who love the Clone Wars, you know. So, I don't know, or maybe it's just the ones who don't like it are just louder than all of us.
Yeah, I mean, the louder, more.
I think most of the people that distribute all the noise, so to speak, are really the vocal minority. Most people don't care that much about any of it, to be quite honest. And then there's just silent fans, like most people are. And then you have a few people that yell and scream all day and get a bunch of attention and make it seem like everybody's upset when clearly nobody is.
Yeah, I've been hearing about this hostile takeover of Lucasfilm for about 3 years already.
Right.
You remember that, David?
They've been talking about ousting people.
Like they're like
forever.
Kathleen Kennedy is on her way out. You know, Favreau, Filoni have been having meetings, and they're gonna.
Bob Chapek is going to fire everyone.
Yeah, it's like
when it's maybe the other way around.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that cracks me up about the whole Kathleen Kennedy thing is like, look,
Here we go.
she's been doing nothing but print money for Disney. Do you really think that she's going to get ousted at any point when she's nothing but making money?
Yeah, exactly. She's made.
I mean, not to be mean to everybody who thinks that these movies are made for the fans, because they do say that at Star Wars Celebration. The actual answer is they're making these movies to make money. Okay, they don't necessarily need the fans; they just need people to show up at the movie theater.
And it's merchandising.
Yeah, right. So and I make no. I don't try to pretend like anybody actually cares about my opinion about Star Wars over at Lucasfilm, because they don't. I don't work there. I don't have any creative input on anything. So nobody cares what I have to say on that front. They just simply don't, nor should they actually care. In my opinion, they should listen even less to the fans and start listening to the creatives and let the creatives create.
No, I agree. And as much as I like the Rise of and I do like the Rise of Skywalker, I like all the Star Wars movies. But you can tell when the Rise of Skywalker came out, they did pay attention to what the fans were saying.
I think Rise of Skywalker is worse for them listening to the fans instead of just
telling the story. Yeah, just tell the story how you want to tell it. Don't give us a Kylo Ren and Rey kiss at the end, because it just doesn't make any sense at all. Right. Don't be like, oh, and Rose is not in the movie at all, and you're just like that. I don't know, but there's other things, of course, that they they listen to the fans about. But I'm with you. They should just tell the story. Look what George Lucas did. He just told his story. He told the
Right,
prequel
and
stories.
some people hated it, some people loved it, and that's okay. You're allowed to you're allowed to be a Star Wars fan and not like certain parts of it.
Exactly.
That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
But just don't.
I don't know where this just like people have told me plenty of times, "Are you not a real Star Wars fan?" Really, my living room would beg to differ.
Yeah,
Just saying.
if you like this movie, you're not a real Star Wars fan. It's like,
Right.
okay.
No,
I had somebody tell me that one time. They were like, if you like The Last Jedi, James, you are not a real Star Wars fan. And I was like, okay. It's like, so my whole life has just been a lie this whole time. Like, you know what I mean?
right. I mean, I don't know what that phrase even means. You're not a real fan. Well, no, fan is somebody who is a fanatic about a specific subject matter. It doesn't matter.
Like,
So,
I wasn't anti Clone Wars, but I was like, I'm not gonna watch Clone Wars. That's for kids. Like, and I understood that there's a whole generation of kids who like it. And of course, when I say
they're
kid,
Star Wars, yeah.
when I say kids, I mean Colin and Brooke and all of them. They were kids when that came out. But then when I watched Clone Wars, I was like, oh, okay, this is great. And then it hit me. I was like, there's Star Wars. There's something Star Wars for everyone. Like for y'all, for instance, y'all grew up, and myself kind of grew up with the original trilogy being the only trilogy that was it, 4, 5, and 6.
right.
And it was awesome.
I was the weirdo for the longest time that watched Star Wars once a week.
That's awesome, dude. I would watch it. My mother, and I think I told the story once, which was my mother had a blank VHS tape, and she was able to rip the VHSs to that one. And so I had all 3 movies on one VHS tape. So when the credits would roll, I fast forwarded to the Empire's done, fast forwarded to Return of the Jedi, rewind it all the way back, and then just start it again. And so,
The first version of Star Wars I had was all bootleg, and I watched that so many times that I wore the magnetic coating off that tape. So, because it rubs over that reading head, and after a while, it slowly kind of deteriorates.
Yep.
And then I got an actual legitimate copy, wore that out, and I got another legitimate copy, wore that out. So I had all these different because there was VHS copies that had the original posters on them.
Yeah.
Right. And then they had the re-release with the black covers where it was Yoda and
It was a story
Vader.
Yoda and Vader.
Like with the half faces.
Yes.
So I had those VHS copies, and I wore those out.
Speaking of wearing out copies, I have the original record here, and I wore this out to the point where it's like this now.
Oh,
You can see that.
Oh my gosh. That makes me so sad.
Yeah, stuff gets worn out.
But I the only VHS set that I had that was like the VHS set was a special edition one, the one that came in that gold package.
Yeah.
I got that for my birthday back in 97. And I was like, oh, this is the best. And of course, the only one I hadn't seen in theaters was Empire Strikes Back, which I don't know why. I could never see Empire Strikes Back in theaters ever. It's just I always miss that one. But no, I remember I got those, and I had the Jabba the Hutt toy that they sold during that time, and it was so cool. Like, I don't.
By the way, the Best Buy exclusive box set, the Skywalker Saga set, did anybody aside from myself grab that?
Oh, all 9 of them.
Yeah, like with art book and the whole 9 yards.
I don't know. I don't
think anyone on the podcast bought.
I had, because I have one sitting on the shelf.
I know I didn't get it because I bought them all digitally.
Well, I have individual copies of all of them in 4K as well, but
then I was like, I can't justify buying this.
It's a great package, though. Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, no, it's an awesome package, but I just couldn't. I don't know, because it was like $100 and something, like almost $200.
But it has all the special features they ever released for everything. You don't have to go digging back to the DVD set, and because there's special features on the DVD set that aren't on the Blu-ray set, that aren't on the 4K set.
True.
So what I like about this is all in one. Boom, here it is, done.
Yeah. I remember one of my buddies used to say, I'm not going to buy a Star Wars movie until they're all out, then I can buy the whole set. So I wonder if he did buy that, because when I saw that set, I was like, that's beautiful. That's so cool.
Yeah,
But,
it was a cool thing. When they announced it, I was like, yeah, no, yes, please. I need that. I bought Star Wars movies so many times over and over and over, because I have the DVD set, I have the Blu-ray set, I have I have all the 4K movies individually. I have that set. So why not? Might as well.
so it's safe to say Carl is a big Star Wars fan. Just gonna throw that out there.
I've never actually watched them. I'll be good.
It's like I just like looking at the covers. They're amazing. No, I'm kidding. But
I really want the Mandalorian on 4K on physical media. I
would love it if they offered it. I'd buy it in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah,
because the streaming is convenient. It's just not the same quality.
yeah.
It's not even close. I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's the same. No, it really isn't. I can attest to that.
I don't know. I don't think Disney's gonna do that though. I think they're just like it's on.
It'd be counterproductive for them to do it.
Exactly. Because get Disney Plus. You can watch our stuff. We're not gonna sell it to you that you could watch it whatever without using our stuff. So yeah.
Now they might do it for overseas, be in markets where it's not where they still don't have a streaming option.
Yeah.
They
True.
might make some physical media for those areas. They haven't yet.
Gotcha.
I know because I've checked. Because the second it does drop, I'm buying it from God knows. If I have to order from Timbuktu, I'll order it from Timbuktu. Even if I can't actually watch it, I'll still order it just to put it on a shelf.
Nice. All right, we are less than 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes out. That's exciting. Oh,
part one.
Joining up?
Yeah, Colin and Mason are going to join here pretty soon. Hopefully their alarm clock goes off.
So I could be like,
yeah,
that's how you do
it. We're gonna do a live reaction. I think Carl's gonna step away and watch his LG TV,
and I'm gonna step away and watch my TV. I'm not gonna say what kind I have. I'm gonna watch my TV. I'm not gonna say, but because nothing compared to Carl's TV. But
it's okay. I like it.
I was watching that show, The Offer. I don't know if y'all heard about it on Paramount Plus about the making of The Godfather.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. I'm not even done with it, and it's an amazing show. Very briefly, you see George Lucas in the background, and I was like, oh, that's good. Like, if you know who he is, you're gonna catch it. If not, it's just some dude in the background.
Like Beverly Hills Cop length, George Lucas.
And it was pretty cool. I was like, hey, there's George. I think it's Marsha also in the back. And I don't know, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been trying to see who else might be popping in the background of that show, just as far as guest cameos of famous people.
Of like which famous people they're supposed to be playing.
Right.
They do a good job though with the whole like, oh my gosh, that's Cher. Oh, that's so and so, and it's like, yeah, but it's better if you don't like. If it's there,
I just want to see somebody walk into the background and pause it and be like, "Who is that? Hold on a second. Let me rewind my brain real quick." And
that was me with Kenobi when R2 and 3PO were there, or not 3PO because they showed him at R2. The first episode of Kenobi, I was like, "That's R2D2." Like, why? Like, it was kind of shocking they didn't make a big deal that he was there. He was just like chilling at the party, and I don't know. I've heard some complaints. People said that R2 should be with Kenobi on this whole adventure, which I guess would be pretty cool. But
at the same time, how would that be possible?
At the same time, R2 would just get him out of a lot of.
Well, but R2 isn't with Kenobi anymore.
No, I'm saying because he's there in the beginning of the first episode. R2 is, and if Bail Organa went to go visit Kenobi, and he says, "I brought you a friend,"
or just the Bail was going to take him along. Here, have my droid.
yeah, like I think you're gonna need help. Here's the only person who could possibly get you out of every situation.
And then A New Hope.
And the
Alec
only
Guinness
character
says-
that knows the entire story at that. Because R2D2 is literally the only Star Wars character that has complete knowledge of everything that's happened in all 9 episodes.
Exactly, which is like I said.
And it would really not make more sense when Alec Guinness says, "I don't remember owning a droid."
Well, I always now of course with the prequels and everything like that, George Lucas was like, okay, how can I make this make sense? And he does say, I don't remember ever owning a droid, meaning R2D2 is not my droid. He's like, I know who he is, but I don't know. It's like he was playing
semantics. Yeah,
he was playing a lot with Luke.
But even in the movie, it does come across. At least I've always, even from back in the day, I interpreted that as him lying.
Yeah,
but that he knows fully well who this message is coming from, who the droid's coming from, and what this is all about. And I always thought that, and then I don't think there was ever any like, oh well, this is a plot. Oh no, that was always part of the plot. Is Obi-Wan knows where this droid came from.
Yeah,
that's how I always took it, because he kind of has that weird like smirk on his face when he's like, I don't seem to remember ever owning a droid, So I always thought that was a clear indication that Obi-Wan knows what's going on here, or has at least a pretty decent idea just by seeing the droid even before the message gets played.
Yeah, but then again, there also is there's that weird when he says, "Hello there, come here, my little friend. Don't be afraid." I mean, I guess you could still take it that he was like, "I haven't seen you in so long," type of thing when he sees R2D2 hiding. Because
but also that when he first sees him, he's standing in the corner in the dark, and he could be any R2 unit.
True, very true.
You can tell, like with the metallic blue panels, but once that's in the dark, it looks black.
And now George Lucas added that rock there, so now you really can't tell that.
Right. Well,
I love it, man. I love it. Like seeing some of those changes, I was like, wow. Like
some of them, you're just like, why?
Why did you do that? Like the rope around Han Solo's feet in Return of the Jedi. Whenever he's hanging down to save Lando, they digitally added that rope around his ankles. Because I guess the original one, he was just hanging there by his feet. So George Lucas was like, that's not physically possible. So I'm going to add a rope there to make it make sense.
Well, but,
everyone's like, it wasn't a problem. Like we never questioned it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that are in Star Wars that are not physically possible. Like the sheer amount of people who get stabbed by lightsabers and live.
Yeah.
By the way, I did look at that Vader fight again a little bit.
Yeah.
From the last episode, and the ending with him stabbing Reva. She should actually legitimately be dead because he stabs her through the chest.
Yeah.
He doesn't gut her. He actually stabs her straight through the chest, and it comes out in the lower back. So he's not only is he going through the chest, he's going at an angle. So he's inflicting max damage. She should not be alive. She should. That last scene that they show her, and she absolutely wouldn't be able to do that unless she's not human.
Yeah, I mean there's that possibility,
I mean, if she's not a human being with human anatomy, then she might be able to survive that. But a human would literally die almost instantaneously because you take the heart out of the mixture. Done.
My whole thinking is to them at Lucasfilm, it's okay if Darth Maul survived getting sliced in half and we brought him back and everybody was okay with it, we could do a couple of people getting stabbed through this. I'm pretty sure that is their logic.
Right.
Being stabbed in the chest and the stomach. Like,
but here's the thing. So a stomach wound is survivable. You can get stabbed in the stomach. People get stabbed in the stomach and live through that all the time.
Yeah.
So that's not that big a deal. people have been cut apart at the waist and lived and have been reattached. Yeah, they can't have no longer have use of their legs, but people have been cut in half at the waist.
Yeah.
And survived. So that's survivable legitimately to a human being. Now, Maul's on top of that an alien. We have no idea what internal organs are where.
Yeah, true. We don't know how his body structure is.
Right. So there's that. But so you know, for the most part, you can actually legitimately do a suspension of disbelief. But yeah, the Reva thing is unfortunate because, like I said, when you look at that, the lightsaber is going in through the chest at an angle, so it's gonna do so much damage to so many vital organs, and most importantly, lungs and heart.
But don't forget, the Bacta tank was still there functioning, so she's gonna survive.
Yeah, but like I said, that's
No, I know.
Instant kill shot. All I'm saying. Now on Anakin, for example, you know, Anakin burning up.
Yeah.
He's also the most powerful Jedi in the world. So that there he might actually, you can, because technically his internal organs are still intact.
Yeah.
Both him and Obi-Wan should have lung burns because they've been, you know, performing athletic feats over lava, which means your lungs are going to be burnt. Neither one of them should be able to breathe properly anymore. But, you know, that's minor.
That would have been an interesting thing they added to the Kenobi show, is that, you know, Obi-Wan Kenobi has weak lungs. Like, I don't know, that one just would have been an interesting little
that would have been kind of fun. But because they have the whole easy out with the Bacta solution where they can heal apparently just about anything.
Yes, anything, like everything and anything. No, I will say I liked in what was that? Light of the Jedi, the first book in the High Republic. One of the planets they're trying to protect is the planet where they actually grow the Bacta like plant, and I thought that was really cool that they introduced it there. It's like, we just discovered this plant can cure a lot of things, and I was like, that's actually really cool that they did that. But
I'm gonna let my dog in real quick.
You do what you gotta do. But all right, less than 20 minutes. Oof.
Yeah, I'm checking the website right now. Disney Plus.
It's not there yet.
Not there yet. I'm looking at it on my MacBook Pro, and it's got every episode in line. The first part was 56 minutes. Second part, 42 minutes. Third part, 48 minutes. Fourth, 39 minutes. Fifth, 43 minutes. So the first episode was 56 minutes long. That's the longest episode. So I think this next episode is going to be in the 50 range for sure. But exactly how many? Maybe I'm thinking 52.
52 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see. We'll see how long it is.
Yeah. Can you really believe it that we're here right now at this part of time, about to see the last episode of Obi-Wan? And it kind of flew by kind of quick, right?
Flew by very fast. Like,
especially with them doing the double opening, and then 3 days later, essentially doing the 5 days later, but doing the third episode. So you got 3 episodes in under a week.
True.
So that kind of accelerated that show quite a bit. By the way, have you guys watched Miss Marvel?
I watched the first.
Watching.
Yeah, I really like that show.
I think it's great.
It's well written. Apparently they're very accurate to Pakistani culture, which is very respectful of them in this case. I mean, I have no exposure to that, so I couldn't tell you whether it's accurate or not, but it kind of seems that way. But apparently it's the worst performing show on Disney Plus. Which I'm also not surprised by. It's a mostly unknown character. Aside from a few nerds like myself, nobody knows who Miss Marvel is. So there's that. Then you have the fact that she's Muslim, which automatically is a bad omen in the United States for some odd reason. I don't understand. Yeah, anytime somebody's, you're Muslim. Oh.
Yeah, they
Matter of fact, there's a very, very pleasant billboard on the side of I-35 and when you're driving from Georgetown into Round Rock, I believe, that says something to the extent of, "Hey Biden, buy oil from Texans, not terrorists."
Jeez.
Yeah, I was like, they actually put that up? I mean,
Somebody paid for that to go up.
well, I understand that somebody would pay for having that put up, but it's an incredibly bigoted poster. And if I were the company, Lamar does most of the road signs in Texas. If somebody approached me with that, and I'm working for that company, I'm like, nah, I'm not putting that up.
Yeah,
That's just beyond. Like some of the religious signs that get put up, I'm fine with that. That's somebody's belief system. That's okay. Yeah, at least you're not directly insulting somebody or an entire group of people. That sign is insulting. I'm embarrassed that got put up.
No, me too. I think that was that just sounds insanely just not appropriate for anybody to be reading. But like I said, I like the show. I think it's a really, really great show. It's entertaining. I like the concept of it. And I heard that Kevin Feige said that they may actually have an Avenger Con. Like there are rumors that they might do something like that. So I think that'd actually be pretty cool. Like,
yeah,
I believe we spoke about that a little bit on Patreon Daily. Because Reed Pop handles all the major cons right now, and it's like if Disney can have their own convention system and have virtual queues and avoid people from waiting in line and kind of wasting their time in lines and utilize the technology we have now, Disney could have their own operation, and they could even outsource to C2E2 in Chicago and New York Comic Con and all these other places. Because I mean, you just make a company that's even a little bit better, and I mean it's going to be a vast improvement from what I think the current system is now.
And they're actually going to have a Comic-Con here in Cedar Park now.
Yeah, I think Billy D. Williams and Corey Williams will be there.
I believe you are correct.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about going there because it's literally right down the street from me. So
just walk down there with your scout on.
Yeah, I don't know
about Celebration here. It was like, might as well go. It's right there.
Right. Yeah,
it's pretty nice. But actually, I think I'm gonna head on out, start getting ready. We're about 12 minutes out. So sorry, I'm not gonna be able to join you for the full on live reaction. But
are you gonna be on for the after?
If I am up to it, yes, I will jump on afterward. Okay. Is it gonna be up? This link still gonna be there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then yeah. If I'm still,
same with me. I'm gonna check out once the other guys get here because I don't want to let David sit here by himself twiddling his thumbs because that's rude.
Well, I know David can entertain, but it was good seeing you, Carl and David. Great seeing you, and maybe I'll see you afterward. All right. We'll see how this show goes.
All right. See you in a bit.
See.
And there he went.
Yeah, we might want to give Colin a wake-up call because it's getting kind of late here.
Yeah, might just want to do that because he's got officially 21 minutes, but you can probably catch it in the next 11 minutes, or that's when it might start populating for people. So
yeah, I've been checking the website to see if it's actually going. It looks like someone on Facebook awake him. Someone really wants to get Colin's reaction. So yeah, I just sent him a text right now, and it hasn't been seen yet. So we shall see here. And I'm going back to the official Disney Plus website to see if it's up yet. It's not up yet. But
yeah,
like James said,
I'd be highly surprised if it dropped any time before 10 till.
It's kind of felt like sometimes their strategies have been to drop it kind of unsuspectingly early so that the servers don't get hit all of a sudden and
Yeah,
struggle
even though-
possibly.
Yeah, even though it's not really a server issue for the most part. What people tend to forget is that, yeah, your local ISP has a lot to do with that. Because if there are too many people in your area hitting the local router to be sent over to Disney Plus's website, and yes, your app on your TV and your Apple TV and so on and so forth is still hitting the website. It's just a different interface. But yeah, when everybody's trying to hit the same IP at the same time, a lot of ISPs can't actually route that traffic, not in those quantities. That's what happens with the movie tickets, for example. Like everybody's like, well, how is it that AMC can't sell anybody in a ticket? And well, they can. AMC is just fine. They have more than enough capacity to sell people tickets, but your ISP can't get you there. Like the last couple of Marvel movies I've had, when people were reporting that they were not able to buy tickets for Doctor Strange, they weren't able to buy tickets for Thor. I had no issues. I got tickets for Dolby, which there's only one screen in town that's a Dolby theater. And I not only did I get tickets for it, I usually get tickets for my perfectly centered seat in the front row. So it can't be that big of a problem for AMC to sell somebody a ticket. So that's clearly not the issue. But whatever.
Yeah, I remember stories back in 2015 of people buying tickets for The Force Awakens when the websites were going down. They were just saying, just go to the movie theater and buy them there. And it's like, oh yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah,
but for someone like me that lives in a small town that wants to go to a big theater, I mean, that's kind of a drive. But luckily, I think we were all able to secure tickets for every single one of the new films. And yeah, hopefully we get that Taika film next year. I'm really hoping for that to happen. I hope that Lucasfilm doesn't miss that slot in December 2023. And then 25.
I doubt it. I think, in all honesty, if Taika didn't think that he can hit that window, I don't think he would be staying, because he hadn't said anything about it. Him personally, but now all of a sudden he's stepping up and saying things about it. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure he has a pretty good idea of what he wants to do and how long it's going to take him to do it. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that show is already cast. They just haven't announced any of it yet, but I'm pretty sure at least the major roles for it are already cast. Whoever is going to be starring in that.
So there is a rumor that dropped today that I think everyone's kind of talking about. Actually, Christian Harloff dropped it. He says a credible source notified him that Cameron Monaghan has been approached to play Cal Kestis in live action.
Right.
And here is our fourth guest of the night, Josh. How's it going, Josh?
It's going well.
Yeah, I just realized that was you saying, wake him up.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I was like, should I give him a call or not? And it would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's awake. He hasn't really looked at his phone. Haven't gotten a message.
Yeah, you might want to actually call him so that the ringer goes off.
Josh could actually physically go to his place and shake him awake.
So. drive like 15 minutes away, like, bro. Let's freak him out. He's there with. Yeah, he's there with Mason. So Mason's coming as well.
So there's two people there that have the opportunity to wake up and actually jump on the stream here. So Josh, I heard you bought a new house?
Yep, I am. This is currently what my background change. Yes.
Nice.
I'm here now.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah, it's definitely different. And then now my internet is now set up on the ground, on the floor, in the corner. Yeah.
That's how it always starts.
Oh, Josh, by the way, this is my good buddy Carl. Yeah, I don't think you've met yet.
This is an insane background.
Yeah, that's his wallpaper. That's not real. He's got a blue screen.
Yeah, sadly,
really?
No, sadly it is all.
It's all real.
Sadly, it's all real. Oh, let's see. one day.
It's real, all of it.
Yeah.
So, Josh, what have you thought of the Kenobi series so far?
It's funny. I truly do believe that I've seen a lot of the beats on this thing from Fallen Order. There's a lot of the same beats, like,
Yep.
and I would say, like, I don't know if that's kind of like I fake spoiled it for myself, but I feel like I did. Like, I really enjoy it. I love the acting. I think for me, I wish, I feel like we probably could have used more. I don't know how long this. Do we know how long this newest episode is going to be?
There's a rumor that it's going to be like really insanely long, like an hour and a half. But I mean,
yeah, it's depending on how long this last episode is. I just wish we got more than just 6 episodes. But I mean, it could stick the landing very well. I just feel like for people to be properly satisfied, some big reveals or new things need to pop out. And I don't know if it's just because I've like played Fallen Order, but a lot of the beats I'm like, because I'm like, someone people I've heard of this like, yeah, that new planet looks amazing. I'm like, I've seen it. Like, yeah, I've seen that. It's like Inquisitors. I've seen those. I laughed when he caught Leia with the Force when she was falling off, and I was like, that's just like Fallen Order. Wow.
yeah, and the scene where Obi-Wan is swimming underwater to the Fortress Inquisitorius. I mean,
exactly.
He uses the same method to get in as Cal Kestis does in the game.
And right when he dropped in, we were talking about the rumor. There's a big rumor out there now that Cameron Monaghan is going to play Cal Kestis in a Disney Plus series.
My goodness, please. Yeah, and then like they break the glass of the water in the water.
Yeah, that hallway scene that's in Jedi Fallen. Yeah, that whole episode was my least favorite episode out of this whole show because it was so unoriginal and so unbelievable to me personally that it completely took me out of this whole thing. It was just I don't know.
Fair statement. Yeah, definitely for me, I was just kind of like, wow, I have seen this before. But I mean, I'm appreciative of that we are getting more live action content that is new for people that haven't seen it.
Right. Because and you know, like I've always told people too, is I'm not discounting other people liking it. If you love it, great, good for you. I just have my issues with this show. And we'll see if my issues get resolved. If so, that'd be great.
Colin is awake.
Yay!
Is he awake now, or was he awake the entire time?
He says he just got set up.
Oh.
So he took it to the edge there. But yeah, I'm on the website right now, and I don't see it up yet.
Yeah, I just checked the app on my TV a second ago, and it wasn't there yet. Matter of fact, I'm loading up Disney Plus again right now. You can probably kind of sort of see it through the banners. There it is.
Yeah, I want to see this rematch of the century here.
Yeah, I want to know what they mean by that.
What's up, Colin Mason?
Hello.
Bright suns. Very
not
early.
as bright suns, actually, really
early bright suns.
Oh, more like dark suns.
All right. Black hole sun won't again.
You guys missed a great live stream. We had Dominic Pace, Josh Robert Thompson. It was pretty epic.
I thought you weren't going to start streaming until 2.
No, we started at 11.
Central Time. You told me Central Time, David.
Yeah, started at 11 Central Time. We've been streaming for almost 3 hours now.
You know 11 Central Time is
midnight your time.
Yeah.
Is it?
You're an hour ahead of us.
Oh, cool. Well, awesome. I'm glad we had Dominic Pace and Josh Robert Thompson on. That's cool.
It's up, by the way.
What?
Episode 6 is up.
What's the link?
How is it? Nice.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you right now.
Look it up now.
I'm trying to do math, but it's too early in the morning. My brain's not working.
It's not up on my website.
54 seconds.
Okay.
How long?
So it's exactly the same length as all the other episodes.
Are
How
you
long?
shitting me?
50 minutes, 54 seconds.
Darn,
50 minutes.
That is unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate.
So that is what I kind of expected.
Very disappointed.
All right, you guys want to do a
Wow,
group
yeah,
watch on this?
Well, I can't really watch it from back here because I'd have to look through the glass case. So I'm gonna punch out while this is running.
All right,
And,
we'll see
then
you
I'll-
after the show.
Yep, I'll be right back as soon as it's over, which will be in a flash apparently.
Okay. All right. So it's 51 minutes.
See you guys in a couple minutes.
See ya.
All right. All right. Cool. All right. So the action-packed special event finale, 51 minutes long.
California is 3 hours behind us.
Yeah. So Central Time.
Yeah, so Central Times would be like an hour behind us, which means that 11 would be 10 our time, I think.
Oh.
You're in the
Oh.
future compared to Texas.
Dude, this is way too early, man. It's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm not gonna. I can't rack my brain over this. I'm wasting precious.
Oh, you got one of the
energy.
new cups. Oh.
This is the way.
Damn right.
Yeah.
He has spoken.
Okay. All right. We've got the episode pulled up. Just let me know when we need to press play. But on our end, we're all set when you guys are.
All right, everyone at
Synchronize
all
your
zeros.
watches, gentlemen.
Yep, I'm at 0 seconds.
All right.
All right.
Guess, yeah, hit play now.
All right, 3, 2, 1. There are certain
Well,
scenes in
there's
the
the
fictional
warning.
series that. Okay, well, I guess we're getting more Order 66 stuff.
It's the effort of setting up a siege cannon if you're just going to cut through the door with a lightsaber anyways.
No.
That's so much manpower.
No, ITS.
We're caught in a tractor beam.
All right.
My wife is sleeping. You gotta be quiet. I'm sorry. I just got so excited to do my Lieutenant Beck
I know.
impression.
I told Brooke already. I was like, there's a chance that you might hear some like happy screams, and it's gonna happen, and you can be mad at me later. But I'm just letting you know.
Sorry in advance, Brooke.
Tatooine.
No one stops the Star Wars Stuff podcast.
Never.
Not even our spouses. Besides, this is Colin's house anyways. It'll be all right.
I don't know what that
I don't have any
means.
stake in it. If he gets kicked out, it's fine. If I get kicked out, I'll just go home.
How long until we get the little droid like thing as like a little like thing on your shoulder? Bet you it'll go to California first.
So They're actually already selling it already.
In
from
California?
Hasbro. Yeah, you can pre-order it. Actually, it's not a Disney thing. It's more
Umbrella?
Hasbro. Yeah.
Do we have a droid designation?
Tatooine.
Yeah, we got that llama thing.
Excuse me. Hey, Jawa, it's nice.
Oh, geez.
Wow, rude.
Wait, isn't that the guy
Is
from the
this the
first
guy?
episode?
Yeah. The boss.
Can you turn it up a little bit?
Me.
Oh. She made it back.
Uh-oh.
Is that good?
Yeah, it'll do.
Oh God. See, well, I called it. I guess we all did, saying that she was going back to Tatooine.
Looking for a what?
How does she already get back to Tatooine and they're being
No.
chased right now?
There's obviously a time jump.
Ooh, the music.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, classic. I once lost Vader. Okay.
How do they get out of this one?
Oh, it's almost like episode 8.
If they cared that much about getting Kenobi, why did they send one Star Destroyer?
Well, it's because Darth Vader's on it, so he's like, I have the power of all this. We don't need all this Star Destroyer.
Fair.
Gonna have to board.
Oh no.
What he's gonna help?
So waiting for him to do a face like his dad does.
Oh yeah. Oh the.
Straight at it.
That was a Nikto.
I was gonna say, how many Nictos have we seen on screen?
It's probably
They
the same
probably
one
have
in
a
different
bunch left
shots.
over from Mando
That makes sense.
and Book of Boba. What?
Okay.
Obi-Wan Kenobi and Lola.
What is that haircut on?
Here we
that?
go.
Look at.
Oh my god, those mutton chops are glorious.
It's Luke.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
This is not Fast and Furious. We're not family. Chill. My gosh. Oh, we know you live.
There's Leia with her legendary attitude.
Okay. I just don't think that bond has been very made clear yet.
Yeah. My brew.
All right, bring these kids to a crisp.
That's 10 years way too soon, pal.
Oh no!
No, you don't know. They clone them and bring them back to life so they can do it again.
Wait.
What chance? It's a really pretty shot of their home. You're not.
Okay.
What training do you have? A cycler rifle? Okay. Oh, like
It's sawed off.
really?
Let's go.
Oh my god.
You're going against someone with a lightsaber, man. You have no training, unless they keep it canon where Owen is like Obi-Wan's brother, and then he's force sensitive, and then
That would be cool. That would be really cool. That would be so cool.
Owen's like, no, and he pushes her back. It's like, whoa.
Reveal.
Man, I guess he doesn't listen to Yoda.
Wow.
What is that?
A holster?
Oh, is that Padme's like blaster holster? It is, yeah, for her like little silver one.
Right, but I don't think that's exactly Padme's, though. Unless somehow Rogan got, I don't know.
Could be one of many. Padme was literally always strapped.
Actually, oh, I will. Don't worry. I'm in A New Hope. I'll see you in 10 years.
There it is, the lightsaber.
Is he gonna get hit with force lightning, and then that's gonna age him?
Oh, please, for the love of God. It doesn't end today.
There's Qui-Gon.
He's about to throw the ride. Say it. Oh, darn it. I thought he was going to be like, may the force be with you.
Oh, very nice music.
I wouldn't doubt he shows up in like the Andor show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was what? Where did that come from?
Don't give yourself away.
Shut up
That
before
Grand
I stab
Inquisitor,
your other
I'm a
stomach.
happy man.
Listen, I could make so many jokes right now that only Josh and Nathan and I would understand. But I'm not going to. Ah, the Transcends.
Binary Sunrise? Question mark.
Oh no.
Yeah. Don't you know this kid bullseyes Womp Rats with his T60?
Back asshole.
So he's got a Tusken Raider.
So that escape pod looks like that shit.
Is that an escape pod or is it just a secondary shuttle that was attached to the primary one?
It reminds me of the escape pods they have on the First Order ship.
Ooh. Pretty.
Very pretty.
Where are we now?
Rocky Canyon.
It must be Mustafar being fixed.
Look at those crags.
It must be Mustafar, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Being fixed.
Well, it technically is being fixed right now, isn't it?
It's
Right?
like Castle at this point.
Wouldn't it be being fixed right now because of the game? Vader Immortal?
Possibly. From what we saw, it looked like his castle was intact. Oh, he took Lola.
Lola's on the case. I'm calling it. Lola single-handedly defeats Darth Vader. That's my prediction.
Just flies up, explodes.
Yeah, and
Pulls out the little drill.
Oh, boom.
and then Jar Jar Binks shows up and goes, Ani!
You never know.
Asa hasn't seen you in a long, long time.
You so gotten
Oh,
that's so
God.
big.
How are they going to explain this one? I'm so curious. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It's just funny because Owen, Aunt Beru, Luke, and Obi-Wan, we know they all live. So it's like,
Yeah, I don't think she's there to kill him. I think she's there to just not kill him.
Send a message.
Be like,
Is he the real one? Is he the real chosen one? Yes, I believe so. Oh, okay.
cool.
I will defend him. Then Darth Vader comes, and then they have a fight, and then
Then we
he
will
dies.
both be avenged.
Here we
Oh,
go.
look
The
at that
fight.
Lambda class shuttle.
The rematch of the century.
What a beautiful shot of that ship.
Let's go.
I don't know if I've ever gotten such a nice shot of a Lambda before.
Oh my god, bro. Let's go.
That's really nice.
We got 20 minutes of fight.
Yeah.
Kiss.
Oh, that moon in the background. Oh my god.
That's sick.
Oh my god.
Cinematic.
This is gonna be nuts. Again. Ooh.
Oh.
Yay!
Oh, he's so mad, bro.
So good. Fight, 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 fight.
Don't ruin the moment. Let him fight. All right. Well, we can tell that he's got his.
Yeah, they're back to back.
Yeah, they've got his mojo back. Oh, bro.
No. No.
1 year later,
It's
they're
like,
still fighting. Some legends say.
Dang.
so
Are we about to find out if it's canon that slug throwers can like separate and go through lightsabers?
So they don't have lasers. I believe cycler rifles are just like actual bullets, and they actually you have them against. All right, well,
How did you
lasers.
miss?
Well, it sure
How
is
did you
laser.
miss?
Why? Why
The
are
farmers are not
rifles
fighters.
lasers? I'm so confused.
Well, it might not be a cycler rifle. It might be just a different rifle. We were wrong.
kind of looks.
Yay! Yes.
Oh my god, the music.
Dang, bro! Wow. This is beautiful.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, he's got the high ground.
Ooh. He's gonna bury him.
Is that really how you want to win, though, Vader? Is that really how you want to win? All right, I'm calling it. This is
Qui-Gon.
Yeah, that's where he talks to Qui-Gon. Oh, come on. He wouldn't have just left him in the rocks.
I don't know. That does seem exactly like the dramatics that Vader would do.
They really just undid her hair just to be like, yeah, she's scruffy.
Oof. The ex-Grand Inquisitor. What are you doing here?
Oh. Ooh.
Oh.
I would be terrified to like run during the night in Tatooine. There's just so many creatures out there.
Oh man. So many things that can go wrong. We're not even going to talk about Tusken Raiders.
And meanwhile, we have young Mando and the Tusken Raiders learning sign language. And all of a sudden, Luke's just running past them.
Like we see it in the background of campfire.
Yeah.
Doo 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 doo.
All right. Talk to Liam Neeson, please. Ooh.
No, Obi-Wan.
That speed.
Okay, so now I know his drive is Leia and Luke. That's his
My man
motivation.
said, no way.
Oh, the fight continues.
He's like, come on, bro. He's like, what?
We still got 10 minutes left.
He's like, didn't I bury you already?
Oh,
So good.
That was Anakin's move. Ooh.
That was a clean move.
Oh my god.
Let's go. That's so legendary, bro. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
dude.
Rock him.
Poor Vader.
Poor Vader.
Oh my gosh. Bro.
Look at this man getting bullied.
Dude. Getting bullied. You know what Vader's done, right?
Of course I know what Vader's doing.
I don't care. No.
Rip.
Unfortunately, I think the last episode is where Reva's story should have ended. Cause to me now it's it's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like we understand.
Yeah.
We get it. I'm so curious on how that plays out, though. I want to see a battle damaged Vader.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Is he gonna beat him down and then feel really bad for him again? And then be like, nope, I'm not killing you.
Ooh.
Oh. Whoa.
Undo his
Man.
face. I want a little face, please.
Dude, Obi-Wan's back, bro. I bet Anakin's so mad right now.
Yep. Knew it. I knew it.
Oh, wait, dude. We've been waiting for this for such a long time. Like, since Force Unleashed.
Oh, that shot.
Uh,
So cinematic.
he's going to be so mad.
Those lightsabers are beautiful.
Oh,
There it is.
it's Hayden. Oh, my gosh. Oh, bro. Oh, shoot. That evil's. Oh, my gosh, dude. That's terrifying.
That's really
Look at that. Oh,
Oh,
my God.
wow.
Ruh-roh.
There it is, Josh. We were talking about this moment.
Dude, they did such a good job, bro. Look how evil he looks.
I hate you.
Oh my God. Look at that. He's so oh my
That voice is so unsettling.
wow. Okay. So he just leaves him.
Revenge is not the Jedi way.
Clearly.
He went to kill Anakin, and
On
now
Earth.
he realizes that Anakin is already dead. All right, we're gonna get some payoff, or is it gonna just immediately appear on Tatooine to save him?
Oh, he's sensing it now.
Making the jump to light speed. Jeez, poor Luke.
He's probably so confused.
Yeah,
He's probably like, dude, I'm no one.
Who is this woman?
Okay, well, he's knocked out, so he's not going to remember the lightsaber, so that's good. Oh.
Confirmation?
Oh. But you have no reason to do it, though.
All I'm saying is that your weird morals, third sister, haven't stopped you from doing this kind of
No.
stuff before, right?
She has no reason to. Oh man, Owen's gonna be so mad. He's gonna be like, I knew you had something to do with it.
It's okay.
Why?
He's up at what is it?
I want to know. I want to know her motives. I want to know. It doesn't make.
What is it? Tashi Station? He's just picking up some power converters.
He just fell and hurt himself. I'm not actually that bad of a person. Sorry, guys. Here you go. Here's your kid back.
Obi-Wan, teach me the ways of the Force.
After chasing that poor kid through the desert and throwing him down some rocks.
First off, I thought Bail Organa was supposed to go there. He's not dead. He's not dead. Relax. He's in 9 more movies.
And The Mandalorian.
And the Book of Boba Fett.
And the Book of Boba Fett.
He's just like, I don't understand. This whole night was pointless.
I like how much love they're actually showing this kid, and it's just so funny they get absolutely torched in the next time they show up.
How much time is left on the episode?
Enough for Cal Kestis to pop up.
So, another hour. Nice.
BD1, what planet are we on again? Shh.
You're not bad as Anakin, nah, dude.
Maybe now you're a good person.
I just feel like she's gonna pull a Kylo moment. I don't know why. And then they have a fight right here.
If they fought right here, it would literally just be The exact same Darth Maul fight. No, thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
You don't like that?
No, I'm just so confused. Her story was just from Inquisitor back to Jedi. No, she's done with Jedi. She's done with the Force, I think. I think all she wants to do is move on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mustafar. I know that place. Castle.
Oh, yeah.
I know that place.
Liar.
Wow.
I don't know why. Okay.
Roblox.
That can't be it.
I was
gonna be so mad. I was gonna be like, no way.
Alderaan?
Yeah.
Question mark? A more live action Alderaan.
My family loves me.
Now, no more running off into the forest so you can get kidnapped.
Okay.
Okay, Dad, sorry.
Oh, look at her. She's getting ready for her diplomatic arrangements by herself this time.
Wow, she's all grown up. I guess going
service
across the
necessary.
galaxy, getting kidnapped and almost killed, really changes perspective.
And a blaster holster.
Okay, you know what?
Cool.
I got a feeling that is Padme's.
It's like a pseudo little uniform. That's so cute.
Aw.
Small
Oh,
child.
is that Obi-Wan?
Love those outfits.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Nice. Aw. Seeing him and Bale together.
Oh. On the sands of Tatooine.
Is that the... Oh, no, I was wrong. I was like, is that an Outrider ship?
That would have been cool. Well, go talk to my old master.
She's like, I think you should sleep. Oof. Oh, never seen.
Aw.
Oh, it's really sad. Oh.
Aw.
I like that she has Lola and the blaster holster.
Aw. Later, nerd.
Binary Sunset. I want him to go back to Tatooine and at least find his hut. If we don't hear from Qui-Gon by the end of this, I'm going to be saddened.
I would be surprised.
Were those Alderanian guards using new weapons we've never seen before in Star
Stick?
Wars? Oh, he is wearing his old. Oh, look at that! His old tunic. Is it still tarnished? Does it have the burns in it? No, it doesn't. Just go over there and drop it off. It's a nice bag. He's finally moving out of his apartment. Oh, fine. I'm so proud of him. What, he's just going to leave the big box? Landlord put the rent up this year. Living in caves is just too costly. This is what's happening to
Oh,
society.
dude, he's going to be so mad at him. Oh, he's got like his costume from the comics.
Aw. Yes. Oh no. We are running out of time, bro. I'm afraid that we're not gonna hear him.
Good luck.
I would be so pumped if like the last words of the show were like Obi-Wan's on his thing, and then you hear Qui-Gon say, Obi-Wan.
There he is.
Yay! It's just a mirage, I swear.
Nope.
Shit. Obi-Wan's hallucinating. Star Force. But how did he achieve that? Shh.
I told you he's gonna be in the show.
I was gonna be so mad if he
So
wasn't. I was like, that would make no sense to me. Okay.
Cool.
So very.
How's it gonna say Obi-Wan will return?
I would be okay.
That'd be so
Okay.
funny.
So,
Oh man, I can't believe it's over.
all right. Season 2. Do you think it's gonna happen? Like, be honest. Like, do we actually think season 2 is gonna happen?
It's kind
Yes.
of a toss up for me. I feel like they definitely could do something with season 2 if they wanted to show like Obi-Wan's training in the Force or whatever with
I
Qui-Gon.
could because of right now the rumor is like there's gonna be a spin-off show of Reva, and I'm gonna be like,
Are you
Yeah.
serious?
yeah,
No, thank you.
yeah.
Ta-da!
Welcome back.
So what do you think, Carl?
I mean, as I expected, they didn't resolve anything. There's still a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense with the original trilogy.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean,
well, clearly Carl's expectations weren't met, but
well, I mean, here's my thing. So they didn't resolve the last time I was but the learner. That clearly wasn't a fight between a learner and a master. That just that clearly wasn't that. So that comment doesn't make any sense. So that's one problem I had. Then you have the Leia message at the beginning of New Hope. Still doesn't. It makes even less sense after this episode. Because now he actually told her, hey, if you ever need help, why don't you contact me? And so you're going to send the you once served my father in the Clone Wars message instead of, hey, Obi-Wan, I need your help.
Well, she says it at the very end of the message.
But,
She addresses him at first as the general. Like, he's like, I need the general. General.
but she doesn't know the general.
Yes,
She knows Obi-Wan.
Well,
she like probably like
I mean, the thing is contextually, it doesn't make any sense.
So yeah, why would she say that instead of "You once saved me from"?
Right, exactly.
And
It's
this
like, hey,
person.
when I was
Stop
a child,
talking
you
cryptically
saved me
and
once. I
just-
need your help now.
Well, they kind of explain it in the episode. Obi-Wan basically tells Leia on that landing pad that no one can ever know.
yeah,
But
she-
nobody does know. There's a message from her to him.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know,
but
but
this
she
is-
addresses him like she doesn't know him.
until but for me the comment doesn't Leia's message to Obi-Wan at the beginning of A New Hope still makes perfect sense to me. Like I said, because she addresses him as the leader and that we need you now because it's starting to get real. We need the general to come back. But then towards the end, she says, this is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. She doesn't say general. She addresses him by name. And for me, it feels like the first half is her like the call to action. I need the general. We need him back. But then toward the end, she's like, okay, this is me telling you you're my only hope, Obi-Wan Kenobi, because she knows he will be there for her. He will go to help her. So for me, that I don't know. I never had a problem with the fact that they knew each other beforehand. And I don't know, for me, it makes more sense. And of course, whenever Luke says, I have Ben Kenobi here with me, and she gets like, Ben Kenobi, where is he? Like, you know that she knows who he is, and she's excited that he's there. And she's like, who is this kid coming to save me when Ben Kenobi's here? You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it is one of those things. But then here's the problem with all of that. The only problem I have with all of that is after Ben dies, Leia's not as sad as you would think.
Right. I mean, her reaction is that of somebody who doesn't know the person who just died.
But then again, her reaction to her whole planet blowing up is still like her whole planet blows up. Her parents die. They have a brief shot of her sad, and then they just carry on.
Yeah,
like, it's the same thing with Kenobi. They just have a brief shot of her sad with Luke, and then they just carry on. So maybe that's the way Leia boards. So
the thing that I don't like about it is that it's not a clear story. It's like, oh well, you can kind of interpret it this way. Well, that's not good writing. That's bad writing.
Star Wars has always been like that. It's never been clear.
Yeah, but it's not. But you'd think that they would have figured that out by now.
No, but the beauty of Star Wars is that it's constantly being written. There's constantly more stories being plugged in to make it make more sense. Like before Clone Wars, there was a lot of questions we had with the prequels and with the original trilogy. That in the Clone Wars, we were all just like, "Oh, that makes a lot more sense now. Oh, this makes more sense." Mandalorian's doing the same thing.
But with Clone Wars, I would agree. They explained a bunch of stuff, and it makes a lot more sense. Now, this didn't do any of that. This didn't make anything make more sense. It was just filler that for the sake of filling, not for the sake of explaining.
So here are my things about the episode and right now it's probably between Qui-Gon and Reva. For Reva's story, because it didn't end, I don't know, because of as great as the character is and everything, her story was just so conflicted, and I don't know if a series is going to do well because of, I think she wants to be done with the Jedi. I think she wants to be done with whatever she was doing with the Sith Inquisitors.
They're giving her a show.
I think they will give her a show, but I'm just like, what's the plot going to be like that? And she's a great actor. She is a great actress, but I don't know if a show can hold on its own.
Yeah, that is the thing about Reva. Like, what is the point of her story? What is the message that her story is trying to tell? So far, I'm getting a lot of mixed signals.
Yeah.
Well, they just said it at the very end, where she was like, did I become him? And he's like, no, you didn't, because you showed mercy.
Right.
Yeah, they gave her a complete arc.
Yeah, so that was her arc. Was she kind of had the Luke Skywalker moment where she was, when Luke is about to kill Vader, and he's like punching, he's like hitting him, then he just kind of stops and realizes, oh man, I'm this close to turning into my father. And then for Reva, it was her approaching him. I'm gonna kill this child, and she's like, holy crap! Like if I do this, I'm just like Darth Vader.
Well, right. But
what was the motivation behind all that? By the way,
exactly, she had no motivation. It didn't.
Yeah, why did you want to kill Luke?
All of her family was killed in front of her during Order 66.
Yeah, but she doesn't know who this kid is.
Yeah.
There's no story.
Oh, wow. I know this other kid. You know what? I just learned his name. I know where they live. I'm just gonna go and
I'm just gonna kill some random kid that I know nothing about. That's her plan. Well, how does that help her friends that got murdered?
If she had known that Luke was Vader's son somehow, that would make
she wanted to take revenge in any way possible.
But revenge on whom? On some random
Vader's kid. On Vader's kid.
She doesn't know it's Vader's kid.
Are we sure about that? Because she got the message from Bell and she put it all together in her head.
Yeah, he says children, Luke, Tatooine.
Right. Yeah. But again, she doesn't know Leia is his daughter. That didn't get exposed. Or if it did, then her reaction to Leia in the interrogation room didn't make
She
any
probably
sense.
put 2 and 2 together though, because it's
That's
like
a
people
bit of a
are,
reach to want to murder somebody over though.
there are a lot of people that know that Leia is not truly their daughter.
Well,
So I figured, if she put together that Luke is.
So now, if the story was supposed to be that she wanted to take revenge on Obi-Wan, then that might make sense.
But her target was never Obi-Wan.
Well, exactly. That's why it doesn't make any sense, because there's no link from Leia or Luke to
There
Vader.
there is a link. The whole message that she gets from Bail, she hears it. He says children, and then he says protect, everything like that. She's like, okay, children, what is this all? She puts it all together there. Yes, it's a stretch, but that scene explains why she knows who Luke is and why she knows who Leia is at this point. And now it doesn't matter that she knows who they are, because she's not a part of that group anymore. Now she's got to go off on her own. So her knowing who Luke is at that point makes sense to me, that she knows this is the son of Skywalker. I know who this is. And she,
especially since he's conveniently named Skywalker.
I mean, well, yeah, obviously. And how do we, and like Kenobi, Ben Kenobi? No, it's not the same Kenobi. I got to keep searching for other movies here. That's always bothered me. But
there was also something that I have questions about, and that was what the Sith Inquisitors actually go through to become Sith Inquisitors. Because obviously, they have to be exposed to the dark side, and normally that's done to torture and breakage through the Force or whatever. So if Reva was so easily turned, or never really fully turned to the dark side in the first place, what does that say about the Inquisitorius and the chance for other Inquisitors to be turned to Jedi?
Well, I mean, just like what Vader even brought it up in the last episode, which was, you thought I didn't know, you honestly thought I didn't know what you were doing, youngling.
Yeah.
For me, he always knew, and for me, he knew that her motivation for all of that would help him get to Kenobi. So, and of course, get to Kenobi, then they can kill him and everything like that. So, the whole Inquisitor thing, that's I don't know. I've had questions since Rebels, what the process was for them to become Inquisitors, because they haven't really.
They haven't really gotten into it much, only at that Fallen Jedi, essentially. But
I think that which Josh will probably agree with me, but I think that Reva had a very similar story to the second sister from Jedi Fallen Order, except she lived. That's the only difference, between that, because at the end of the second sister's journey, you are seeing her being okay, you know what, I don't think my actions have been great so far, and then Vader comes up behind her and then takes her out. And then in this, she survived the fatal wound twice, though, not once, twice. So I'm just curious of what the motivations going forward is going to be for Reva if they continue with it. But right now, my biggest thing is I love seeing Qui-Gon back. That's wonderful. That's great.
That's good. Long hair and
but
everything.
at the same time, he never completed his Force training. He never completed his training of becoming a Force ghost. So how are they going to explain that? Because the whole arc on the Clone Wars of where Yoda, here's Qui-Gon and he ends up going to Dagobah and all that stuff. Liam Neeson played Qui-Gon in that. So and there's a line that he says, if I remember correctly, saying that, I got killed before I could complete my training of becoming a Force ghost. And then it's okay,
who's to say he can't complete the training?
Yeah, he can
in the
and Yoda says at the end of Sith that Qui-Gon figured out how to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But how could he do that from the? Okay.
I mean, all we know is that Yoda specifically says the Qui-Gon, your old master, figured out how to how to do this, and
the Shadow Realm.
When did we see Qui-Gon as a Force ghost? Rebels or Clone Wars, or no? We haven't.
Nope.
No,
it was just a voice.
We did see. Okay, we did see Qui-Gon in the Clone Wars as a Force ghost, but that was on Mortis, and that's different because that wasn't really a Force ghost. It was more of their
like an illusion.
Yes. Yeah. Because they also saw like an older version of Ahsoka, and then Anakin saw his mom as a demon, and he was just like, well, like what is going on? So but yeah. So that's my biggest thing. I was was expecting Liam Neeson to show up, right? But I wasn't expecting him to show up as a ghost. I thought for sure it was going to be like a voice, and then that's it, because he never completed his training. So that threw me off, and I think it will throw other people off as well.
Colin, I'm going to say I called it. I think you're going to be the only person who says they didn't want to see Liam Neeson in the show.
I'm not saying I didn't want to see Liam Neeson. I was
think he was going to see them. And see, I posted that on Facebook, and people started arguing with me about it. No, he didn't complete his training. It's like, well, he complete his training after he's dead. I mean, he's an entity that can do crazy things. I mean,
there are just things about the Force that
no one knows
about. No one knows about.
The Force works in mysterious ways.
And aside from that, what was in the script. So
yes, Carl, it was in the script. Okay.
But all I'm going to say is I enjoyed it. I thought this last episode was really great, and overall, I think the story that it was telling, starting with where Obi-Wan was at the beginning to where he is at the end, I think it was told very, very well. And I'm sad it's over. I wish we had another episode or two, and I hope we really do get that season 2. That's all I'm going to say. Like, I really hope we get the season 2.
That fight with Vader was legendary.
Oh
yeah, that was.
Oh my god!
The fight was cool, but at the same time, it seemed a little bit over the top. Kind of like the yanking the ship out of the sky was a little too much, too video game.
I will say that
was the whole point, though.
I don't know, that's Vader's whole thing, though, right? Like everything Vader does is over the top.
Yeah,
I feel like
but
that's always never
he's never shown to be that strong. He's strong, but
right. But that was that was 10 years down the line.
The planet and rocks seemed a bit over the top too.
So, as
they're younger men as well.
There's also a lot that
I think it's cool that they're showing that he's still as reckless as he used to be, and
that part is
basically letting his anger get ahead of him. And I was like, cool. I'm glad that we get to see that. It's just like him just absolutely going all over the place,
and like is a part of it them not having shown Vader being strong because they didn't have the technology to do it at the time, and now we do.
Yeah, but again, that comes down to writing, which I don't think the writing in the show is very good. It's not terrible. It's just kind of mediocre.
Yes, that.
And we all kind of predicted that. We predicted seeing Hayden underneath the mask.
I think that was done well. It was very haunting. It was so haunting.
Yeah, I love the voice changing. That was pretty good. That was.
I know that name.
And one thing I love is hearing him call him Darth. Like, they made it make sense now. Is that he calls him Darth? And I tried to explain it to somebody because they're like, it means Dark Father. I was like, no, Darth was a legit Darth Vader's name in episode 4. Like, George Lucas wrote
Dark and Vader. Yeah.
His first name was Darth, his last name is Vader, and that's why Obi-Wan only calls him Darth in A New Hope, because that's his first name. And then then when the prequels came out, it was like, no, that's the title before the name. And then so I really liked it in this, that they finally had Kenobi come to that realization. Oh, well, then, like he said, my friend is truly dead, which is a great mirror of what Luke says to him later in life, which is that my father is truly dead. And I thought that was a really cool moment that he just says Darth. And I was like, nice. This
There
is
were a lot of callbacks in this episode too. And
a lot of good music cues.
Yes, a lot of the music cues.
Like the turns it up a little bit too.
Yeah, The Empire Strikes Back comes in there at the beginning when the Falcon's escaping. I was like, there it is. And I'm not gonna lie, I teared up whenever Leia's theme started to play. When Kenobi's telling her about her parents, I was legit choking up because I was like, that's freaking.
I think Carrie Fisher would have loved her. I think she would have been over the moon about the actress that is playing the younger version of her. And that casting is perfection. Like I thought that was done so well. I don't think like it was like, oh, like this Leia is not good at all. Like she is phenomenal.
Now the good thing is that actress has what 2 or 3 movies on running right now, like in production.
And she's an executive producer on one of them. Just I'm not lying. She is an executive producer on one of these movies she's going to be in. So all power to her, man.
We did not get it. All right. So my thing with Luke, it was great to see him, but I don't think they did him justice as much as I.
What did you want?
Yeah, I did. I didn't particularly care for that kid that played.
He says like one line and it's still bad.
Yeah, especially when you compare it to the little kid that plays Leia and how articulate she is, and Luke is just kind of.
Luke also didn't really have that big of a part to play in the story.
Yeah,
but I'm talking about line delivery and actually believing him being scared. For example, when he's running away, he doesn't look scared. He just looks like he's running. One is a legitimate actor. The other one is just a kid that gets told, "Hey, run across the screen this direction."
Yeah,
I thought he did pretty good. I mean, he's a kid. I mean, I get it because
I would have to.
No, I get it.
My problem is that you managed to find one really excellent actor, and she can carry a story, and the other one really can't.
I don't know.
I think the issue is that he didn't get enough screen time.
I don't think he got enough screen time for us to.
Maybe.
So
that's what I was going to say.
We can't really judge it off that. I was saying I just wish that Luke had more of a story. I wasn't really bashing on the actor. I was more saying like Luke was just there.
What would have been good for you to have that would have been included for Luke? Like, did you want? What did you want?
I would have loved to see more young, hopeful Luke, and kind of more reminisce of what we saw of Anakin from Phantom Menace, like of that like kid that's like, hey, I can do anything, if I put mind to it. I just wish we had more like
I would have really liked to have seen Luke deliver one of like young Anakin's classic lines. I think that would have been like a really good service to the fans. It would have been really funny to see like that part of Anakin in Luke, like see his father's like genes or influence on him.
Oh, well, Craig was there. No, he's
really
not.
Good scene.
No, Craig.
Yeah.
And I would like to know more about if they could have included any sort of cameo of like Luke working on the droids. Would have been
they showed
him like building that experience.
I just think there was a lot to unpack. I think there was a lot going on. I think that because there was a lot going on that there were just too many storylines to try and figure out, which they figured out some of them, but there's a lot of stuff open. I think, all right, so here's what I would want out of Reva's story. Don't have her go into her own series. Have her go into Jedi Survivor. I think that would be a great like tying into the Fallen universe, because of the Kenobi series had so many tie-ins into Jedi Fallen Order. Why not put one of the characters in the show into Jedi Fallen Order, and then that way then she can have more, story time and have her story more developed, because I don't think like her series would do well. Like,
I was gonna say I don't think with what we've gotten from this character thus far, anybody's really interested in seeing a show about her.
No, I just don't think her series would do well. I think she would be great as another character in Jedi Survivor, but I don't think she would do great as
right,
a
or
character
for that
series.
matter, in any Star Wars property, if you just have her kind of like as a sideline character, like for example, you know, if it's one of the future storylines that you're in, just have her be a shopkeeper somewhere, because she clearly wants nothing to do with this Jedi thing. Okay, cool. Have her pop up as a smuggler, shopkeeper, whatever role you want to choose for her, and just have her do cameos. That would be perfectly fine.
She could turn into the Saw Gerrera of this little timeline, who shows up every so often to help out.
That would be.
I wouldn't doubt that she shows up in some like Cal Kestis
But
thing.
I never thought that she was gonna get her own show.
I didn't get that sense in general. I don't think they put enough importance on the character.
They set her up pretty well for like you were saying, Colin, for her to show up in other projects, other properties, books, even, and hell, season 2 of Kenobi, she could pop in there. I'd totally be okay with her showing up somehow, some way.
Speaking of Inquisitors, really quick, I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation, but like, can we see the Grand Inquisitor or anyone from the Inquisitorius do anything else but stand around and look really menacing?
They just stood around,
get punked on by young Jedi.
So
around and
here's
looked
my thing.
big as you could possibly think. It was beautiful.
I kind of wish they would have picked a different actor other than Rupert Friend. Because he's too pretty.
As much as I love the Inquisitorius, like what is the point of the Inquisitorius? Like the Grand Inquisitor is supposed to be this sort of like big bad villain of this time era, and the only thing we've seen him do is get murdered.
Yeah, but
constantly.
His plot line is still like, this wasn't that story. That story is
of course,
like,
and it wasn't. But they were in it, and there was a point for them to be in it.
Yeah, just to show you that
we should have seen something more than them just walking around.
Yeah, but if they weren't there,
so many big characters like that.
Yeah, but okay, I think David's
if they weren't there. You would be like, well, where were they? And it's like, well, I mean, they're you're right.
I think that the problem is more that they did this in 6 episodes instead of doing it in 12 and actually telling a story about all these characters.
That's definitely true.
They should have actually told us the story of who these people are, because you don't really know.
Yeah, I don't think about the Inquisitors or anybody.
Anybody in the show, all the characters are grossly underdeveloped because you're rushing the story along to try to get somewhere.
I was really hoping for some type of Maul cameo, like in some capacity, because of. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? So of just like I've said this so many times, like in the past podcast, I'm not talking about an interaction with Obi-Wan and Darth Maul, because at this point in the timeline, Maul doesn't know that Obi-Wan is alive. Like he has no idea. But I think that just, him being in a cell on Nur, and then, of the Inquisitors are being like, what do you know about Obi-Wan Kenobi? And then he would just go crazy and be like, why are you asking about Obi-Wan Kenobi? Is he alive? Is he alive? And then cool. and then you see that obsession develop more.
Dope ass post-credit scene. Like that would have been
that would have been really cool.
It was right there, man. It was right there. They had it.
Like taking about that like back to stuff.
No
and then, like,
post-credits. Nothing.
Yeah, no post-credits. Nothing.
I'm really surprised. I thought they were going to say Obi-Wan will return.
That's what I said.
And that's what David was saying too. Yeah, no
odd movies. James Bond will return.
I think the different thing about season 2 is like,
I think they're playing it safe. I think they want to make sure there's a story there before they say it's going to return.
Yeah.
I don't think they've written any of it, so therefore they're not going to say anything.
I think if Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau take the reins in the second season, I think that I think it would be crazy. I think it would be completely nuts. I think
but you can't have them fight again.
Well, no, that's not. They're not going to be fighting. I think we'll have another. If they do another season,
like Liam Neeson would star.
Liam Neeson, Vader will not be in it at all. Yeah. I think if you're going to do season 2, you do not have Darth Vader.
And that's hard to do. How do you tie a series together and not have them together? People will be.
I will say, like, as to what Colin said about like Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau taking over. That that's no discredit to Deborah Chow. I think she did an amazing job with the series. But Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau are very meticulous about tying up loose ends and making sure that everything connects, right? So
yeah.
So it wouldn't
but
be. I
Deborah
don't think it
Chow
would be
also
a
didn't
bad
write
change.
this, so
But
she
What?
directed it. Deborah Chow didn't write this; she directed this.
right.
Right, but
So,
imagine
and
this being like fully under the reins of Favreau and Filoni, though. Like,
because those are the two people that like Disney's like, okay, you can change a lot. Because most
Yes.
people leave Star Wars projects because they can't do what they want to do. And I feel like those were the two only people that are allowed to actually change the way they like with directing and script writing. They could be like, this is how Star Wars needs to be. And they've already proven themselves. So they're going to be like,
Oh, yeah.
like, okay.
And plus Favreau, I mean, Filoni's there. You know, Filoni's pretty much George Lucas, you know, now, you know. So,
yeah,
of course they're going to listen to him. But like I said, and like Craig was saying too, to do a season 2 of Kenobi without Vader would be very, very difficult. But I think there's enough story there to where they could possibly make it work. They could bring in other forces. They could bring in another threat, and they could have Obi-Wan go on a different adventure. Maybe bring in Ahsoka. Maybe, you know, something like that.
Yeah, you can still have Vader in the show. They just cannot meet.
They
You can
can't
still
meet.
continue
It could
Vader's
be-
storyline.
it could be a
It's
lot of,
just two
like-
separate storylines.
it could be a lot of like right person, wrong time with that series. Like let's say Obi-Wan does something that affects Vader in the future or affects Vader in the past, like, and we see Vader showing up to the aftermath of what Kenobi causes and being like, I know who did this. I presume that would be a lot of the show.
There's probably going to be a
I
Vader
would have
series.
preferred if they had done that in this season, actually, to have Vader be one step behind and show Obi-Wan being smart enough to outsmart Vader. But
Here's my biggest thing. Like in episode 4, obviously he's like, Obi-Wan is still alive. It's only been 10 years. It's not like he's like super old. You know what I mean? Like, I thought they needed to do something where it made it look like Obi-Wan died at the end somehow.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right? Because now, like, why would he think he's going to die of old age? He's like in his 50s. He's not like really old.
Exactly.
I think that they should have had something happen where
Force lightning.
thought he couldn't have survived or wasn't likely to have
Well,
survived.
and I thought for a second they were going to go there and just leave him buried under rubble, and Vader leaves and thinks he left him for dead. I thought that's what they were actually going to do, and then
Vader's gone too.
I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought the fight was going to have to really increase, and
Yeah, I'm with Craig on that.
really glad they did the scene, obviously, with the helmet, because that made sense.
that was so haunting, bro. Like of the actual lighting of the lightsabers, like on his face, and then Hayden jumping from like James Earl Jones. As soon as we saw that fight scene happen in Rebels between Ahsoka and Vader, like that mirrored that fight so much. But the entire time that fight was happening, I was like, I want to see this live action. And sure enough, we finally got battle damage to Vader. Especially after the Force Unleashed games, like as soon as that game came out and you know he was all damaged and everything, that's what people have been talking about for years. Like, how cool would it be to see like Vader like live action, like battle damaged? And people are like, oh, there's no way that we'll ever get that, because you know at this point they're done making the movies and all that stuff. And then sure enough, you know, years later, you know, we've got Hayden in the suit. You know,
Never say never.
That was the best part. I mean,
it was incredible.
Unbelievable.
I was going to bring this up earlier, but how wild is it that we get to like talk about A New Hope again as if it's a new movie, or like now that it's like relevant?
Yeah, true. We could kind of go back into it and discuss it and figure out how this show affects it. And I don't think it affects it. I don't think it negatively affected A New Hope at all. I think it still holds good with the timeline of what we're gonna get.
I'm not egregiously offended by some of the loose ends that they tied up.
No.
I like the series more than I disliked some of the flaws.
Yeah.
I love
overall.
The series.
That's my.
I like it as an Elseworld story. I don't think it fits in with the rest of it, but that's okay. It's a good story by itself. I don't like it as part of everything else.
Craig, what did you say? Your microphone cut out right there when you were talking.
Oh, I really liked the story overall. I really, really enjoyed the show. In many ways, more than like even Mandalorian.
Yeah, one of my friends just messaged me and they told me they liked it. They liked this finale more than they did the other, the Mandalorian finale. And I was like, all right.
I really love all the fan service that we got within this episode. That is one thing.
I think there was one big
did very
mistake.
well.
Why did they not play Duel of the Fates? Like, was everything
all the other?
Well, why didn't they use more traditional Star Wars music throughout?
I guarantee someone will make an edit where it will be that fight, and they will be playing like the Anakin versus Obi-Wan theme or the Battle of Heroes because it's so classic. But I will go with something with what Josh said last week, which is we kind of got spoiled, like of that feeling of like we are getting spoiled because of seeing Liam Neeson and like seeing he and McDermott come back is like
it's so good.
It's just a huge throwback, and it's like deja vu because it's like we never thought we would ever see Liam Neeson on screen again either. Like, and after all these years, and you know, sure enough, he's on screen and he's like, "Hey, come on, we have a long way to go," and then they just walk off and into probably Beggar's Canyon.
Vanishes.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, wow, well, that just happened. So
I did think that
so
Palpatine looked a little bit off, didn't he?
Yeah, Palpatine looked a little weird.
Different makeup.
The makeup was a little odd.
This is his first time having that makeup on. Like they're trying to have it like he shows up and
so as much as I would love a season 2 of Kenobi, I think it would be great if like it tied into like which David was saying for a bit, which is a Vader series. And I think if we mainly focused on Vader in that, and because if we saw, you know, Obi-Wan kind of deal with things in his own way, how cool would it be to see it from Vader's side and like it's mainly like the dark side story? Because it's like you are now going to be rooting for the villain. You will want to know why Vader is Vader in this. And I think, you know, that would be a great way to maybe, you know, be like, hey, we have found Reva, and then we could see the Inquisitors in action, like full out, and I think that would be great. But I think a season 2 of Kenobi would be very interesting.
And it was mentioned, I know we had brought this up that we like, how could we do a season 2 of Kenobi without Vader? But I think that's what I want is a season 2 of Kenobi without Vader.
But that's
or
what
at least with just small cameos of Vader. I think it would be really cool. If not only we got our own second season of Kenobi, but we also got a Vader series, which followed that, and then they like intersect every now and then. I think would be really cool.
Before we go on, I'm gonna have to leave, guys. So y'all have a great night. Keep going. Right. May the force be with y'all. Y'all have a great night.
Okay, James.
Thanks, James.
Be safe.
I just don't think you could have. I mean, it's not as exciting when you know they're not going to fight. You know what I mean? But how can they? They just can't keep fighting over and over again.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, we all want to see Vader like in his prime, just going at the other Jedi that survived Order 66. You can still get those awesome lightsaber battles. Just doesn't have to be Obi-Wan Kenobi.
It's not like we have to see Vader fight Obi-Wan in particular. It's a lot of really cool moments in the comics where Vader is just going ham on a bunch of rebels.
Right. There's only two Force users that we know that can actually go up against him in this timeline at this time, which would be Ahsoka and Obi-Wan.
And Ahsoka's already fought Vader, so that's probably not going to happen.
So that's what I'm saying is unless like every other battle is going to be like, I'm dead. Like they're immediately going to get nuked on by Vader. I don't think there's really anyone at the moment in this timeline that can do it.
There's one part of the story that really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, you know, Vader is going around just killing everybody. Why don't you just kill him? I felt that should have been addressed somehow, even if it was Qui-Gon saying he will bring balance, somewhere to remind him like to leave him alive. Like, you know what he's doing, you know what he's killing and he's capable of. Why would you let him continue to do that?
It was interesting because I know that he had been saying Anakin so much, like he had to go and finish what he'd started, like Anakin, I gotta go kill Anakin, blah blah blah. And then he gets there, and then he gets basically told that Anakin, like that's not his issue anymore, and it's not his problem.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
I thought
like,
that I thought that was a little. I mean, we know that he obviously doesn't kill him, but because he can't. But as far as the internal logic of the show goes, you would have thought that after realizing, oh well, if you're not Anakin anymore, then I might as well just finish you off. That would have been the logical conclusion within the story itself. But then he just kind of walks away.
That's my point.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I agree.
I think had they just acknowledged in some way that he is still the chosen one, or that Qui-Gon still believes he's the chosen one, that, okay, now that's like why he doesn't finish him off. Like, otherwise, why would you let this lunatic go around destroying the galaxy?
Exactly.
I wonder if it was a thing about like Obi-Wan trying to understand his place in the Force and in all of this like grand machination.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now, like if like people find out that Obi-Wan had the chance to take him down and then he didn't, it would be like it really would be like
Obi-Wan is go.
Yeah, it would be like Obi-Wan is responsible for like now Obi-Wan is even more responsible because of on Mustafar he thought Anakin died, so it was like okay, boom, but now he actually let him go this time.
Yeah. Well, it's not the Jedi way, guys. It's all about defense, not offense. So
okay, well,
Vader stood down.
Well, but technically,
it's not that Vader stood down. It's like because he was so weak.
He was ready to keep fighting him.
Yeah.
So
all
really,
well, he didn't go on the offensive, and Obi-Wan didn't go on the defensive. So,
so we're also going to be doing a full breakdown later today, but I do have to get to work. So, bye.
Wait, how do I show all this stuff off? I don't know how your computer works.
There's a power button on the
like this.
Oh, I'm gonna catch you guys later. Thanks for the episode.
How
the Force be with you.
Colin.
Good luck.
How's it going, Josh? May the Force be with you.
So is the consensus overall that everybody really liked it, David?
Yeah.
1 out of 10, I would give the entire series we talking right now.
I meant this particular episode.
I would say like an 8.2. I mean, like you said, I expected to see Obi-Wan left for dead and the Empire think that he's dead. It's done. Let's move on. We don't have to worry about him anymore. But now it's like they have Obi-Wan still alive. I mean, it's I guess Palpatine doesn't really
concerned by it. He didn't.
Yeah, but Vader's the one that gave the impression in New Hope that he's dead.
Right.
Just like Tarkin said, flat out says, "You're the only one left out of your
ancient religion." Yeah.
Right. So that's why I thought it was a little odd that they didn't do like the Obi-Wan fakes his own death, whatever, or stays down and Vader just assumes he's dead, which would have been a reasonable assumption. You put a half a mountain on him, so that would have been a reasonable assumption to come to, even though he should be able to feel the fact that Obi-Wan's under the rubble using the Force to not get crushed. So, it's a little. Like I said, I like this as a separate piece. I don't like it as a part of the whole. I don't think there's too many little things where you kind of have to do the. Well, yeah, but they could have kind of sort of meant this. No, but that's not how you tell a story. You don't leave interpretation, this broad of interpretation spots open where you have to kind of, they just couldn't do it. Well, they could have done it. They just chose not to do it. That's kind of where I'm at. I on a 1 to 10 scale for the show as a whole, I give it 6.5. It's not bad television. It's just not a great piece of overall story arc. I don't think.
I would give it. I honestly, I'd say it overall. It's probably an 8.5 out of 10 for me. I really enjoyed it. I've watched all the episodes probably like 5 times each, and I really have enjoyed it. And I really liked what they did with Reva or however you want to say your name. But honestly, I thought the last episode was the weakest for her story. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I thought last week she was fantastic. And while it was good, it just felt like a little bit of a letdown to me. That's my first reaction to it. Maybe if I watch it again, I'll enjoy it more. But I really enjoyed what they did with her last week. And, you know, being a youngling that, you know, I thought that fight with her and Vader was just great. I mean, he just toyed with her. It was,
Yeah.
I agree though. Last week I liked her character quite a bit. I didn't understand what on earth she was doing this time around. Like this episode, that didn't make any sense from front to back to me.
yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, yeah, she wants to get revenge. She knows her son, and then, but yeah, it just felt like that's where you're gonna go with this. I don't know. Just
yeah,
right angle to go with, and now you're gonna leave her alive. Like it just, she knows about. She know Leia's the daughter too, or.
Well, she would have to. If you want to make the point that she knows that Luke is Vader's son or Anakin's son, then by default she would have to also assume Leia is his daughter. But I don't see how you would logically even make that connection, not based on the information she has. I mean, that's not that was not. At least not well established that she knows anything. It was just kind of hacked together, and here you go. And now she's going after. Like I said, the only way that this makes any sense to me personally is if she was trying to take revenge on Obi-Wan. If she's trying to go after to hurt Obi-Wan, then the revenge, because he kind of screwed her, you know, because he did use her as a pawn. So I could have understood that portion, but if this was supposed to be revenge on Vader, then that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Technically, he did use her as a pawn, but whether she knew that or not is yet to be seen.
She knows that after the fact. I mean, then that's pretty obvious after the fact that Obi-Wan
from her eyes, Obi-Wan, the deal was that Obi-Wan left her behind so that she could take revenge on Vader and deal with Vader, right? Because she figured she could do that herself.
He manipulated her into doing that. Yeah, he used her to buy them some time.
But does she know that that was part of Obi-Wan's plan or not? Is the question.
Well, isn't that pretty obvious at this point? After the fact,
after her.
After her, and I mean, all the people took off. She's left it bleeding in the sand, and Vader, and she never even had a chance to do anything.
Right, but she got what she wanted. She got to go after Vader. Like that. I mean, that's been her whole life's goal, was to get to that moment.
No, I understand that, but after you're lying in the dirt and you look at the situation, the logical conclusion is Obi-Wan screwed me. Yeah, Vader kicked my ass, but Obi-Wan used me.
Well, I don't see that, Carl, man. He literally tried to kill her and leave her for dead twice.
Obi-Wan also had more important things to do to get those people to safety. Like Obi-Wan's goals, Obi-Wan's motives are completely separate from hers, and I think he made that very clear.
But you have to also take into consideration Vader even tells that. You know, looking at it from a evil character, you're gonna try to pass blame on whoever screwed you over. Did Obi-Wan actually do anything? No, he just pointed her in the direction he needed her to go. He didn't actually do anything. But it's not like he was the evil guy here. No, he wasn't evil. But Vader even tells her, "Oh, Obi-Wan was wise to use you against me." You know, so Vader reinforces that thought of, "Oh, Obi-Wan screwed you." Yeah. So that, like I said, from that perspective, I could see her go, because she has very, very little information. All she knows is Tatooine, Owen, child or children. That's it.
Look, Carl, I think that, you know, her entire motivation was to get revenge on Vader. So, right. I mean, he literally tried to kill her as a kid. He killed all her friends.
Right. No, I understand all that, but what I'm saying is, with the information presented in the show, she doesn't have anywhere close to enough information to make the connection to, this kid on Tatooine is in any way, shape, or form tied to Anakin, because they never actually say Luke Skywalker. If they had said Luke Skywalker in the message, I'd be like, okay, well, it's kind of obvious, but they don't. And so that's a problem. Now, could she have eventually figured that one out? Yeah, by asking who what his name is, but that never happens on screen. So since that never actually happens on screen, she goes straight from from there to Tatooine to now for some reason murder this kid. The only motivation that would make any sense in correlation is she knows that Obi-Wan's tied to the kid. Yeah, she has no connection to Vader, but they the way they tell the story, they tell it as if she knows that there's something to Vader, but she doesn't. That was never given. We know that, but she doesn't. That's why I'm saying that it's not well written. There's a logic jump there that's missing.
But sometimes characters can infer pieces. You don't need all the information to infer it. And she was clearly, the way they wrote her character is that she was always like 3 steps ahead. I mean, in every episode, she was always 3 steps ahead. She always had a plan. She always knew what she was doing. She was always, you know what I mean? So,
I didn't see her as ever being ahead ever. She had a plan, but none of her plans actually worked.
Well, she captured Leia and drew Obi-Wan out from the first episode. She figured out that there was a correlation between Obi-Wan and what's his name there, Bail Organa, and used Leia
which is also
Obi-Wan out.
One of my weak points that I've been saying from the get-go on this show is Bail Organa is now a traitor to the Empire, openly out in the open. He's been exposed as that. Why is the Empire not bombarding Alderaan now?
Because the Empire still isn't quite strong enough, and there's still enough sympathy in the Senate or whatever. I mean, we don't want to go back into fucking politics of episode 1. Sorry, but the F-bomb. We don't want to go back into politics again, Carl. Episode 1 was painful enough dealing with trade negotiations and trade routes. So, they're not,
That's what kids love, though.
Huh?
That's what all the kids love, though.
I know. That and stepping in poopy.
Hoodoo.
Yeah, I mean, for one, I think explaining where the galaxy is at this point politically would probably be a pretty good idea, because
I think they kind of touched on it in this episode. Didn't they mention about the Empire's growing? And
well, they say that at the very, very end, but that would have been information that would have been nice to share at the beginning of the show, not at the end. Again, poor writing. You need to set up your story. You need to explain to people where you are at. What is the environment you're telling the story in? Because that's never established. They go through this entire thing, and at the end, Empire's kind of weak. Okay, well, that's not the impression you gave at the beginning of the show. At the beginning of the show, it's supposed to be this big menacing thing, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh no, they're just getting started.
No, they said they're growing and they're getting bolder. If I remember.
Right, which means getting started, because that means you're not at full strength. You're not. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. That doesn't compute.
Well, it computes to me. I mean,
and that's fine. Like I say, and that's cool that it works for you. I'm just saying it doesn't work for me at all. Like the way this story is told it's out of order, and it doesn't really work that way. That's not how you tell a story. You need to that's why they make establishing shots in movies, where you establish the environment that you're going to presenting to people. If you're shooting a movie about a wildfire, you're going to show a wide establishing shot of the forest that's about to catch on fire first. That's how you tell a story visually. You explain to people where you're telling your story in, regardless of what that is, right? And then you tell a story with the established, items that you want to use. But you don't fill that in at the end after you're done telling your story. Nobody knows what exactly the actual circumstances for the story to even work are.
I mean, I think you're being a little hypercritical about that. I mean, we've all seen 11 Star Wars movies and 650 TV shows at this point. We know
right, and I've criticized it on every single one. Whenever they do that, I criticize on every one of them.
Well, maybe it's just a Carl complaint.
I would venture a guess it is not. Matter of fact, I know it is not.
Yeah,
It's
well,
one of the
ratings through the roof. It's probably going to be a season 2. So, ratings are through the roof, and there's probably going to be a season 2.
There's probably going to be a season 2. I don't think I'll be as excited because I saw what I really wanted to see: Obi-Wan versus Vader. I mean, not that I wouldn't love more Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan. I thought it was great, but at the same time, you know, this felt like there was a beginning, a middle of an end, and like, I don't know. I just don't see how the show is going to be centered about, like, in other words, the stakes would feel lower for a season 2. How would they feel as high? Like, you know,
they can always make a buddy journey movie about Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan go on a adventure on around Tatooine. And
they start a ghost busting crew together. And
yeah, something, or make it a buddy cop movie. See, what happens is Obi-Wan's going to become Marshal in some town somewhere, and Qui-Gon's going to be his buddy cop situation.
I don't know. It just feels like the stakes would be lower no matter what, because the ultimate stake is Obi-Wan versus Vader, right? Yeah. I mean, so now Luke is safe, Leia's safe. I mean, I'd be interested for sure. I just feel like, man, I don't know. I mean, maybe it would be, I don't know. It just feels like it should be more centered around Vader and, you know, killing more younglings. Every episode, we just see different younglings getting tortured and thrown out.
I personally would like for them to spend money on new original stories, not just trying to keep fitting something. You know, we have this square peg, we're gonna hammer it into a round hole. It's like, stop it already. I love Star Wars clearly, and I love these characters, but I've already heard their story. How about you tell me something new?
More about Carl's politics. He wants to watch like C-SPAN for Star Wars. He just wants to watch fake news stories about the Star Wars galaxy every day.
Yeah, I would like for you to establish where you're telling your
more
story.
Trade disputes. Carl's gonna be like, yes, establishing shots of the trade disputes.
So,
actually, Dr. Afra's out there.
Like
and
the credit,
Lucas explained where he's telling his story. Was it very interesting?
Credit that I would like a better understanding of intergalactic politics and how that works. I think that'd be cool. Like that has its own niche of fan base that I can see that. It's much like how I would love to see like more music
and all that stuff
Wars.
is actually
bands.
very much in the books. So if you read the books, you get that. But all they need to do on the shows is establish where in the books are you. Just give a marker. This is where we are in the storyline, not just. And anyways, something is happening, and blah blah blah. By the way, did you realize all this? This is supposed to take place now. Why would you do it in reverse? That's I mean. You don't. That's not how anybody talks to you, even in a conversation. You don't say you give somebody the vital information that connects everything to the rest of the universe at the end of your story. You know, I'm not going to give you a story about a road trip I took at age 5 and pretend to make it sound like I'm telling you a story about a road trip I just took. And then at the very end, like I said, oh yeah, all this happened when I was 5 years old, by the way. Well, that's how you lead. You're like, you know, when I was 5, I went on a road trip. And here's that road trip.
Well, I mean, overall, like, I think people are going to want to know what the heck we think about this particular episode, the season finale, right? That's why we're all here. The season, maybe show finale, right? So Carl said 6.5. David, you said 8.2. I don't know where that 2 came from. He's like, there were 2 episodes with lightsaber duels. So 8.2. I say like 8.5 overall. I was happy with it. What did you think? What would you give it 1 to 10?
Sorry about that.
It's Colin here. I'm gonna say it was an 8.5 as well.
All right.
Okay.
I may have to rain check you on my review. I want to watch this series again. I do. It didn't help that unfortunately one Colin Weaver turned the TV down so his lovely wife could stay in bed and sleep, and had a headphone in and was listening to the episode through a headphone the entire time and didn't tell me. So I was sitting there trying to understand what everyone was saying, and I was like, "Wow, Colin, you have really good hearing." And he goes,
"He's like, what,
Mason? I was listening to it through a headphone. What are you talking about?" I was like, "Oh, were you?" That would have been helpful. So I don't think that I could really give you a full and honest review right now. So I will next time we podcast, I would be more than happy to.
He was like, "Wait, they didn't play Duel of the Fates?"
Roughy looking nerf herder.
Just go and watch the episode. Bye, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, Colin.
I generally liked it. Like I said before, my review will be morally positive than it will be negative. I thought the writing was really good. I think Deborah Chow did a great job directing it. It had a lot of what Star Wars is known for, which is those great cinematic shots that make you feel like you're in a Kurosawa film. Like a lot of like ancient Japanese sort of like the dueling rituals and whatnot. I really like this. The shots were all very cinematic. Every time Obi-Wan or Vader was on screen, there were these very beautiful still backdrops, like when they were on that one planet with all the rocks where they were dueling in this recent episode with the moon in the background. It was very beautiful. The lightsabers, probably the best lightsabers we've ever seen live action before. If I can get away with saying that, they were beautiful. They were very picturesque.
Don't let him say that. Don't let him get away with that.
Gotta mute him right quick. Oh, I already said it.
You're in timeout. No, you're not allowed to say that.
I don't know, like just like looks wise, they really they cast the scene in a very beautiful glow.
So is it just me, or was it kind of confusing when they clashed sabers? There was like sparks that we never seen that before.
Yeah,
really.
The sparks were a little odd. I also why is Obi-Wan's lightsaber as blue as it is in this? Because it's more like an ultramarine blue than it's generally the lightsaber is supposed to be more of a light blue.
I don't even know. I would have to go back and watch like where the disconnect where that could be between the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy,
hadn't been used
and then all of Clone Wars.
Charge.
I don't know if that's something that they stay consistent with. So
they don't, I can tell you, but look at it anyway, so you can make your own opinion for sure. But yeah, the color is off now. That it may have been a style choice.
Yeah. I thought it looked good. I thought it looked all right.
And it didn't say it looked bad. It just said it wasn't the color that those lightsabers generally are.
Yeah.
I say we do like 3 positive things, 3 negative things, right? Quick ones. Like for me, a negative was they didn't play Duel of the Fates. I would have liked to see Duel of the Fates during that fight. A positive, the scene where you could see Anakin's face and he said, "I killed him." That was great. A negative, I think Qui-Gon should have been throughout
the series,
or at least earlier. I'm talking about in this particular episode when everyone was talking. It would have been nice if he had kind of said something to him there. I feel like he should have. So I thought that was a little bit negative. The positive, Obi-Wan talking to Leia at the very end about her parents. That was great. That part was really moving for me.
I'm sure it would have been moving if I could have heard it, but that's all right.
My third positive is that we saw the cut to Vader's head, which we had always wondered how the hell did he have that cut in his head when we didn't see that in episode 3, right?
Right.
And my third negative is the Reva storyline felt a little bit weak for a finale. Loved it last week. This week just felt a little bit flatter for some reason. But that's my 3 positive, 3 negative.
That's good. Yeah, I think they overall with the series, I think the soundtrack, the score was really kind of muted. This episode it wasn't. It was there. We had the classic Imperial March. We had the Leia theme.
Mhm.
That was all great, but I think they should have interweaved it throughout the series more.
Yeah.
And the fact that the show felt smaller than it should have been. It should have felt more cinematic. The cinematography, I think, was not appropriate for this material, I think, because it should have been grander, wider scope.
Yeah, I did. For example, all the handheld shots, I didn't like those at all.
Yeah, it just didn't fit.
Well, Star Wars doesn't use handheld. Like, watch any of the movies, none of them use handheld footage. It's always, it's always very steady, very clean. This had a whole
Right.
bunch of shaky cam stuff in it that I was very confused by. It doesn't seem to belong in Star Wars.
Yeah, and like Craig was saying, I wish that Qui-Gon Jinn would have appeared earlier. A scene that I think would have made more sense when Obi-Wan's underneath the rubble and goes Force Unleashed. If he would have heard Qui-Gon's voice right then and there, it would have given him more motivation, maybe more power to actually do what he did. I mean, that could have been helpful for that scene. But yeah, like Carl said, I mean, that's a little bit too overpowered.
I have 2 more minor negative things. The way Obi-Wan lifted up all the rocks in the air, like that was like that traumatized me, like that Rey scene. I was like, oh God, not again. Which
that weird, like almost nuclear explosion of him blowing the rocks off of himself. So that was too much. You didn't need to go all the way to 13 on the dial. You could have kept it in like an 8-9 range, and it would have been much better.
I agree.
It's the same thing with the horror movie style scene when he's standing there talking to him, and he lifts all the rocks behind him and starts chucking them at Vader. I was like, that was straight out of a horror movie, and this is supposed to be the good guy, so I didn't like that. I didn't like the way that was presented. So
I will say this. I could watch this way more than I could watch a sequel trilogy. Not even close. I will put this on far more often than I'll ever put on that sequel trilogy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna go through it with a fine-tuned comb,
which is ironic because you're bald, but
yeah, well, that's why my combs are in pristine condition, because I don't have to use them on my hair. No, but I'm going to go through the show to try to find my the good and the bad. But I'll be honest, most likely I will never watch this show. Like in a year from now, I'm never watching this again.
But you'll watch Last Jedi.
No, I haven't watched that in a year either. So.
Okay.
Exactly.
You're growing on Craig now.
Besides C-SPAN and trade disputes.
So my thing is, I did, like I said, I think this is slightly above average. Like I said, 6.5 doesn't mean that it sucks. It just means it's not great.
Well, that's kind of like a D minus.
No, that's not even close to a D minus.
Okay, well, if you put that on the scale of 1 to 100, a 65. Isn't that a D minus?
Yeah, but that's not that's based on grading. That's not based on a scale. If you're using a scale, then say then it's 6.5.
Is that what you're saying? We're weighing it down 6.5.
Well, if you're using a scale from 1 to 10, 5 is average. 6 is above average. Slightly above average,
but it would be a D minus.
No, a D minus would be below average.
As much as I would love to sit here and argue about scales all day, this is starting to sound like a political trade dispute. I like the series enough that I'll definitely watch it again. I thought it was good. Whether the story was phenomenal or not, I think there's enough fan service to keep this series going for a while. I mean, I will literally just come back and watch this for the lightsaber duels. I'm not even going to lie to you. I just thought it was well shot, thought it was well done. We get to see Vader in his element doing his thing that was story appropriate to Vader.
Yeah,
oh my god,
Vader was the highlight of the show. To be quite honest, Obi-Wan,
so well written.
I could have done without. Sadly, in an Obi-Wan Kenobi show, I could have done without Obi-Wan Kenobi. Vader was the highlight to me personally. The way they handled Vader was well done.
It's refreshing that we get to see live action Vader again.
Right.
Doing his thing. This is what everybody wanted coming off of Rogue One.
Yeah, the walk, the swagger, the voice. Yeah.
I want to make one more point here before we go. I thought, well, unless you guys want to stay up forever and talk about politics, but one thing that I really enjoyed about the show is it really felt like Anakin was in there, which you've never really felt with Vader before.
That's a good point, Craig.
Felt like it was Anakin.
It was good to see the other side of the coin.
Yeah. It just had a different feel to it for me.
Yeah, like I said, everything about the way they handle the Vader character in this show, that I like.
There was definitely something more personal and intimate about Vader, which is wild because we don't get to see that.
Right.
All we see is like the inhumane, dictatorial.
Well, you do get to see it in Return of the Jedi, but that's the only humanization of that character that happens in the originals. Is once he's about to die. By the way, I did like the sound clip intermixed in there. They didn't pull through on it, but they had the breathing sound from Return of the Jedi in there for a couple beats, and then they changed it. I thought that was kind of a nice touch.
Also, that scene when Luke grabs the pipe with the smoke and puts it in Vader's face, and he goes, "Oh!" They had that sound effect as well in there.
Yeah.
That was a nice touch. Yeah,
that's
hilarious.
What
was that in this episode or the other one?
Yeah, I think when Obi-Wan hits him in the chest or the chin, and he goes, "Oh!" Like it was exact same groan from Empire.
I think I would watch this series again just to watch
Lola,
Uncle. Oh God, what?
Flea.
Why can't I think of his name right now?
Uncle Owen.
Uncle Owen. Yeah.
Joel Edgerton.
I would watch this series again just to watch Uncle Owen fight the third sister, fight Reva again with that pipe. That was hilarious.
He gave it a shot. And we didn't talk about this real quick, but one of the things that I thought was interesting was that, like, when Palpatine does talk to Vader, he's like, he gives him a threat there. He threatens him. He's like, if your past is like, if you can't get over your past, he doesn't even finish the sentence.
Yeah.
And he just sat up. Did you notice Vader sat up at that point? He's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
but I mean, that Vader is to fear, it would be Palpatine.
Well, and that's how Palpatine has been dealing with Anakin / Vader the entire time. All he ever does is make him afraid of stuff and threaten him with consequences if he doesn't do certain things. So that's completely consistent. That's what he should be doing right there. Is like, hey guy, you lost this one. Don't let that be a habit. We'll talk later.
David, was the best scene for you when he's like, I killed him? When Anakin or Vader says, I killed him, it wasn't your weakness, I killed him?
I don't know about the best line or scene, but that informed what we see in A New Hope big time. Because when Alec Guinness gives that speech to Mark Hamill, he's more machine now than man. Twisted. Or was it A New Hope? It's late. More machine now than man, twisted and evil.
I think that's
I believe that's Jedi,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. But
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
but he says, betrayed and murdered your father. And
right. Yeah, betrayed and murdered your father. That's the line I was looking for. So yeah, I mean that totally has that connective tissue that
right,
I think.
that's where that was supposed to be pointing. So I like that part. By the way, again, apparently they don't like TIE fighters, and the creators of the show.
I thought it was good that they didn't chase him with some TIE fighters.
Well, exactly. It's like, look, you want to blow this thing out of the sky. He even says increase firepower. All he wants to do is see the ship blow up, right?
They were all at lunch. They're at the mess hall.
Yeah.
They're at the commissary.
Sorry, we're on a conference call. I don't know what, but in the same thing in episode 4, it's like they don't use the TIE fighters there either. Like all the TIE fighter pilots are on strike or something. I don't know.
They weren't in the budget.
They were.
I wonder if they made that choice. If it had anything to do with the fact that they were worried that they were going to jump to light speed, and that TIE fighters aren't light speed capable, so they would have to get them all back together into the ship, and then.
But they're in an Imperial system.
I mean, that is true.
I mean, there's no danger to it. If you go with that route, there's no danger to it. But then there's also the fact that Darth Vader does not care if a TIE fighter pilot dies in a cockpit somewhere in some remote system. But in this particular case, it's not even a remote system. They're actually in the, in system.
Carl, he just didn't care about that ship. All he cared about was Vader. And the Inquisitor kind of he's like, finding this whole network is far more important. And Vader's like, no, Kenobi's.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about before. They're chasing they're chasing the ship, right? Kenobi is still on the ship.
Yeah.
Send 2 squadrons of TIE fighters and make short work of that ship instead of getting the incompetent, guys.
He wanted to blow up the ship.
Why does he tell him to increase firepower?
I think to maybe disable it. I think
again that's what you use TIE fighters for.
I mean, I don't think it's that relevant. Vader wanted to confront Obi-Wan, I think, is what it was about.
Well, right, but why wouldn't you do it as quickly as you can? And again, that way would be send a squadron or 2 of TIE fighters or a TIE bomber, shoot some ion torpedoes at the thing, disable the ship, board the ship, yank the old man off the boat and beat his ass in the hangar bay instead of doing all this. I mean,
you'll have to ask Deborah.
Yeah, exactly. I would actually like to talk to Deborah and find out what the motivation was, because clearly somebody thought about this stuff and made a decision.
Well, I mean, like you said, Deborah's the director. You want to talk to Joby Harold, the main writer.
But
fine. What kind of poll do we have on this podcast?
Well, I mean, yeah, Deborah,
we'll get right on that.
Facebook friend or on Instagram. So.
This is unheard of.
Yeah, but
we'll shoot Deborah Chow a text message. We'll get right on that.
Well, actually, Dominic Pace, who was on the podcast earlier tonight or yesterday, he was directed by Deborah Chow. So we're just one degree of separation from Deborah Chow. So maybe,
yeah,
who knows? It could happen.
Well, one time I bumped into George Lucas at Star Wars Celebration, and I waved to him. So technically, we're right. We'll
have him on the podcast by tomorrow.
Lucas is entourage. At one moment in time, I was like part of his crew. I mean, he quickly ran away, but
that's just because he touched him inappropriately.
Define inappropriate.
Inappropriate for George. How's that?
I would have. I mean, Uncle George is watching. Says Josh Robert Thompson. Thank you. Sorry I missed you. Man.
I thought he said he was going to bed.
No, that's the original comment he made.
Oh,
11:44 p.m.
Oh, okay.
You don't see George much these days. Like even coming on to talk about the shows and the stories.
I think he's
George
taken the high road, and he's just more or less staying out of it because
I
that's
think
what
George
he said
has
he was
made it
going to do.
very clear that he's kind of done and he doesn't really want anything else to do with it. There's a reason he sold it off. I mean, it took up so much of his life. Like he missed a lot of his life working on Star Wars.
And he has a new wife and kids, so he's probably kind of busy.
He has other stuff that he wants to take care of, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe he's out of the directing game for good.
I don't know. I think he needs to prioritize though, because what are you going to prioritize? One woman over literally millions of women and men and children? Like that's
the women.
You're on a dangerous path right now. Be careful with this crusade, Craig.
He's turned to the dark side. Right? I mean, he's
From
only
my point of view, George Lucas is evil.
Yeah. Millions of people that are relying on him.
I think it's in the hands of Filoni now.
I just feel like
it's a bygone era.
Filoni's the understudy.
It just feels like what Anakin would do, and not what Obi-Wan would do.
It's an ancient philosophy from a more civilized time, before the dark times, before Disney. No, I mean, I will say this, like, I won't die on this hill, but I would have liked to have seen TIE fighters. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love TIE fighters? But it didn't break it for me that they didn't send TIE fighters. I think it was a good sort of spectacle that Vader.
We did see TIE fighters. They were just like hanging from the ceiling, though.
Right? Yeah. They showed us the TIE fighters. They just didn't show it to us.
Didn't launch them. Yeah, but it's all right. I thought it was good. I thought it was good for the opera style theatrics of Vader just chasing down the ship with his Star Destroyer. I thought it was a fun sort of callback to the chase of the Tantive 4 over Tatooine.
Yeah, it felt
that was a fun little callback to that. So yeah, I'm excited, man. Where were they keeping? So you remember when the ITS looking ship launched the ship that Kenobi went out in?
that looked a little.
Where were they keeping that? I'm so confused.
Clearly on the inside, but seeing how the shuttle that they dropped out of their ship was like half the size of their ship.
That was a big ship.
That was I thought they were gonna shoot them out of an escape pod, but clearly they had small yacht in the back here. Watch him take the yacht.
That ship looked very small. I mean, it's not the craziest thing we've seen happen, but for just like the ramp to open up and for them to just slip out, like, it was like, oh.
But by the way, the very last special effect in the on Alderaan when Obi-Wan lands, did that look off to you guys? Like, as in, like that the ship looked obviously like it didn't belong in that shot.
I don't know. I really wasn't paying attention, to be honest. I'll go back and rewatch it and talk about that if we podcast.
It didn't stand up to me.
I think it's your LG TV.
It might be. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things that I see here that a lot of people don't seem to see. Just like the color. That's why I also asked about the colors being off, because my colors are different than yours. I have a completely different color gamut. So,
well, we appreciate your colors on the rainbow, whatever they may be, Carl.
So,
I don't know if there's much else that I really have to talk about. I can't stop like gushing over the one-liners that Vader has. Those are classic. Every time Vader speaks, it's like liquid gold.
I am what you made me. It's a new classic right there.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. What was it that he said this episode? Like literally everything in his battle with Obi-Wan was just great.
I thought Obi-Wan may have would have tried to, I don't know. I don't want to say tried to turn him back, but maybe something along those lines, and that may have tied in with Obi-Wan. What's thought is you did.
I mean, we've we've seen that though. Like we've seen that in the prequel. That's what the entire prequel trilogy is about, is Obi-Wan trying to prevent Anakin from going down this dark path. I think it was really important that we had this midpoint between the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy, where we just got to see Obi-Wan finally accept that Vader is just evil, and that's just how things are going to be.
I will say it would have been nice to see a cameo of Cody or Rex.
Yeah, that's true.
Something, not necessarily tonight, but
where does that connect in this story? It might have been fun to see one of them ending up like as one of the TKs or something like that. Might have been a neat thing.
Well, I mean,
how would we have known?
Vaccine. I thought it would have been cool.
Yeah, that was one of the very big rumors that dropped very early on, that we were going to see Cody and a group of clone troopers hunting Obi-Wan Kenobi. And instead, we kind of got the Inquisitorius doing that. So
yeah,
that was interesting. And they had Tamir Morrison at their disposal too.
Yeah, they had the panhandling clone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, did this show really require more characters? It really didn't. I mean, they didn't even fully develop the ones that they had. So, if you put more stuff in there, it gets just more and more convoluted and less developed. So
one of the negative things is, like, I think when we're talking about like the 3 positives and 3 negatives, I really would have liked to have seen more resolution with more characters. But I think this series did a great job of potentially setting up a lot of really cool characters for the future. And that's not a comment as to like the quality of the writing of the show. I just think that, things happen so quickly that we're gonna have to see a lot more of these characters to make a solid judgment based off who they are. But on the flip side of that, I think the casting choices were amazing.
I agree.
Almost every actor in this series was absolutely phenomenal.
I agree with that.
Really good with their role.
Liked all the actors.
Even the minor characters, I think, like, really sold their roles.
Yeah, for the most part, I agree.
I was also really happy to see new stuff.
It was one I didn't like. The 5th brother. I thought the way that he talked was he was like trying too hard. It was
Sun Kang. Yeah,
he was the only weak link for me. Everybody else knocked it out.
What I had a bigger problem with him, he didn't serve a purpose for the story at all.
Most of the Inquisitors didn't, which is
I
unfortunate.
mean, I don't understand why they even showed them or give them any speaking roles. They could have just been in the background. They would have been just as effective because they didn't really do anything.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that's the unfortunate thing about the Inquisitors. I want to see them do more outside of just getting punked on in Rebels and outside of Fallen Order, because not everyone plays video games. I really want to see these Inquisitors. Like, I literally have yet to see a reason why anybody would fear the Inquisitors, because every time that we see them, they get beat.
Well, if you play on the hardest difficulty level, they get a little hard.
You talking the video game or in the show?
Video game. Yeah, I mean, but storyline wise, the Inquisitors are kind of laughably bad, and this show certainly didn't improve anything.
Yeah. It's like, why do people fear the Inquisitors? They're known as these like legendary Jedi hunters. That's literally the entire purpose for their order. But it seems like Purge troopers get away with doing a better job at dealing and handling with Jedi than the Inquisitores. Why would you fund so much effort into a group of these clowns who are constantly getting defeated by the people?
Because they can really intimidate the general populace of whatever planet they go to, because those people seem to be pretty scared.
Yeah, I mean, they can't stand up to them, so.
Yeah, but other than that, I don't.
Send stormtroopers. Like, that works. That's proven to work time and time again.
Well, maybe somebody thought that this
specialty, like, Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, there's the motivation behind the various different Inquisitors is very unclear. Let's maybe put it that way.
Well, That's something I want to see cleared up as well. I would almost love if they had their own series, like going around hunting Jedi. I would really like to know more about the Inquisitors because they do seem like very flat characters at the moment.
Yeah,
serve much
it
purpose.
seems from by the concept, it seems like it would be an interesting story to tell, but they just don't bother telling it. So I don't know.
I will say I would have liked less Jedi or Force sensitive characters to exist at this point in the timeline. I would, because you always get that feeling with the original trilogy that there was like nothing left.
Right.
And now it's like Quinlan is still alive and
Well, I will say this: we're still only coming off 10 years after Order 66, right? So by the time that the original trilogy happens, like we still have time for stuff to progress and all these Jedi to get executed and whatnot.
It's true, but you would think that 10 years after Order 66, most of this would have already been happening.
Well, clearly you see how competent the Inquisitorius is. I mean, I'm sure they're doing a great job of hunting down and killing all these Jedi.
I mean, they can't even get basic security established at their own base. So, I mean, they're still mounting the cameras. They forgot to put those in, and yeah.
I will say, this is a personal gripe, completely petty. This holds no like actual value. But I'm very, very sad that we did not get to see the Inquisitors fly with their lightsabers.
You really want
live action? I wanted it so bad. You have no idea. That would
be like the DiCaprio meme. Hey,
yeah.
See, my thing with that has always been cringeworthy.
That's why I love it so much.
Like whenever they should do that stuff in the animation, I was like, what? How is that even supposed to work?
It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
But I love it and I want to see more of it. Why? Because it's cool. I think it's hilarious.
Hilarious it is. I'm not sharing the cool part. It's just hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very sad that we didn't get to see that live action, but I kind of figured we wouldn't because that was a big gripe for a long time from people. So, oh well,
I'm getting off
maybe
here,
in the
guys.
future.
Super late. May the force be with you all. Carl, I hope there's lots of trade disputes in Star Wars future for you, so you can find some happiness.
More seal bibble.
We'll always have disputes for you here on the Star Wars Stuff podcast.
More Newt Gunray, more Viceroys. You could
Nemoidians.
Yeah.
Well, if you read Brotherhood, there's a lot more of that going on in that book.
Well,
currently reading Brotherhood. I'm almost done with it.
Which you can find soon on our Patreon.
Yes.
What's that?
We're getting there.
A full review of the Brotherhood novel.
Yeah.
All
Anakin
right.
and Obi-Wan.
Because Newt Gunray, speaking of which, he's kind of a big thing in that book.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good so far. I'm really enjoying it, by the way. Just want to say, like, my review is definitely going to be good already from what I've seen.
Yeah.
I've already gotten what I've wanted out of the book already, and I'm not even like halfway done.
Yeah, I liked it. It's pretty good, but I like most of the books anyways.
Yeah. So we'll talk about it.
Buddy.
All right. See you, Craig. Thanks for joining.
Good night.
Bye.
Yeah, I better get to taking off here soon and not too long as well. I also have work.
All right, Mason.
I'm needed elsewhere in a galaxy far, far away.
In the actual galaxy far, far away.
Mm.
On Batu.
Yep. Well, what can I say?
All right, yeah. We hit 5 hours on the podcast, so achievement unlocked.
Look at that. Next, we'll shoot for 10.
Yeah, 10 is the max on StreamYard. So
we'll max it out. We'll cap it out.
We'll max it
out.
out.
We'll even get an
10
outro.
hours, there are health repercussions. So.
It'll just cut out like mid-sentence.
Something like that.
Colin will be talking about Max Rebo.
Yeah, so for Kevin, for Dominic, for Josh, for Mason, for Colin, for Carl, for James, for Craig. My name is David.
I'm
May
Mason.
the Force. I thought I said Mason. No.
Oh, oops, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Anyways,
Yeah, may the Force be with you
always.